Chapter 1 of The Many-Sided Franklin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in December 2015. The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford, published 1899. Chapter 1, Part 1, Family Relations. "A man," wrote Franklin, "who makes boast of his ancestors doth but advertise his own insignificance, for the pedigrees of great men are commonly known." And elsewhere he advised, "Let our fathers and grandfathers be valued for their goodness, ourselves for our own." Clearly, this objection extended to pride of birth alone, and not to knowledge of one's forebears, for Franklin himself displayed not a little interest in his progenitors, and when he went to England as the agent of his colony, he devoted both time and travel to searching out the truth concerning them. Nor was he, in fact, wholly without conceit of family. In default of discovered greatness in his kindred, he expressed pleasure in an inference that the family name was derived from the old social order of small freeholders, and therefore that they were once the betters of the yeomen and feudatories. Still another fact, too, suggests that he was not wholly indifferent to the world's knowledge of his lineage. Though his father questioned if they were entitled to use either of the Franklin arms, and added that, quote, "Our circumstances have been such that it hath hardly been worth while to concern ourselves much about these things, any farther than to tickle the fancy a little," end quote. Benjamin did not hesitate to appropriate one of the Franklin coats of arms while yet only a master printer, for as early as 1751 he advertised, quote, "Lost about 5 weeks since, a silver seal with a coat of arms engraved, containing 2 lions' heads, 2 doves, and a dolphin. Whoever brings it to the post office shall have 5 shillings reward." End quote. Furthermore, in adopting this heraldic badge, he made objection to its being cheapened by telling a soap-making relative that he would not have him put the Franklin arms on his cakes, although he did not mind a brother in the same business using the escutcheon as a bookplate. Franklin's inquiry into the history of his family resulted in the discovery that they had dwelt on some 30 acres of their own land in the village of Ecton in Northamptonshire, upward of 300 years, and that for many generations the eldest son had been village blacksmith, a custom so established previous to the removal across the Atlantic that the first immigrant bred up his eldest son to the trade in Boston. Fate, having other uses for Benjamin, carefully guarded him from Vulcan's calling by making him the youngest son of the youngest son for 5 generations. Josiah Franklin came to New England about 1685 with Anne, his wife, and 3 children, a number which swelled to 7 within the next 4 years, the mother dying in childbed in 1689. Less than 6 months later, the widower married Abiah Folger, and to this union there were born 10 children, making in all 17. Writing of the large birth rate in the colonies, Franklin asserted that it was rare for more than half of each family to reach adult life, a statement not derived from personal experience, for, quote, "Out of 17 children that our father had, 13 lived to grow up and settle in the world," end quote. In common with other New England families of that day, the stock seemed to be weakened by this redundancy. Though Josiah was one of 5 brothers and the father of 10 sons, there was not, when the 18th century ended, a single descendant of any of the 15 entitled to the surname. Benjamin, the 10th or 10th of Josiah's sons, born January 6, 1706, outlived them all. From his father he derived a heritage difficult to measure, but 2 of his qualities were singled out by the son as specially noteworthy: a sound understanding and solid judgment in prudential matters, both in private and public affairs, and a mechanical genius in being very handy in the use of other tradesmen's tools. "It was indeed a lowly dwelling we were brought up in," wrote one of the children many years after, "but we were fed plentifully, made comfortable with fire and clothing, had seldom any contention among us, but all was harmony, especially between the heads, and they were universally respected, and the most of the family in good reputation. This is still happier living than multitudes enjoy." As this might indicate, Josiah Franklin, despite his struggle with poverty and his huge family, was a good parent to his youngest boy, giving heed to his moral, mental, and temporal beginnings. After such brief term of school as he could afford the lad, he took him into his own shop, till Ben made obvious his dislike to the cutting of wicks, the hanging of dips, and the casting of soap. Taking pains then to discover his son's preferences, he finally apprenticed him as a printer's devil to his son James. When the brothers quarreled and appeal was made to the father, judgment, the prentice says, was generally in my favor. And though Ben earned his own livelihood from the time that he was 12 years of age, and saw his father only 3 times after he was 16, wherever he speaks of him it is with affection and respect. When he wrote to him, the letters began, "Honored Father," and ended, "I am your dutiful son," or "I am your affectionate and dutiful son," while Josiah Franklin, in turn, began his letters, "Loving son," and ended one with "Hearty love." More warmly still, the son spoke of his father and mother in a letter to his sister, whom he chided because "you have mentioned nothing in your letter of our dear parents." Writing again during the final illness of his father, "Dear sister, I love you tenderly for the care of our father in his sickness." Josiah Franklin died in 1745, leaving an estate valued at $2,400. In Franklin's autobiography, there is only the barest mention of his mother, Abiah, and merely as the daughter of one of the first settlers of New England. Presumably this silence was due to the 18th century attitude toward women more than to any want of affection, for the two corresponded with regularity, even after the mother was, quote, "very weak and short of breath, so that I cannot sit up to write, although I sleep well at nights, and my cough is better, and I have a pretty good stomach to my victuals," end quote. And she had to beg her son to, quote, "please excuse my bad writing and inditing, for all tell me I am too old to write letters," end quote. To her, Franklin sent gifts of various kinds, including, quote, "a moidore, which please to accept towards chaise hire, that you may ride warm to meetings this winter," end quote. Upon her death in 1752, he wrote his sister Jane, quote, "I received yours with the affecting news of our dear mother's death. I thank you for your long-continued care of her in her old age and sickness. Our distance made it impracticable for us to attend her, but you have supplied all. She has lived a good life, as well as long one, and is happy," end quote. Franklin paid for the stone which marked the grave of his parents, and wrote for it an inscription which vouched that, quote, "he was a pious and prudent man, she a discreet and virtuous woman," end quote. And though elsewhere he cites the conventional epitaph as the extreme form of falsehood, he was certainly justified in this inscription, "Honor thy father and mother, i.e., live so as to be an honor to them though they are dead." He made Poor Richard advise his readers, and for once preacher and practicer were united. "Among the Chinese," he noted with approval, "the most ancient and from long experience the wisest of nations, honor does not descend but ascends. If a man from his learning, his wisdom, or his valor is promoted by the emperor to the rank of mandarin, his parents are immediately entitled to all the same ceremonies of respect from the people that are established as due to the mandarin himself, on the supposition that it must have been owing to the education, instruction, and good example afforded him by his parents that he was rendered capable of serving the public." Of his relations with the 16 brothers and sisters, it is impossible to deal with any fullness. 4 of the brothers died young, and a 5th, taking to the sea, was so little an element in the family life that Benjamin remembered, quote, 13, some of us then very young, all at one table, when an entertainment was made at our house on the occasion of the return of our brother Josiah, who had been absent in the East Indies and unheard of for 9 years." End quote. If this brother, who soon after was lost at sea, was apparently a small component in Franklin's life, he nonetheless influenced it materially, since from him the youngster imbibed a keen desire to be a sailor, and his father's fear that he would run away was a potent motive for letting the boy leave the trade of soap-making. As already mentioned, Benjamin did not get on well with the half-brother to whom he was bound to learn printing. James Franklin was only 10 years older than his apprentice, and very quickly the boy made himself as expert as his brother, who, if we are to believe Franklin, turned jealous, and on occasion beat him with unnecessary severity, though in charging that his master was passionate, the printer's boy confessed that he himself was saucy and provoking. James Franklin was forbidden presently by the government to print his newspaper, the New England Courant, and it was continued by a subterfuge in Benjamin's name, the indenture being cancelled to make the trick a little less barefaced. Availing himself of this technical release, Franklin left his brother's service, an act that he later acknowledged to be his first serious erratum, and one which set James Franklin to advertising for a likely lad for an apprentice, little recking how likely a lad he had lost. For a number of years the breach thus made continued to exist, though the mother urged reconciliation on them both. After James Franklin's death, a turn of fortune's wheel led Franklin to take the eldest son of this brother as an apprentice, and though he records that Jimmy Franklin, when with me, was always dissatisfied and grumbling, yet from the moment the apprentice was over, he and I became good friends. He helped the boy to establish himself as a printer at New Haven and again at Newport, sent him occasional gifts of paper, printing ink, etc., and loaned him money to the extent of over £200 to buy types and a stock of books and stationery. That the old grudge was forgotten is proved, too, by Franklin's will, in which he left as much to the descendants of James Franklin as to the descendants of his other brothers and sisters. He seems, indeed, to have hated family broils or alienation, and when a sister once appealed to him to espouse her side of a disagreement, he replied, quote, "If I were to set myself up as a judge between you and your brother's widow and children, how unqualified must I be at this distance to determine rightly, especially having heard but one side. They always treated me with friendly and affectionate regard. You have done the same. What can I say between you but that I wish you were reconciled, and that I will love the side best that is most ready to forgive and oblige the other? You will be angry with me here for putting you and them too much upon a footing, but I shall nevertheless be, dear sister, your truly affectionate brother." End quote. More direct aid was afforded his 2 other brothers, John and Peter, both of whom set out in life in their father's trade of soap and candle making. Although Benjamin objected to their stamping the Franklin arms on their cakes of soap, he ordered quantities of their wares from them both, which his wife retailed in his bookshop in Philadelphia, and increased the sale by recurrent advertisements in Franklin's paper, which announced with each consignment, "Just imported another parcel of superfine Crown soap. It cleanses fine linens, muslins, laces, chintzes, cambrics, and etc. with ease and expedition, which often suffer more from the long and hard rubbing of the washer through the ill qualities of the soap they use than the wearing. It is excellent for the washing of scarlets or any other bright and curious colors that are apt to change by the use of common soap. The sweetness of the flavor and the fine lather it immediately produces renders it pleasant for the use of barbers. It is cut in exact and equal cakes, neatly put up, and sold at the new printing office at 1 shilling per cake." Neither brother, however, seems to have prospered in the business, for when Franklin became Deputy Postmaster General, he made John Postmaster of Boston and Peter Postmaster of Philadelphia. Of the former, Franklin says in his Autobiography that, quote, "he always loved me," end quote. And though there was some family joking about Peter's perpetual doctoring of himself, so that, quote, "he cures himself many times a day," End quote. Benjamin seems to have been fond of him also, showing evident grief when, quote, "It pleased God to take from us my only remaining brother." End quote. He aided the two widows, establishing one in business and continuing the other as postmistress, thus making her, so far as is known, the first woman to hold public office in America. "He that has neither fools nor beggars among his kindred is the son of Thundergust," remarked Poor Richard, and Franklin's sisters were no more prosperous in life than were his brothers. The eldest, Elizabeth, when over 80 years old, came to extreme poverty, and her relatives consulted the only successful member of the family as to whether her house and fine things should be sold. "As having their own way is one of the greatest comforts of life to old people," Benjamin replied, "I think their friends should endeavor to accommodate them in that, as well as in anything else. When they have long lived in a house, it becomes natural to them. They are almost as closely connected with it as the tortoise with his shell. They die if you tear them out of it. Old folks and old trees, if you remove them, it is 10 to 1 that you kill them. So let our good old sister be no more importuned on that head. We are growing old fast ourselves, and shall expect the same kind of indulgences. If we give them, we shall have a right to receive them in our turn. And as to her few fine things, I think she is in the right not to sell them, and for the reason she gives, that they will fetch but little. When that little is spent, they would be of no further use to her, but perhaps the expectation of possessing them at her death may make that person tender and careful of her, and helpful to her to the amount of 10 times their value. If so, they are put to the best use they possibly can be." A small bequest was made in Franklin's will to his sister Anne's children and grandchildren. Several of these drifted to London before the Revolution and appealed to their uncle when he came to France for various kinds of assistance. One was, quote, "obliged to work very hard and can but just get the common necessaries of life, and therefore has thoughts of going into a family as housekeeper, having lived in that station for several years, and gave great satisfaction." End quote. She sought his aid in securing the promotion of her son, then in the British Navy, a peculiar request considering Franklin's relations, or lack of relations at the moment, with the British government. Toward another, Jonathan Williams, the uncle seems to have been well disposed. He took charge of his education while in London, made the young fellow his secretary for a time, and finally was instrumental in having him made commercial agent of the United States in France during the Revolution, an appointment which caused first oblique censures and ultimately outspoken denunciations. Williams was accused of dishonesty, and his uncle promptly wrote, "I have no desire to screen Mr. Williams on account of his being my nephew. If he is guilty of what you charge him with, I care not how soon he is deservedly punished, and the family purged of him. For I take it that a rogue living in a family is a greater disgrace to it than one hanged out of it." Fortunately, the nephew was able to clear himself, but the appointment had caused scandal, and had been one source of the American divisions in Paris as well as in the Continental Congress. Another unfortunate result was that Williams later became embarrassed in some private ventures in France, and Franklin unjustifiably used the influence of his position to secure from the French government a surcease as regarding his creditors. Franklin's sister Sarah died shortly after marriage, quote, "a loss without doubt regretted by all who knew her, for she was a good woman." End quote. Her husband, Josiah Davenport, encouraged by his brother-in-law, removed to Philadelphia and opened a bakery where he sold, quote, "choice Midland biscuit, varied by occasional offerings of Boston loaf sugar, choice pickled and spiced oysters in kegs." End quote. One of her sons, on the death of Peter Franklin, was appointed by his uncle postmaster of Philadelphia, but he does not appear to have been competent, and was soon superseded by another appointee and given a smaller office under the government. Of all his sisters, the youngest, Jane, was, so Franklin told her, ever my peculiar favorite, and he took pride in the news that she had grown a celebrated beauty. Evidently it was not merely a fraternal view, for the girl was married at 15, the brother writing her upon the event that he had almost determined to send her a tea-table, but When I considered the character of a good housewife was far preferable to that of being only a pretty gentlewoman, I concluded to send you a spinning wheel, which I hope you will accept as a small token of my sincere love and affection." And in this monitory strain, the aged brother of 20 continued, "Sister, farewell, and remember that modesty, as it makes the most homely virtue amiable and charming, so the want of it infallibly renders the most perfect beauty disagreeable and odious. But when that brightest of female virtues shines among other perfections of body and mind in the same person, it makes the woman more lovely than an angel. Excuse this freedom, and use the same with me. I am, dear Jenny, your loving brother." A very large progeny resulted from this marriage, in all of whom Franklin took an interest. "My compliments to my new niece, Miss Abia, and pray her to accept the enclosed piece of gold to cut her teeth. It may afterwards buy nuts for them to crack." He wrote of one arrival, and gave material help to the children as they grew up, aiding one to sell the soap he made, taking a second as an apprentice in his printing office, and afterward assisting in his establishment in that business, endeavoring to get a government position for a third, and, on the marriage of a fourth, sending a gift of £50 lawful money to be laid out in furniture as my sister shall think proper." From this niece he received an exuberant acknowledgment, declaring that, "My heart has ever been susceptible of the warmest gratitude for your frequent benefactions to the whole family, but your last kind, unexpected, as well as undeserved, noble presents in particular to me calls for a particular acknowledgment from me. Accept, then, dearest sir, my most sincere and hearty thanks, with the promise that your kindness shall ever be gratefully remembered, and your donation be made the best use of." Jane herself carried this admiration even to the point of veneration. Yet when absent from her brother, she expressed her regret, "having had time to reflect and see my error, in that I suffered my diffidence, or the awe of your superiority, to prevent the familiarity I might have taken with you, and which your kindness to me might have convinced me would be acceptable." With extreme reverence she wrote to Franklin that, "It is not profanity to compare you to our blessed Savior, who employed much of his time while on earth in doing good to the bodies as well as the souls of men, and I am sure I think the comparison just." This adoration is the more excusable when Franklin's services to her are weighed. Her husband's death left her a large family to rear, and but for Benjamin's constant eking out of her means, it would have fared hard with the widow. She told her brother that her happiness was derived from "your bounty, without which I must have been distressed as much as many others," and assured him that she could not find expressions suitable to acknowledge my gratitude, how I am by my dear brother enabled to live at ease in my old age. "Myself and children have always been a tax upon you," she wrote to him, "but your great and uncommon goodness has carried you cheerfully under it." Nor was Franklin's charity an enforced one. "You always tell me that you live comfortably," he chided, "but I sometimes suspect that you may be too unwilling to acquaint me with any of your difficulties from an apprehension of giving me pain. I wish you would let me know precisely your situation, that I may better proportion my assistance to your wants. Lest you should be straitened during the present winter, I send you $50. And not satisfied that she acknowledged all her needs, he questioned other relatives. "How has my poor sister gone through the winter? Tell me frankly whether she lives comfortably or is pinched. I am afraid she is too cautious of acquainting me with her difficulties, though I am always ready and willing to relieve her when I am acquainted with them." Jane and Benjamin outlived all their brothers and sisters, and Franklin, upon the death of one of the last, said to her, "Of these 13 there now remain but 3. As our number diminishes, let our affection to each other rather increase." In one of her later letters the sister recurred to this, writing, "You once told me, my dear brother, that as our number of brethren and sisters lessened, the affection of those of us that remained should increase to each other. You and I are now left. My affection for you has always been so great, I see no room for increase, and you have manifested yours for me in such large measure that I have no reason to suspect its strength." End quote. Jane Mickham alone, of Josiah Franklin's 17 children, survived the famous son, and in his will Franklin left to her a house and a lot I have in Unity Street, Boston, gave her the yearly sum of £50 sterling, and left a small sum of money to her descendants. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 1, Family Relations, Part 2. "He who takes a wife takes care," runs an aphorism that Poor Richard thought fit to embody in his almanac. And Franklin, from his own experience, might have added, with the humorous quirk he so often used, of his wife's relatives. When he took unto himself a helpmeet, he brought to live with them her mother, who henceforth conducted her trade at his printing shop, making known to her customers through advertisements in her son-in-law's newspaper that, "the widow Reed had removed from the upper end of High Street to the new printing office near the market, where she sold ointments for various ills," that might have been avoided by a better patronage of the Franklin Crown Soap. On the death of Mrs. Reed, he wrote his wife, "I condole with you most sincerely on the death of our good mother, being extremely sensible of the distress and affliction it must have thrown you into. Your comfort will be that no care was wanting on your part towards her, and that she had lived as long as this life could afford her any rational enjoyment. It is, I am sure, a satisfaction to me that I cannot charge myself with having ever failed in one instance of duty and respect to her during the many years that she called me son." A brother and sister of his wife also lived for a time with Franklin, and he aided the former to get a government office. There was some friction, however, with another of her relatives. At first Franklin told him that his visits never had but one thing disagreeable in them, that is, they are always too short. But presently Jimmy Reed endeavored to get, "a small office from me, which I took amiss," and they ceased to be on speaking terms, while the ill feeling was deepened by Franklin's becoming the agent to enforce a business contract in which Reed proved to be delinquent, if not dishonest. Franklin's eldest son, William, was born out of wedlock, but so far as lay within the father's power, he repaired the wrong to which, separated from the influence of both father and mother, the young fellow had let his hard-to-be-governed passion of youth lead him. The boy was reared in Franklin's home, being openly acknowledged and treated as a son. A friend who saw much of the family declared that, "his father is at the same time his friend, his brother, his intimate and easy companion," a sympathetic kindness for which William Franklin thanked his father, saying, "I am extremely obliged to you for your care in supplying me with money, and shall ever have a grateful sense of that, with the other numberless indulgences I have received from your paternal affection." A pleasant glimpse of one parental indulgence is revealed by an advertisement in the father's newspaper. "Strayed about 2 months ago from the northern liberties of this city, a small bay mare, branded I.W. on the near shoulder and buttocks. She, being but little and barefooted, cannot be supposed to be gone far. Therefore, if any of the town boys find her and bring her to the subscriber, they shall, for their trouble, have the liberty to ride her when they please. From William Franklin. Philadelphia, June 17, 1742. As the lad grew up, the parent came to take positive pride in him, writing, "Will is now 19 years of age, a tall, proper youth, and much of a beau." This opinion was echoed by William Strahan, who declared, "Your son, I really think, one of the prettiest young gentlemen I ever knew from America," proving that Franklin's praise was not wholly due to the parental fondness satirized in Poor Richard's lines. Where yet was ever found the mother who'd change her booby for another? As soon as William was old enough, Franklin obtained for him a commission in the provincial forces, in which he served till peace cut off his prospect of advancement in that way. Through the same influence, he was then made postmaster of Philadelphia and next clerk of the General Assembly of Pennsylvania, meantime having been entered as a student of law at the Inns of Court in London. When he accompanied his father to England in 1757 to complete his title to practice as a barrister, Franklin sought to bring about a marriage between him and Miss Mary Stevenson, an English girl to whom he himself became much attached during this visit. The son, however, chose otherwise, and finally, with his father's consent and approbation, he married, so Franklin states, a very agreeable West Indian lady. Meantime, William Franklin had secured the appointment as governor of New Jersey, a selection much disrelished at first by the province, and which, it has been suggested, was given to the son in the hope of winning the father to the government side. This, it is needless to say, it did not effect, but it at least served to seduce the son, and as the rift between the mother country and the colonies widened, the father accused him of having become a thorough government man. When the English government removed Franklin from his postmaster generalship in 1774, he appealed to the son to resign his office, and on his refusal to resent the disgrace which his superiors had sought to inflict on the father, the latter wrote to him bitterly, quote, "You, who are a thorough courtier, see everything with government eyes." End quote. William's loyalty to the English government resulted not only in a complete break with his father and in his imprisonment by the Continental Congress as an active and dangerous Tory, but forced him eventually to leave America and take up his residence in England. On the conclusion of peace, a feeble attempt at a renewal of the old-time relation was made. Franklin wrote his son, quote, "I am glad to find you desire to revive the affectionate intercourse that formerly existed between us. It would be very agreeable to me. Indeed, nothing has hurt me so much and filled me with such keen sensations as to find myself deserted in my old age of my only son, and not only deserted, but to find him taking up arms against me in a cause wherein my good fame, fortune, and life were all at stake." End quote. Yet, in expressing his sorrow thus strongly, the father added, quote, "I ought not to blame you for differing in sentiment with me in public affairs, and I should be glad to see you when convenient." End quote. The two met for a brief moment at Southampton in 1785, when Franklin was returning from France to America. But the endeavor to revive the old relation seems to have been unsuccessful. They never made further attempts to see each other, and in Franklin's will, drawn up 3 years after this meeting, though he left his son certain property in Nova Scotia, he stated, quote, "The part he acted against me in the late war, which is of public notoriety, will account for my leaving him no more of an estate he endeavored to deprive me of." End quote. The affection which Franklin no longer gave to his son he transferred to William's illegitimate child, assuming from the first the relation of father to him. Under his superintendence, the boy was placed at school near London, and during the many years of Franklin's stay in that city, he had the lad often to visit him, telling the father on one occasion, quote, "Temple has been at home with us during the Christmas vacation from school. He improves continually, and more engages the regard of all that are acquainted with him by his pleasing, sensible, manly behavior." End quote. At another time, in making up an account with William Franklin, and noting that the heaviest part is the maintenance and education of Temple, the grandfatherly pride expressed itself in this assertion, quote, "but that his friends will not grudge when they see him." End quote. On Franklin's return to America in 1775, he brought the lad with him, but the boy went to live with his father, taking at the same time the family name in place of that of William Temple, a change pleasing to at least one friend, who wrote Franklin, quote, "I rejoice to hear that he has the addition of Franklin, which I always knew he had some right to, and I hope will prove worthy the honorable appellation." End quote. Temple Franklin, as he was customarily called henceforth, returned soon to live with his grandfather in order to attend college, but the plan was interfered with by Franklin's being sent to France in 1776 and his desire to have the boy go with him. Once in Paris, the young fellow became Franklin's private secretary, and there are frequent references to him in that capacity in Franklin's letters, as, for instance, quote, "My grandson, whom you may remember when a saucy boy at school, is my amanuensis in writing the within letter." End quote. This employment roused sharp criticism both from Franklin's fellow commissioners and from members of Congress, based partly on the questionableness of giving the position to a relative, partly on the lad's youthfulness, and partly on the fact that he was the son of an open and avowed Tory. A motion was even offered in Congress that he should be dismissed, which so exasperated Franklin that he declared warmly, quote, "I am surprised to hear that my grandson, Temple Franklin, being with me, should be an objection against me, and that there is a cabal for removing him. Methinks it is rather some merit that I have rescued a valuable young man from the danger of being a Tory, and fixed him in honest Republican Whig principles, as I think from the integrity of his disposition, his industry, his early sagacity, and uncommon abilities for business, he may in time become of great service to his country. It is enough that I have lost my son. Would they add my grandson? An old man of 70, I undertook a winter voyage at the command of the Congress, and for the public service, with no other attendant to take care of me. I am continued here in a foreign country, where, if I am sick, his filial attention comforts me, and if I die, I have a child to close my eyes and take care of my remains. His dutiful behavior towards me, and his diligence and fidelity in business, are both pleasing and useful to me. His conduct as my private secretary has been unexceptionable, and I am confident the Congress will never think of separating us." End quote. A mere retention in this minor office did not content Franklin, and he lost no opportunity in endeavoring to secure his grandson political preferment. In 1783 he made personal appeals to each one of the peace commissioners to have Temple made secretary of the commission. He wrote to the Continental Congress, asking as a favor to me that the young gentleman should be made a secretary of legation or a chargé. To reinforce this application, he wrote to members known to him, making the same request, and Jefferson tells us that, quote, "the doctor was extremely wounded by the inattention of Congress to his application for him. He expects something to be done as a reward for his services." End quote. Again, he used all his influence to have the grandson made Secretary of the Federal Convention in 1787, and was keenly disappointed when that body selected someone else. No sooner was the national government organized than he applied to Washington for some office for the young man, and seriously resented a refusal to gratify his wish. In the meantime, he had already, in effect, purchased and given to Temple his father's farm in New Jersey, valued at £4,000 sterling, and in his will he left him other property, including his library, and made him his literary executor. In Franklin's paper, the Pennsylvania Gazette, under date of December 13, 1736, appeared the following advertisement. Quote, "Understanding 'tis a current report that my son Francis, who died lately of the smallpox, had it by inoculation, and being desired to satisfy the public in that particular, inasmuch as some people are by that report, joined with others of the like kind, and perhaps equally groundless, deterred from having that operation performed on their children, I do hereby sincerely declare that he was not inoculated, but received the distemper in the common way of infection. And I suppose the report could only arise from its being my known opinion that inoculation was a safe and beneficial practice, and from my having said among my acquaintance that I intended to have my child inoculated as soon as he should have recovered sufficient strength from a flux with which he had been long afflicted. B. Franklin." End quote. The son thus referred to, Francis Folger, who died when he was only 4 years of age, seems to have been his father's favorite. Long after, in referring to a grandson who was declared to be an uncommonly fine boy, Franklin said that the child, quote, brings often afresh to my mind the idea of my son Frankie, though now dead 36 years, whom I have seldom since seen equaled in everything, and whom to this day I cannot think of without a sigh. End quote. The last of Franklin's 3 children was his daughter Sarah, born in 1743, in whom her father took unconcealed pride, assuring his mother that, quote, your granddaughter is the greatest lover of her book and school of any child I ever knew, and is very dutiful to her mistress as well as to us. End quote. Half-jokingly, Franklin proposed a match, when she was a child of 6, between her and the son of his friend William Strahan, and the offer being accepted in the same vein, he frequently sent word of her progress to my son-in-law. Please to acquaint him that his spouse grows finely, he requested, continuing, and will probably have an agreeable person. That with the best natural disposition in the world, she discovers daily the seeds and tokens of industry, economy, and, in short, of every female virtue, which her parents will endeavor to cultivate for him. End quote. 6 years later he said, quote, our daughter Sally is indeed a very good girl, affectionate, dutiful, and industrious, has one of the best hearts, and though not a wit, is, for one of her years, by no means deficient in understanding. End quote. The imposed task of cultivating simple habits of frugality was not an altogether easy one, the girl's mother complaining that Sally had nothing fit to wear suitable for the Philadelphia society into which she began to be drawn, while Sally herself wrote, to ask my papa if some things that I cannot get here, 'tis some gloves, both white and mourning, the last to be of the largest, and he seems to have yielded to the double pressure for finery, for the daughter presently thanked him and said that nothing was ever more admired than my new gown. Yet at no time did Franklin encourage this desire for dress, and when in 1779 Sarah asked him to send her some clothes from Paris, he wrote so reprovingly of her extravagance that she replied, but how could my dear papa give me so severe a reprimand for wishing a little finery? He would not, I am sure, if he knew how much I have felt it. You would have been the last person, I am sure, to have wished to see me dressed with singularity. Though I never loved dress so much as to wish to be particularly fine, yet I never will go out when I cannot appear so as to do credit to my family and husband. Even in death, Franklin consistently sought to teach her simplicity and economy, for in bequeathing to his daughter the King of France's picture, set with 408 diamonds, which had been presented to him upon his leaving the French court, he requested that she would not form any of those diamonds into ornaments, either for herself or daughters, and thereby introduce or countenance the expensive, vain, and useless fashion of wearing jewels in this country. Throughout his whole life the father endeavored to train his child, in his own words, so that she will, in the true sense of the word, be worth a great deal of money, and consequently a great fortune, to her husband. The match with the Strahan boy never got further than the wishes of the parents, and presently Franklin was notified that his daughter had chosen Richard Bach, a Philadelphia merchant, of whom Franklin knew very little, but of whom he hoped that, quote, his expectations are not great of any fortune to be had with our daughter before our death, end quote, and then explained, I can only say that if he proves a good husband to her and a good son to me, he shall find me as good a father as I can be. But at present I suppose you would agree with me that we cannot do more than fit her out handsomely in clothes and furniture, not exceeding in the whole £500 of value. For the rest they must depend, as you and I did, on their own industry and care, as what remains in our hands will be barely sufficient for our support, and not enough for them when it comes to be divided at our decease. Having made this explanation, Franklin left the decision entirely to his wife, who gave her consent to the marriage. Yet the course of true love did not run altogether smoothly, for Bach shortly became bankrupt in his business, upon which the father advised a postponement of the wedding. He was, however, by some influence, speedily won over. But the marriage was not favorably viewed by some, for William Franklin wrote that Mrs. Franklin became angry with our friends for not approving the match, and there even seems to have been some ill feeling within the family over it. Once his daughter was wedded, the father was not wholly consistent in compelling the young people to depend entirely on themselves. He gave Bach £200 sterling towards setting him up in business, very quickly found a berth for him in the post office, which ever proved in Franklin's hands to have an elastic capacity as regarded his relatives, presently made him deputy postmaster general, and for many years let the couple live in his house in Philadelphia at no expense for rent. Furthermore, when Congress removed Bach from his office of Postmaster General, and he was compelled once more to start in business, Franklin, with questionable delicacy, considering his official position in France, exerted influence to secure him business from various French commercial houses. Mrs. Bach, according to Marbois, took a prominent part in the Revolution, in exertions to rouse the zeal of the Pennsylvania ladies, and she made on this occasion such a happy use of the eloquence which you know she possesses, that a large part of the American army was provided with shirts bought with their money and made with their own hands." And the Frenchman continued, "If there are in Europe any women who need a model of attachment to domestic duties and love for their country, Mrs. Bach may be pointed out to them as such." The Marquis de Choiseul echoed this praise by a reference which spoke of her as simple in her manners. Like her respectable father, she possesses his benevolence. She is said, furthermore, to have much resembled Franklin, and was described by Manasseh Cutler in 1787 as a very gross and rather homely lady. On Franklin's final return to America, "My son-in-law came in a boat for us. We landed at Market Street Wharf, where we were received by a crowd of people with huzzas, and accompanied with acclamations quite to my door." During the few remaining years of his life, the Bachs and he made one family, and the father told a friend that, "I too have got into my niche after being kept out of it 24 years by foreign employments, and am again surrounded by my friends with a large family of grandchildren about my knees, an affectionate good daughter and son-in-law to take care of me." Of the Bach children, the eldest and his namesake was the most endeared to Franklin, and even before he had ever seen the boy, his frequent inquiries showed his interest in him. Indeed, his American correspondents quickly learned that they could write nothing which would please him more than news of the little kingbird, or your young Hercules, as he was called. "I came to town with Betsy," wrote William Franklin to his father, "in order to stand for my young nephew. He is not so fat and lusty as some children at his time are, but he is altogether a pretty little fellow, and improves in his looks every day. Mr. Banton stood as proxy for you, and named Benjamin Franklin, and my mother and Betsy were the godmothers." His wife's letters, too, constantly brought the sponsor news of the godchild. Franklin welcomed her news, telling her, "I am much pleased with your little histories of our grandson, and happy in thinking how much amusement he must afford you, and confessing that they made me long to be at home to play with Ben." He rarely failed to send his love to the child, and often some little things for Benny boy, and once he complained that "you have so used me to have something pretty about the boy that I am a little disappointed in finding nothing more of him than that he is gone up to Burlington. Pray give me in your next, as usual, a little of his history." At a dinner in London he reports that "the chiefest toast of the day was Master Benjamin Bach, which the venerable old lady began in a tumbler of mountain." The bishop's lady politely added, "and that he may be as good a man as his grandfather." I said I hoped he would be much better. The bishop, still more complacent than the lady, said, "Will we compound the matter and be contented if he should not prove quite so good?" When Franklin went to France in 1776, he took this grandson with him to give him a little French language and address. With some other ends in view, so soon as he was settled in Paris, he sent him to finish his education at Geneva, as, "I intend him for a Presbyterian as well as a Republican." Here the boy remained 4 years, and then returned to live with his grandfather, who wrote the mother, "I have had a great deal of pleasure in Ben. He is a good, honest lad, and will make, I think, a valuable man. He gains upon my affection daily, and we love him very much." Young Bach came to America with his grandfather, and by his aid was established as a printer, Franklin supplying all the equipment for the office, which he left him in his will, together with other property. In his behalf also he asked Washington for some public office, an application which, by being refused, shared the same fate as that he had made for his other grandson. It was the common feeling of the time that Franklin had used civil office to serve his family more than to serve the public, and so there was sufficient prejudice to make exclusion of his relatives almost a policy with the new government. This discrimination in time led to ill feeling, and eventually Benjamin Franklin Bach became the standard bearer of the journalists who abused Washington. If Benjamin, from this long intimacy, was his favorite of the Bach children, Franklin was unquestionably fond of them all, though the rest were too young to have been more than playthings to him. In writing of his home toward the end of his life, he described his pleasure in, "a dutiful and affectionate daughter, who, together with her husband and 6 children, compose my family. The children are all promising, and even the youngest, who is but 4 years old, contributes to my amusement." And only 2 years before his death he noted, "the addition of a little good-natured girl, whom I begin to love as well as the rest." Nor was the affection of the grandfather unreciprocated, one of Franklin's callers recording that Mrs. Bach had 3 of her children about her, over whom she seemed to have no kind of command, but who appeared to be excessively fond of their grandpapa. Franklin himself tells a story of a child that is worth repeating, as showing the grandsire's feeling. His wife had written of Mrs. Bach's over-severe punishment of one of the children, and the husband had replied, "It was very prudently done of you not to interfere when his mother thought fit to correct him, which pleased me the more, as I feared, from your fondness of him, that he would be too much humored and perhaps spoiled. There is a story of 2 little boys in the street. One was crying bitterly. The other came to him to ask what was the matter. 'I have been,' says he, 'for a pennyworth of vinegar, and I have broken the glass and spilled the vinegar, and my mother will whip me.' 'No, she won't whip you,' says the other. 'Indeed she will,' says he. 'What?' says the other. 'Hadn't you then got near a grandmother?'" At 17 years of age, the runaway apprentice had left his family. From that time he saw but little of them. As agent for Pennsylvania and as minister to France, Franklin was, save for 2 short homecomings, continuously in Europe from 1757 to 1785, and necessarily separated from his wife, and, except as already narrated, from his children and grandchildren. Yet of all his kith and kin he was undoubtedly truly fond, not merely as relatives, but as companions, and not to one does he seem to have been lacking in interest and kindness. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 2, Physique, Theories, and Appetites, Part 1. In his Autobiography, Franklin relates that his father had an excellent constitution of body, was of middle stature, but well set and very strong, qualities all inherited by the son. From the maternal side, the boy derived likewise an excellent constitution, and he asserts that "I never knew either my father or mother to have any sickness but that of which they died, he at 89 and she at 85 years of age." This heritage of soundness and strength was a large element in the success Franklin achieved. He himself took pride that in the printing office where he worked during his first London sojourn, On occasion I carried up and down stairs a large form of types in each hand, when others carried but one in both hands. After he set up as a printer for himself, he often worked till far into the night, a diligence which led a Philadelphian to remark that, quote, "The industry of that Franklin is superior to anything I ever saw of the kind. I see him still at work when I go home from my club, and he is at work again before his neighbors are out of bed." End quote. Even after the necessity for severe labor was over, in his scheme of employment for the 24 hours of a natural day, he allotted for sleep only 6 hours, or those between 10 and 4. If his constitutional and muscular vigor enabled him thus to tax his body, it did not save him from the illnesses his parents had escaped. In 1727, so he states, when I was just past my 21st year, I was taken ill. My distemper was a pleurisy which very nearly carried me off. I suffered a great deal, gave up the point in my mind, and was rather disappointed when I found myself recovering, regretting in some degree that I must now, some time or other, have all that disagreeable work to do over. In 1735 he had a second attack of this complaint, and so serious a character that the left lung suppurated. Prior to these two seizures, too, he thought he had avoided an illness only by, quote, "having read somewhere that cold water, drank plentifully, was good for a fever. And when in the evening I found myself very feverish, I followed the prescription, sweat plentifully most of the night, and the next morning was well again." End quote. This is the more interesting since for many years afterward the usual treatment for fevers involved the entire denial of water to the sufferer. In another way Franklin differed from his own generation in not dreading water. Not merely did he approve of water internally, but externally as well. Swimming, he maintained, was one of the most healthful and agreeable exercises in the world, and if one did not know how to swim, a warm bath, by cleansing and purifying the skin, is found very salutary. I speak from my own experience, frequently repeated, and that of others to whom I have recommended this. End quote. In the year 1778, when suffering from a cutaneous trouble, he says, "I took a hot bath twice a week, 2 hours at a time, with the utmost benefit," and a subsequent neglect, when he hardly bathed in those 3 months, served to bring on a second attack. In the last years of his life, when suffering from a complication of maladies, Cutler relates that he used a warm bath every day in a bathing vessel said to be a curiosity. It is copper, in the form of a slipper. He sits in the heel, and the legs go under the vamp. On the instep he has a place to fix his book, and here he sits and enjoys himself. About the time I left the city of Philadelphia, they chose him president of the Executive Council. His accepting the office is a sure sign of senility. But would it not be a capital subject for an historical painting, the doctor placed at the head of the council board in his bathing slipper? End quote. As Franklin was in advance of his times in the use of water, so, too, he led the way in preaching the value of fresh air. In a letter to his friend Dr. Dubourg, he said, quote, "I greatly approve the epithet which you give, in your letter of the 8th of June, to the new method of treating the smallpox, which you call a tonic or bracing method. I will take occasion from it to mention a practice to which I have accustomed myself. You know the cold bath has long been in vogue here as a tonic. But the shock of the cold water has always appeared to me, generally speaking, as too violent, and I have found it much more agreeable to my constitution to bathe in another element, I mean cold air. With this view, I rise almost every morning and sit in my chamber without any clothes whatever, half an hour or an hour, according to the season, either reading or writing. This practice is not in the least painful, but on the contrary, agreeable, and if I return to bed afterwards, before I dress myself, as sometimes happens, I make a supplement of my night's rest of 1 or 2 hours of the most pleasing sleep that can be imagined. I find no ill consequences whatever resulting from it, and that at least it does not injure my health, if it does not in fact contribute much to its preservation. I shall therefore call it for the future a bracing or a tonic bath." End quote. This theory he is to be found advocating constantly. Another means of preserving health to be attended to is the having a constant supply of fresh air in your bedchamber, he averred. It has been a great mistake, the sleeping in rooms exactly closed and in beds surrounded by curtains. No outward air that may come into you is so unwholesome as the unchanged air, so often breathed, of a close chamber. Elsewhere he wrote, "Physicians, after having for ages contended that the sick should not be indulged with fresh air, have at length discovered that it may do them good. It is therefore to be hoped that they may in time discover likewise that it is not harmful to those who are in health, and that we may then be cured of the aerophobia that at present distresses weak minds and makes them choose to be stifled and poisoned rather than leave open the window of a bedchamber or put down the glass of a coach." A most amusing glimpse of his proselytizing is given in John Adams's Autobiography. During a journey in 1776, quote, "At Brunswick but one bed could be procured for Dr. Franklin and me, and a chamber little larger than the bed, without a chimney and with only one small window. The window was open, and I, who was an invalid and afraid of the air of night, shut it close. 'Oh,' says Franklin, 'don't shut the window. We shall be suffocated.' I answered I was afraid of the evening air. Dr. Franklin replied, 'The air within this chamber will soon be, and indeed is now, worse than that without doors. Come, open the window and come to bed, and I will convince you. I believe you are not acquainted with my theory of colds.' Opening the window and leaping into the bed, I said I had read his letters to Dr. Cooper, in which he had advanced that nobody ever got cold by going into a cold church or any other cold air, but the theory was so little consistent with my experience that I thought it a paradox. However, I had so much curiosity to hear his reasons that I would run the risk of a cold. The doctor then began to harangue upon air and cold and respiration and perspiration, with which I was so much amused that I soon fell asleep and left him and his philosophy together, but I believe they were equally sound and insensible within a few minutes after me, for the last words I heard were pronounced as if he were more than half asleep. I remember little of the lecture, except that the human body, by respiration and perspiration, destroys a gallon of air in a minute, that 2 such persons as were now in that chamber would consume all the air in it in an hour or 2, that by breathing over again the matter thrown off by the lungs and the skin, we should imbibe the real cause of colds, not from abroad, but from within." End quote. Even Franklin, however, could have a surfeit of air, and he described an experience on the frontier which his liking for fresh air brought upon him. "As to our lodging," he related, "it is on deal feather beds, in warm blankets, and much more comfortable than when we lodged at our inn the first night after we left home. For, the woman being about to put very damp sheets on the bed, we desired her to air them first. Half an hour afterwards she told us the bed was ready, and the sheets well aired. I got into bed, but jumped out immediately, finding them as cold as death, and partly frozen. She had aired them indeed, but it was out upon the hedge. I was forced to wrap myself up in my greatcoat and woolen trousers." "He that lives carnally won't live eternally," Poor Richard assured his readers, and he reinforced this with the couplet, "Against diseases here, the strongest fence is the defensive virtue, abstinence." Elsewhere he makes his opinion more specific by declaring that a full belly is the mother of all evil, and advises that to lengthen thy life, lessen thy meals, for 3 good meals a day is bad living. This caution the proverb maker himself seems to have regarded early in life. At 16 years of age, he says, I happened to meet with a book written by one Tryon recommending a vegetable diet. I determined to go into it. My brother, being yet unmarried, did not keep house, but boarded himself and his apprentices in another family. My refusing to eat flesh occasioned an inconveniency, and I was frequently chid for my singularity. I made myself acquainted with Tryon's manner of preparing some of his dishes, such as boiling potatoes or rice, making hasty pudding, and a few others, and then proposed to my brother that if he would give me weekly half the money he paid for my board, I would board myself. He instantly agreed to it, and I presently found that I could save half what he paid me. Such was Franklin's enthusiasm for the theory that he became not merely a disciple, but a propagandist of Tryon, and in entering Samuel Keimer's employment as a journeyman printer, he so worked upon his employer, who was a great glutton, that he agreed to try the practice if I would keep him company. I did so, and we held it for 3 months. We had our victuals dressed and brought to us regularly by a woman in the neighborhood, who had from me a list of 40 dishes to be prepared for us at different times, in all of which there was neither fish, flesh, nor fowl, and the whim suited me the better at this time from the cheapness of it, not costing us above 18 pence sterling each per week. I have since kept several Lents most strictly, leaving the common diet for that, and that for the common, abruptly, without the least inconvenience, so that I think there is little in the advice of making those changes by easy gradations. I went on pleasantly, but poor Keimer suffered grievously, tired of the project, longed for the flesh pots of Egypt, and ordered a roast pig. He invited me and 2 women friends to dine with him, but it being brought too soon upon the table, he could not resist the temptation, and ate the whole before we came. Undoubtedly, as all this indicated, economy was quite as strong a motive with Franklin as abstemiousness, for he tells of his taking lodgings in London where our supper was only half an anchovy each on a very little strip of bread and butter, and half a pint of ale between us, because of its greater economy. But though motives of thrift induced him to sup thus frugally, he seems to have had as well a special prejudice against the late suppers that the fashion of early dining then made customary. Dine with little, sup with less, do better still, sleep supperless, he recommends, for eat few suppers and you'll need few medicines. In the same vein he told a correspondent, "In general, mankind, since the improvement of cookery, eat about twice as much as nature requires. Suppers are not bad if we have not dined, but restless nights naturally follow hearty suppers after full dinners. Indeed, as there is a difference in constitutions, some rest well after these meals. It costs them only a frightful dream and an apoplexy, after which they sleep till doomsday." Nothing is more common in the newspapers than instances of people who, after eating a hearty supper, are found dead abed in the morning. He even carried his theory so far as to approve of a physician who prescribes abstinence for the cure of consumption. He must be clever because he thinks as we do. "I saw few die of hunger," poor Richard affirmed. "Of eating, 100,000. This moderation, taught by maxim and example, was due to discretion rather than to desire, and though poor Richard insisted that all should eat to live and not live to eat, his double, as time wore on, failed to live up to his own good advice, and such temperance as he exercised was due to motives of economy rather than to control of appetite. "The poor man," he said, "must walk to get meat for his stomach, the rich man to get a stomach for his meat." And when opportunity or prosperity enabled him to gratify his appetite, he had occasion often to reprove himself for his want of self-control as a trencherman. His father trained him, he states, so that little or no notice was ever taken of what related to the victuals on the table, whether it was well or ill dressed, in or out of season, of good or bad flavor, preferable or inferior to this or that thing of the kind, so that I was brought up in such a perfect inattention to those matters as to be quite indifferent to what kind of food was set before me, and so unobservant of it that, to this day, if I am asked, I can scarcely tell in a few hours after dinner what I dined upon." Nonetheless, Franklin had a very positive relish for his food. He tells an amusing story of how he came first to abandon vegetarianism when, on a voyage from Boston, being becalmed off Block Island, our people set about catching cod and hauled up a good many, which Franklin deemed a kind of unprovoked murder. But I had formerly been a great lover of fish, and when this came hot out of the frying pan, it smelt admirably well. I balanced some time between principles and inclination, till I recollected that, when the fish were opened, I saw smaller fish taken out of their stomachs. Then thought I, if you eat one another, I don't see why we mayn't eat you. So I dined upon cod very heartily, and continued to eat with other people, returning only now and then occasionally to a vegetable diet. So convenient a thing it is to be a reasonable creature, since it enables one to find or make a reason for everything one has a mind to do. End quote. This anecdote is not the only evidence that Franklin thoroughly enjoyed the palatable things of life. In a voyage across the Atlantic in 1726, he states that the pilot brought on board about a peck of apples with him that seemed the most delicious I ever tasted in my life. The salt provisions we had been used to gave them a relish. On the frontier, 30 years later, he thanked his wife for a supply of provisions, telling her, "We have enjoyed your roast beef, and this day began on the roast veal. I agree that they are both the best that ever were of the kind. Your citizens that have their dinner hot and hot know nothing of good eating. We find in it much greater perfection when the kitchen is 80 miles from the dining room. The apples are extremely welcome, and do bravely to eat after our salt pork. The minced pies are not yet come to hand." Again, when in England, he apparently craved certain American dishes, for his wife wrote him, "I have sent to you 2 barrels of apples, which I hope will prove good. I could not get some Indy meal and buckwheat flour, but I shall by the next opportunity." Such shipments were evidently a yearly practice, for a 12-month before this Franklin had written to his wife, "The buckwheat and Indian meal are come safe and good. They will be a great refreshment to me this winter, for since I cannot be in America, everything that comes from thence comforts me a little, as being something like home. The dried peaches are excellent, those dried without their skins. The parcel in their skins are not so good. The apples are the best I ever had, and came with the least damage. The sturgeon you mentioned did not come, but that is not so material." Perhaps the frankest indication of Franklin's personal likings is afforded in his acknowledgment that many people are fond of accounts of old buildings and monuments, but for one, I confess that if I could find in any Italian travels a receipt for making Parmesan cheese, it would give me more satisfaction than a transcript of any inscription from any old stone whatever. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 2, Physique, Theories, and Appetites, Part 2. Franklin began life equally temperate in the use of liquor. He set so good an example to his beer-drinking fellow-journeymen in London that they christened him the Water American, and Poor Richard has many a wise saw and maxim inculcating the evil of wine-bibbing. Yet here again it seems to have been more a matter of prudence than of preference. At the time he adopted vegetarianism, the lad wrote an essay for the New England Courant on the vice of drunkenness, the better to reclaim the good fellows who usually pay the devotions of the evening to Bacchus. But his disapproval was not extreme, for the sage of 16 maintained, "I doubt not but moderate drinking has been improved for the diffusion of knowledge among the ingenious part of mankind, who want the talent of a ready utterance in order to discover the conceptions of their minds in an entertaining and intelligible manner. 'Tis true, drinking does not improve our faculties, but it enables us to use them, and therefore I conclude that much study and experience and a little liquor are of absolute necessity for some tempers in order to make them accomplished orators." So, too, he seems never to have been a total abstainer. When only 19 years of age, he discussed a business matter at a tavern over the Madeira, and in time developed a decided predilection for this particular wine, a taste reproved by a feminine friend who wrote to him when he was suffering from one of his attacks of the gout. Quote, I own I thought you much indisposed when I saw you in Craven Street, and I allow that I was conceited enough to think I could have prescribed better things than Madeira and Curacao. Not that I am an enemy to either in a healthy state or in some diseases, but you appeared to me to have, at the time you took them, too much on your stomach of the nature of sour to take any more without being more injured than benefited, though taken with your usual moderation. End quote. To his friend Strahan, Franklin laughingly confessed, You will say my advice smells of Madeira. You are right. This foolish letter is mere chit-chat between ourselves over the second bottle. Elsewhere, in speaking of finding some flies in a bottle of Madeira, which revived after months of imprisonment, he expressed the wish, if it were possible, quote, to invent a method of embalming drowned persons in such a manner that they may be recalled to life at any period, however distant, for having a very ardent desire to see and observe the state of America 100 years hence, I should prefer to any ordinary death the being immersed in a cask of Madeira wine with a few friends till that time, to be then recalled to life by the solar warmth of my dear country. End quote. Nor was this particular beverage the only one for which Franklin showed a liking. As time wore on, the poor Richard who advised his readers to drink water, put money in your pocket, and leave the dry bellyache in the punch bowl, apparently recanted, for he printed in his almanac the following doggerel. Boy, bring a bowl of china here, fill it with water cool and clear, decanter with Jamaica ripe, and spoon of silver clean and bright. Sugar twice fined in pieces cut, knife, sieve, and glass in order put, bring forth the fragrant fruit, and then we're happy till the clock strikes 10. Franklin speaks of himself, on one occasion, as put in a good humor by a glass or two of champagne. And presumably it was in another such moment when he composed the drinking song printed in facsimile. To a French abbé and intimate he wrote, late in life, quote, My Christian brother, be kind and benevolent like God, and do not spoil his good work. He made wine to gladden the heart of men. Do not, therefore, when at table you see your neighbor pour wine into his glass, be eager to mingle water with it. Why would you drown truth? Do not then offer water except to children. 'Tis a mistaken piece of politeness, and often very inconvenient. I give you this hint as a man of the world, and I will finish as I began, like a good Christian, in making a religious observation of high importance, taken from the Holy Scriptures. I mean that the Apostle Paul counseled Timothy very seriously to put wine into his water for the sake of his health, but that not one of the apostles or holy fathers ever recommended putting water into wine. End quote. No one knew better than Franklin the results of undue eating and drinking, but as he made Madame Gout say of himself, quote, You philosophers are sages in your maxims and fools in your conduct. End quote. Referring to an illness, he said, But as this speedy recovery is, as I am fully persuaded, owing to the extreme abstemiousness I have observed for some days past at home, I am not without apprehension that, being to dine abroad this day, tomorrow, and next day, I may inadvertently bring it on again. At another time he took note of a week's diet and health, and he chronicles that after dining at Dolly's, a famous London chop-house, he felt symptoms of cold, fullness. Dinner the day following brought on a cold, in which he takes some pride because he had predicted it. Still continuing to eat, he the next morning recalls that he had a very bad night and a little soreness of throat. This induced him to diet, even to the foregoing of his dinner, and he ends his record with the words, Had a good night, am better. Another illness he blames to his having eaten a hearty supper, much cheese, and drank a good deal of champagne. Yet again, he dined and drank rather too freely at Madame Darcy's, with the resulting little pain in my great toe. This lessening of his early austerity as to food and drink led in time to a corpulence over which Franklin joked not a little. In 1757 he described himself to a friend as a fat old fellow. In the Craven Street Gazette he styles himself Dr. Fatsides, refers in the same sheet to the great person, so called from his enormous size, and explains a non-attendance at church by the fact that the great person's broad-built bulk lay so long abed that it was too late to dress. His increase of flesh, as he here suggested, brought with it a physical indolence. As early as 1749, Franklin confesses to a little natural indolence, and in speaking of a business matter which called for a journey, he wrote, "I am grown almost too lazy to undertake it." 15 years later, apropos of an intended visit, he told a friend, "I love ease more than ever, and by daily using your horses, I can be of service to you and them by preventing their growing too fat and becoming restive." He was not his only accuser in this respect. John Adams, in 1778, said of him, quote, "Franklin loves his ease, hates to offend, and seldom gives any opinion till obliged to do it. But if he is left here alone, even with such a secretary, and all maritime and commercial as well as political affairs and money matters are left in his hands, I am persuaded that France and America will both have reason to repent it. He is not only so indolent that business will be neglected, but you know that although he has as determined a soul as any man, yet it is his constant policy never to say yes or no decidedly, but when he cannot avoid it." End quote. In this opinion, apparently, Franklin joined, for he told a friend, "I find the various employments of merchant, banker, judge of admiralty, consul, etc., etc., besides my ministerial functions, too multifarious and too heavy for my old shoulders, and have therefore requested Congress that I may be relieved. For in this point I agree even with my enemies, that another may easily be found who can better execute them." Franklin himself believed that he had become intellectually idle. "For my own part," he says, "everything of difficult discussion, and that requires close attention of mind and an application of long continuance, grows rather irksome to me, and where there is not some absolute necessity for it, as in the settlement of accounts, or the like, I am apt to indulge the indolence usually attending age in postponing such business from time to time, though continually resolving to do it." At first, Franklin combated his tendency to physical ease by forcing himself to take exercise. "Dr. Fatsides made 469 turns in his dining room," he chronicled in the Craven Street Gazette, and that this was habitual is implied by an entry in John Adams' diary, where it is recorded that, quote, "Dr. Franklin, upon my saying the other day that I fancied he did not exercise so much as he was wont, answered, 'Yes, I walk a league every day in my chamber. I walk quick, and for an hour, so that I go a league. I make a point of religion of it.'" End quote. Even so late as 1771, his sister, in writing to Mrs. Franklin, said, quote, "We shall neither of us now attain to what my brother writes me of himself, that he has lately walked 10 miles without resting, and is in fine health, which I am sure you and I join in blessing God for." End quote. About the same date, too, Franklin wrote his son concerning the dumbbell, quote, "By the use of it I have in 40 swings quickened my pulse from 60 to 100 beats in a minute, counted by a second watch, and I suppose the warmth generally increases with the quickness of the pulse." End quote. If Franklin did not live according to Poor Richard's maxims, he at least illustrated some of them. "Be temperate in wine, in eating, girls, and sloth, or the gout will seize you and plague you both," his almanac for 1734 warned its patrons. As early as 1749, the disease was upon him, but in a mild form, and he was quickly able to tell his mother that, quote, "My leg, which you inquire after, is now quite well." End quote. From this time, during the next 20 years, he had once in 2 or 3 years a slight fit of the gout, which generally terminated in a week or 10 days. These attacks, like his first, were not serious, and in 1768 he wrote his wife, "I have had but one touch of the gout, and that a light one, since I left you. It was just after my arrival here, so that this is the 4th winter I have been free." A year later he reiterated this, saying, "I am now and have been all this winter in very good health, thanks to God. I only once felt a little admonition, as if a fit of the gout would attack me, but it did not." In 1770 he did not fare so well. "As to myself," he said, "I had, from Christmas till Easter, a disagreeable giddiness hanging about me, which, however, did not hinder me from being about and doing business. In the Easter holidays, being at a friend's house in the country, I was taken with a sore throat, and came home half strangled. From Monday till Friday I could swallow nothing but barley water, and the like. On Friday came on a fit of the gout, from which I had been free 5 years. Immediately the inflammation and swelling in my throat disappeared, my foot swelled greatly, and I was confined about 3 weeks, since which I am perfectly well. The giddiness and every other disagreeable symptom have quite left me." Again, in 1772, he explained his lack of news because, "being gouty of late, seldom going into the city." Evidently the ailment was still of a mild form, for he told Mrs. Franklin, "I thank you for your advice about putting back a fit of the gout. I shall never attempt such a thing. Indeed, I have not much occasion to complain of the gout, having had but 2 slight fits since I last came to England." Upon his return to America in 1775, Franklin noted that, "I immediately entered the Congress, where, and with the Committee of Safety, I sat a great part of that year and the next, 10 or 12 hours a day, without exercise." This served to bring on another attack, which is of special interest because of its relation to a bigger event. As is well known, Franklin was appointed one of the committee to prepare a Declaration of Independence on June 10th, yet 11 days later he wrote, "I am recovering from a severe fit of gout, so that I know little of what has passed there in Congress, except that a Declaration of Independence is preparing." Sent to Canada a little later in this same year, the travel and exposure so told upon him that he "sat down to write to a few friends by the way of farewell, for I begin to apprehend that I have undertaken a fatigue that at my time of life may prove too much for me. I find I grow daily more feeble. Some symptoms of the gout now appear, which makes me think my indisposition has been a smothered fit of that disorder which my constitution wanted strength to form completely." He himself believed that he owed his life to the care given him by his traveling companion, John Carroll, a Catholic priest, and how he later rewarded the kindness is told elsewhere. Late in 1776, Franklin sailed for Europe as commissioner to the court of France, and scarcely had he entered upon his duties when his chronic malady came upon him. One of his fellow commissioners was forced to apologize to the French Foreign Office because, "the treaty with the farmers general has been retarded on account of Dr. Franklin's illness." And Franklin cautioned a correspondent, "Don't be proud of this long letter. A fit of the gout, which has confined me 5 days and made me refuse to receive company, has given me a little time to trifle." In 1779, another seizure further interfered with his diplomatic duties. "A severe fit of the gout, with too much business at the same time necessary to be done," he gives as his difficulties, but says elsewhere, "I don't complain much, even of the gout, which has harassed me, because they say that is not so much a disease as a remedy." And he jokingly ends, "There seems, however, some incongruity in a plenipotentiary who can neither stand nor go." From this time Franklin's gout seriously interfered with his ministerial duties. In going to court in 1780, he records in his diary that he was "much fatigued by the going twice up and down the palace stairs from the tenderness of my feet and weakness of my knees, therefore did not go the rounds." And a year later he noted, went to court and performed the round of levees, though with much pain and difficulty through the tenderness and feebleness of my feet and knees." Another 12 months forced him to apologize, "for not having paid my devoirs at Versailles, because, since my last severe fit of the gout, my legs have continued so weak that I am hardly able to keep pace with the ministers, who walk fast, especially in going up and down stairs." From that time he was always represented at court by his grandson. Franklin's treatment of his gout was decidedly original. "I forgot to acquaint you," he told his friend Dr. Small, "that I had treated it (my gout) a little cavalierly in its last 2 accesses. Finding one night that my foot gave me more pain after it was covered warm in bed, I put it out of bed naked, and perceiving it easier, I let it remain longer than I at first designed, and at length fell asleep, leaving it there till morning. The pain did not return, and I grew well. Next winter, having a second attack, I repeated the experiment, not with such immediate success in diminishing the gout, but constantly with the effect of rendering it less painful, so that it permitted me to sleep every night. I should mention that it was my son who gave me the first intimation of this practice. He being in the old opinion that the gout was to be drawn out by transpiration, and having heard me say that perspiration was carried on more copiously when the body was naked than when clothed, he put his foot out of bed to increase that discharge, and found ease by it, which he thought a confirmation of the doctrine. But this method requires to be confirmed by more experiments before one can conscientiously recommend it." If the gout was Franklin's chronic disorder, it by no means saved him from other maladies of the flesh. In 1755 he wrote a relative, "I have been ill these 8 days, confined to my room and bed most of the time, but am now getting better." Soon after his arrival in England in 1757, he was seized with an intermittent fever, "got from making experiments over stagnant waters, which continued to harass me by frequent relapses." No sooner was he well from this than, "I had a violent cold and something of a fever, and it was not long before I had another severe cold, which continued longer than the first, attended by great pain in my head, the top of which was very hot, and when the pain went off, very sore and tender. These fits of pain continued sometimes longer than at others, seldom less than 12 hours, and once 36 hours. I was now and then a little delirious. They cupped me on the back of the head, which seemed to ease me for the present. I took a great deal of bark, both in substance and infusion, and too soon thinking myself well, I ventured out twice to do a little business and forward the service I am engaged in, and both times got fresh cold and fell down again. My good doctor, Fothergill, grew very angry with me for acting contrary to his cautions and directions, and obliged me to promise more observance for the future. I took so much bark in various ways that I began to abhor it. I durst not take a vomit for fear of my head, but at last I was seized one morning with a vomiting and purging, the latter of which continued the greater part of the day, and I believe was a kind of crisis to the distemper, carrying it clear off, for ever since I feel quite lightsome, and am gathering strength. So I hope my seasoning is over, and that I shall enjoy better health during the rest of my stay in England." Clearly, Franklin had forgotten poor Richard's admonition to "be not sick too late, nor well too soon." As early as 1755, his eyesight was more or less affected, and 4 years later he was wearing glasses, for he "could not find a woman friend at the oratorio in the Foundling Hospital, though I looked with all the eyes I had, not excepting even those I carried in my pocket." In 1776 he complains that, "my eyes will now hardly serve me to write by night," and from this time on he was compelled to use the double spectacles which he invented for his own benefit, the upper half of the lens being curved for distant vision and the lower half for reading. With his waxing flesh came a certain clumsiness of body, which resulted in 1763, while on a journey, in a bad fall, from which he had barely recovered when he repeated the accident, and, "put my shoulder out. It is well reduced again, but is still affected with constant, though not very acute, pain. I am not yet able to travel rough roads, and must lie by a while, as I can neither hold reins nor whip with my right hand till it grows stronger." If travel was responsible for this first mishap, it served Franklin in better part upon other occasions. "I wrote you that I have been very ill lately. I am now nearly well again, but feeble," he chronicled in 1766. "Tomorrow I set out with my friend Dr. Pringle, now Sir John, on a journey to Pyrmont, where he goes to drink the waters, but I hope more for the air and the exercise, having been used, as you know, to have a journey once a year, the want of which last year has, I believe, hurt me, so that, though I was not quite to say sick, I was often ailing last winter and throughout the spring." In this hope he was not disappointed, for upon his return he informed a correspondent, "I have only time to assure you that I have been extremely hearty and well ever since my return from France, the complaints I had before I went on that tour being entirely dissipated, and fresh strength and activity, the effects of exercise and change of air, have taken place." The beneficial results, however, were by no means lasting, for very quickly he was "meditating a journey somewhere, perhaps to Bath or Bristol, as I begin to find a little giddiness in my head, a token that I want the exercise I have yearly been accustomed to. I was," he records at this time, "sometimes vexed with an itching on the back, which I observed particularly after eating freely of beef. And sometimes, after long confinement at writing, with little exercise, I have felt sudden pungent pains in the flesh of different parts of the body, which I was told was scorbutic. A journey used to free me of them. My constitution," he observed, "and too great confinement to business during the winter seemed to require the air and exercise of a long journey once a year, which I have now practiced for more than 20 years past." End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 2, Physique, Theories, and Appetites, Part 3. During a trip to Ireland in 1773, "after a plentiful dinner of fish the first day of my arrival," Franklin was taken sick, and though not invalidated, he did not altogether recover for 4 or 5 weeks. "On my return, I first observed a kind of scab or scurf on my head about the bigness of a shilling. Finding it did not heal, but rather increased, I mentioned it to my friend Sir J.P., who advised a mercurial water to wash it, and some physic. It slowly left that place, but appeared in other parts of my head. He also advised my abstaining from salt meats and cheese, which advice I did not much follow, often forgetting it." A forgetfulness of poor Richard as well, for the almanac maker had counseled, "Cheese and salt meat should be sparingly eat." This skin disease was increased by his voyage to America in 1775, during which he necessarily ate more salt meat than usual. The diet and his sedentary life in Congress brought on frequent giddiness. He suffered much from a number of large boils, and apprehended dropsy. In his passage to France in 1776, "I lived chiefly on salt beef, the fowls being too hard for my teeth. But being poorly nourished, I was very weak at my arrival. Boils continued to vex me, and the scurf extending over the small of my back, on my sides, my legs, and my arms, besides what continued under my hair, I applied to a physician, who ordered me Mr. Belosto's pills, and an infusion of a root called . I took the infusion a while, but it being disagreeable and finding no effect, I omitted it. I continued to take the pills, but finding my teeth loosening, and that I had lost 3, I desisted the use of them. I found that bathing stopped the progress of the disorder. I therefore took the hot bath twice a week, 2 hours at a time, till this last summer. It always made me feel comfortable as I rubbed off the softened scurf in the warm water, and I otherwise enjoyed exceeding good health. I stated my case to Dr. Ingenhouse, and desired him to show it to Sir J.P. and obtain his advice. They sent me from London some medicine, but Dr. Ingenhouse proposed to come over soon, and the affair not pressing, I resolved to omit taking the medicine till his arrival. In July 1778, the disorder began to diminish, at first slowly, but afterwards rapidly, and by the beginning of October it had quitted entirely my legs, feet, thighs, and arms, and my belly. A very little was left on my sides, more on the small of my back, but the whole daily diminishing." The disobedience to the orders and advice of his various doctors, already recorded, make Franklin's views on the profession worth glancing at, and possibly his reason for the neglect is to be found in his declaration that, "there are more old drunkards than old doctors." "He is the best physician that knows the worthlessness of the most medicines," asserted Poor Richard, for "many dishes, many diseases, many medicines, few cures." And even these few cures the almanac maker was apparently not willing to give to the profession, for he claims that, "God heals and the doctor takes the fees." In one of Franklin's squibs he quotes with evident approval the "Italian epitaph upon a poor fool that killed himself with quacking, 'I was well, I would be better, I took the physic and died,'" and that this really represented his opinion of most drugs is shown in another instance. Jefferson relates an incident which occurred during a discussion in the Continental Congress over a partial suspension of the Non-Importation Association. "I was sitting by Dr. Franklin, and observed to him that I thought we should accept books, that we ought not to exclude science, even coming from an enemy. He thought so too, and I proposed the exception, which was agreed to. Soon after it occurred that medicine should be accepted, and I suggested that also to the doctor. 'As to that,' said he, 'I will tell you a story. When I was in London in such a year there was a weekly club of physicians, of which Sir John Pringle was president, and I was invited by my friend Dr. Fothergill to attend when convenient. Their rule was to propose a thesis one week and discuss it the next. I happened there when the question to be considered was whether physicians had, on the whole, done most good or harm. The young members, particularly, having discussed it very learnedly and eloquently till the subject was exhausted, one of them observed to Sir John Pringle that although it was not usual for the president to take part in a debate, yet they were desirous to know his opinion on the question. He said they must first tell him whether, under the appellation of physicians, they meant to include old women. If they did, he thought they had done more good than harm, otherwise more harm than good." Yet during all his life Franklin's closest friends were, for the most part, medical men. In Philadelphia, Thomas Bond, Phineas Bond, John Bard, Thomas Cadwallader, and John Jones; in London, Sir John Pringle, Sir William Watson, John Fothergill, William Hewson, and Edward Bancroft; and on the Continent, Barbu Dubourg, Ingenhouse, and Guillotin were among his greatest intimates and co-workers. Upon one occasion, in writing to his honored father and mother, he told them, "I apprehend I am too busy in prescribing and meddling in the doctor's sphere when any of you complain of ails in your letters. But as I always employ a physician myself when any disorder arises in my family, I submit implicitly to his orders in everything, so I hope you consider my advice, when I give any, only as a mark of my good will, and put no more of it in practice than happens to agree with what your doctor directs." He refers also as an object lesson to Lord Chatham, of whom "it is said that his constitution is totally destroyed and gone, partly through the violence of the disease, and partly by his own continual quacking with it." During the last year of his life, too, he drew up a plan for a medical school. In another way, Franklin proved that his girds at physicians and medicine did not wholly represent his real opinion. In 1751, his autobiography states, quote, Dr. Thomas Bond, a particular friend of mine, conceived the idea of establishing a hospital in Philadelphia. But the proposal, being a novelty in America and at first not well understood, he met with but small success. At length he came to me with the compliment that he found there was no such thing as carrying a public-spirited project through without my being concerned in it. I inquired into the nature and probable utility of his scheme, and receiving from him a very satisfactory explanation, I not only subscribed to it myself, but engaged heartily in the design of procuring subscriptions from others. Previously, however, to the solicitation, I endeavored to prepare the minds of the people by writing on the subject in the newspapers, which was my usual custom in these cases, but which he had omitted." Not content with these newspaper articles, Franklin later drew up and published in pamphlet form, "Some account of the Pennsylvania Hospital," from which it is learned that his subscription was £25, and that for a number of years he was one of the Board of Governors. He also succeeded in obtaining a grant of funds from the Assembly by a shrewd bit of management, and long after he declared, "I do not remember any of my political maneuvers, the success of which gave me at the time more pleasure, or wherein, after thinking of it, I more easily excused myself for having made use of cunning." Nothing, perhaps, better showed his attitude toward all quacks than a service he rendered in 1784. Mesmer, after being discredited in Vienna, chiefly at the hands of Franklin's friend Ingenhousz, came to Paris in 1778 and began the practice of his pretended cure-all, but with very slight success, Franklin himself then happening to be the moment's fashion. In time, however, his seances became, in the words of one writer, the affaire du bon ton, while another declared that, all the world wished to be magnetized. Such was the craze that a mere deputy of Mesmer is said to have cleared £100,000 within 6 months, and the frenzy became so serious that the government finally interfered. A commission was appointed, made up of the 4 leading physicians of the faculty of Paris, to which 5 members of the Royal Academy were added, of whom Franklin was named first, and such well-known men and scientists as Leroy, de Bory, Guillotin, and Lavoisier associated with him. After investigation, they made a report which, in Jefferson's words, gave the compound of fraud and folly its death wound. Mesmer's thesis that in mankind there was, but one nature, one distemper, and one remedy, received humorous though destructive treatment at the hands of these scientists. The commission, recognizing the action of the imagination upon the animal frame and the consequent nervous influence over disease, were able to repeat all Mesmer's alleged cures, not by his methods, but by simply making his patients believe that they were employing his methods. More destructive still, they pointed out that there was nothing new in the alleged science, all Mesmer's experiences and processes having been practiced fully a century before he claimed their discovery. The bubble was pricked, and Mesmer disappeared, to die long after, quite forgotten. Another charlatan with whom Franklin came in contact about this time was the pretended Count Cagliostro, who later was to win a notoriety as great as Mesmer's in connection with the diamond necklace affair, but who at this time was still an obscure doctor. He was recommended to Franklin by his friend Briand during an illness, but whether he ever treated him with his secret remedy for the gravel is not known. The tendency to form gravel or stone, for which Franklin needed medical aid, was probably inherited, for his father Josiah had died of the trouble, and his brother John had been a long sufferer from it. With Franklin it seems to have first developed in 1783, when his grandson Temple notified Vergennes that, "My grandfather's gravel has now turned into the gout, which prevents his appearing at court today as he intended." And Franklin apologized to the minister because, "being now disabled by the stone, which in the easiest carriage gives me pain, I find I can no longer pay my devoirs personally at Versailles, which I hope will be excused." A little later he wrote to John Jay, "It is true, as you have heard, that I have the stone, but not that I had thoughts of being cut for it. It is as yet very tolerable. It gives me no pain but when in a carriage on the pavement, or when I make some sudden quick movement. If I can prevent its growing larger, which I hope to do by abstemious living and gentle exercise, I can go on pretty comfortably with it to the end of my journey, which can now be at no great distance. I am cheerful, enjoy the company of my friends, sleep well, have sufficient appetite, and my stomach performs well its functions. The latter is very material to the preservation of health. I therefore take no drugs, lest I should disorder it. You may judge that my disease is not very grievous, since I am more afraid of the medicines than of the malady." End quote. As this extract indicates, Franklin took his suffering cheerily. "As to myself," he told one friend, "I continue as hearty as at my age could be expected, and as cheerful as ever you knew me." And to another he expressed the hope that he might live as long as I have done, and with as much health, who continue as hearty as a buck, with a hand still steady, as they may see by this writing. To still a third he wrote, "For my own part, I do not find that I grow any older. Being arrived at 70, and considering that by traveling farther in the same road I should probably be led to the grave, I stopped short, turned about, and walked back again, which done these 4 years, you may now call me 66. Advise these old friends of ours to follow my example. Keep up your spirits, and that will keep up your bodies. You will no more stoop under the weight of age than if you had swallowed a handspike." His manner of attaining such a frame of mind was simple. Quote, "One means of becoming content with one's situation is the comparing it with a worse. Thus, when I consider how many terrible diseases the human body is liable to, I comfort myself that only 3 incurable ones have fallen to my share, viz., the gout, the stone, and old age, and these have not yet deprived me of my natural cheerfulness, my delight in books, and enjoyment of social conversation." End quote. An amusing assistant to the Royal Commission in giving a quietus to mesmerism was the invention, just at the time that craze was highest, of a balloon, with a consequent shifting of interest by the fickle Paris public. Franklin himself followed the experiments of Montgolfier, the inventor, with the closest attention, not merely because of his scientific interest, but as well because of a personal one. "The progress made in the management of balloons," he told a correspondent, "has been rapid, yet I fear it will hardly become a common carriage in my time, though, being easiest of all voitures, it would be extremely convenient to me, now that my malady forbids the use of old ones over a pavement." The pain all motion gave Franklin at one time threatened to call his continuance in France, even after Congress had consented to his return, for his French friends insisted that he could not bear the journey, and the sufferer himself hesitated. The difficulty was finally overcome by the kindness of Marie Antoinette. "When I was at Passy," Franklin recorded, "I could not bear a wheel carriage, and being discouraged from my project of descending the Seine in a boat by the difficulties and tediousness of its navigation in so dry a season, I accepted the offer of one of the king's litters carried by large mules. I found the motion did not much incommode me. It was one of the queen's, carried by 2 very large mules, which walked steadily and easily, so that I bore the motion very well. I came to Havre de Grace in a litter," he wrote a friend from Portsmouth, "and hither in the packet-boat, and instead of being hurt by the journey or voyage, I really find myself very much better, not having suffered so little for the time these 2 years past. I was not in the least inconvenienced by the voyage, but my children and my friend Mr. Villard were very sick." In this connection, it is interesting to note that Franklin was apparently never a victim to seasickness in any of his 8 ocean crossings. His voyage to America appears to have benefited him as much as travel always did. He accepted public offices and fulfilled their duties, and he seemed indeed to take pride in what strength yet remained to him, for in showing a friend a book, "so large that it was with but the greatest difficulty the doctor was able to raise it from the low shelf and lift it on to the table, with that senile ambition common to old people, he insisted on doing it himself, and would permit no person to assist him, merely to show us how much strength he had remaining." Yet evidences of his physical disabilities were not wanting. As President of Pennsylvania, he had to be carried to the State House in a litter, and in the Federal Convention he had all his speeches read by his colleague James Wilson, it being inconvenient to the doctor to remain on his feet. In 1788, a material change occurred in his health, of which he sent word to Iggenhaus. You may remember the cutaneous malady I formerly complained of, and for which you and Dr. Pringle favored me with prescriptions and advice. It vexed me near 14 years, and was at the beginning of this year as bad as ever, covering almost my whole body, except my face and hands. When a fit of the gout came on, without very much pain, but a swelling in both feet, which at last appeared also in both knees, and then in my hands. As these swellings increased and extended, the other malady diminished, and at length disappeared entirely. Those swellings have some time since begun to fall, and are now almost gone. Perhaps the cutaneous disease may return, or perhaps it is worn out. I may hereafter let you know what happens. I am on the whole much weaker than when it began to leave me." Another 12-month, "found me very ill with a severe fit of the stone, which followed a fall I had on the stone steps that lead into my garden, whereby I was much bruised and my wrist sprained, so as to render me incapable of writing for several weeks." From the consequences of this fall the doctor did not recover, and henceforth was obliged to spend the most of his time in bed. Of his health he wrote, late in 1789, "I can give you no good account. I have a long time been afflicted with almost constant and grievous pain, to combat which I have been obliged to have recourse to opium, which indeed has afforded me some ease from time to time, but then it has taken away my appetite, and so impeded my digestion that I am become totally emaciated, and little remains of me but a skeleton covered with a skin." His friends urged him to have an operation performed, but he refused, and John Adams stated, "On the question, for example, whether to be cut for the stone, the young, with a longer prospect of years, think these overbalance the pain of the operation. Dr. Franklin, at the age of 80, thought his residuum of life not worth that price. I should have thought with him, even taking the stone out of the scale." In April, 1790, Franklin was seized with the illness which terminated his life, an account of which was drawn up by his attending doctor, John Jones. "The stone, with which he had been afflicted for several years, had for the last 12 months confined him chiefly to his bed, and during the extremely painful paroxysms he was obliged to take large doses of laudanum to mitigate his tortures. Still, in the intervals of pain, he not only amused himself with reading and conversing cheerfully with his family and a few friends who visited him, but was often employed in doing business of a public as well as private nature with various persons who waited on him for that purpose, and in every instance displayed not only that readiness and disposition of doing good which was the distinguishing characteristic of his life, but the fullest and clearest possession of his uncommon mental abilities, and not infrequently indulged himself in those jeux d'esprit and entertaining anecdotes which were the delight of all who heard him. About 16 days before his death he was seized with a feverish indisposition, without any particular symptoms attending it, till the 3rd or 4th day, when he complained of a pain in the left breast, which increased till it became extremely acute, attended with a cough and laborious breathing. During this state, when the severity of his pain drew forth a groan of complaint, he would observe that he was afraid he did not bear them as he ought, acknowledged his grateful sense of the many blessings he had received from that Supreme Being who had raised him from small and low beginnings to such high rank and consideration among men, and made no doubt but his present afflictions were kindly intended to wean him from a world in which he was no longer fit to act the part assigned him. In this frame of body and mind he continued till 5 days before his death, when his pain and difficulty of breathing entirely left him, and his family were flattering themselves with the hopes of his recovery, when an imposthummation, which had formed itself in his lungs, suddenly burst, and discharged a great quantity of matter, which he continued to throw up while he had sufficient strength to do it. But as that failed, The organs of respiration became gradually oppressed, a calm, lethargic state succeeded, and on the 17th of April, 1790, about 11 o'clock at night, he quietly expired, closing a long and useful life of 84 years and 3 months." According to John Adams, "It was the opinion of his own physician, Dr. Jones, he fell a sacrifice at last, not to the stone, but to his own theory, having caught a violent cold which finally choked him, by sitting for some hours at a window, with the cold air blowing upon him." 9 men in 10 are suicides, asserted Poor Richard. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 3, Education, Part 1. If the commonly accepted use of the term education as a synonym for the word schooling were adopted in the case of Franklin, there would be little need to consider this side of his personality. "I was put to the grammar school at 8 years of age," he states, "and remained there not quite 1 year, though in that time I had risen gradually from the middle of the class of that year to be the head of it, and further was removed into the next class above it, in order to go with that into the third at the end of the year. But my father, in the meantime, from a view of the expense of a college education, which having so large a family he could not well afford, and the mean living many so educated were afterwards able to obtain, reasons that he gave to his friends in my hearing, altered his first intention, took me from the grammar school, and sent me to a school for writing and arithmetic, kept by a then famous man, Mr. George Brownell, very successful in his profession generally, and that by mild, encouraging methods. Under him I acquired fair writing pretty soon, but I failed in the arithmetic and made no progress in it." Thus began and ended all the regular tuition Franklin ever received, but slight as it was, he never forgot its benefits, and in his will was the clause, "I was born in Boston, New England, and owe my first instructions in literature to the free grammar schools established there. I therefore give £100 sterling to my executors, to be by them paid over to the managers or directors of the free schools in my native town of Boston, to be by them put out to interest, and so continued at interest forever, which interest annually shall be laid out in silver medals, and given as honorary rewards annually by the directors of the said free schools belonging to the said town, in such manner as to the discretion of the selectmen of the said town shall seem meet." "The doors of wisdom are never shut," affirmed Poor Richard, and if Franklin was a pupil for only 2 years, he seems never to have ceased to be a student. The same proverb maker asserted that God helps them that help themselves, and by continuous self-culture his creator became almost encyclopedic in his knowledge and one of the best informed and most learned men of his generation. As early as 1756, John Adams had heard of "Mr. Franklin of Philadelphia, a prodigious genius, cultivated with prodigious industry." Franklin advised, "Read much, but not too many books." But as he himself said, "We may give advice, but we cannot give conduct." And during his whole life he was an omnivorous devourer of books. In his Autobiography he mentions, "My early readiness in learning to read, which must have been very early, as I do not remember when I could not read." The taste was the more remarkable when the literature at his command is considered. From the inventory of his father's property it is learned that Josiah Franklin died possessed of 2 large Bibles, a concordance, Willard's Complete Body of Divinity, as dull a folio of nearly 1,000 pages as was probably ever printed, written by the clergyman who married Josiah and Abiah Franklin, and a parcel of small books, more fully described by Franklin, who said, quote, "My father's little library consisted of books in polemic divinity, most of which I read, and have since often regretted that at the time when I had such a thirst for knowledge, more proper books had not fallen in my way." End quote. Yet even in this parcel of dry-as-dust theology, the boy found some things to enjoy. Quote, "Plutarch's Lives there was, in which I read abundantly, and I still think that time spent to great advantage. There was also a book of Dr. Foe's called An Essay on Projects, and another of Dr. Mather's called Essays to Do Good, which perhaps gave me a turn of thinking that had an influence on some of the principal future events of my life. This little tractate made so great an impression on the youthful mind that full 70 years after reading it, Franklin wrote to the author's son, quote, 'Permit me to mention one little instance, which, though it relates to myself, will not be quite uninteresting to you. When I was a boy, I met with a book entitled Essays to Do Good, which I think was written by your father. It had been so little regarded by a former possessor that several leaves of it were torn out, but the remainder gave me such a turn of thinking as to have an influence on my conduct through life, for I have always set a greater value on the character of a doer of good than on any other kind of reputation, and if I have been, as you seem to think, a useful citizen, the public owes the advantage of it to that book." End quote. Whatever might be the paucity of his father's library, the boy had a natural bent for reading and could not be kept from books. "From a child," he declared, "I was fond of reading, and all the little money that came into my hands was ever laid out in books. Pleased with the Pilgrim's Progress, my first collection was of John Bunyan's works in separate little volumes. I afterwards sold them to enable me to buy R. Burton's historical collections. They were small chapman's books, and cheap, 40 or 50 in all." End quote. The taste was no doubt whetted by the influence of his Uncle Benjamin, who lived for a time in Boston, and who took not a little interest in the intellectual development of his namesake. Before the boy was 5 years of age, his uncle began sending him monitory poems, acrostics, and letters of advice. He was not merely a confirmed scribbler, but a book collector as well, and many years after his death, Franklin became possessed of part of his library by a curious chance. "Yesterday a very odd accident happened," he wrote, "which I must mention to you as it relates to your grandfather. A person that deals in old books, of whom I sometimes buy, acquainted me that he had a curious collection of pamphlets bound in 8 volumes folio and 24 volumes quarto and octavo, which he thought from the subjects I might like to have, and that he would sell them cheap. I desired to see them, and he brought them to me. On examining, I found that they contained all the principal pamphlets and papers on public affairs that had been printed here from the Restoration down to 1715. In one of the blank leaves at the beginning of each volume, the collector had written the titles of the pieces contained in it and the price they cost him, also notes in the margin of many of the pieces, and the collector, I find, from the handwriting and various other circumstances, was my Uncle Benjamin. Wherefore I the more readily agreed to buy them. I suppose he parted with them when he left England and came to Boston, which was about the year 1716 or 1717, now more than 50 years since. In whose hands they have been all this time I know not. The oddity is that the bookseller, who could suspect nothing of any relation between me and the collector, should happen to make me the offer of them. It was this bookish inclination which at length determined my father to make me a printer, Franklin states, and one of the incidental advantages of the trade to him was that I now had access to better books. An acquaintance with the apprentices of booksellers enabled me sometimes to borrow a small one, which I was careful to return soon and clean. Often I sat up in my room reading the greatest part of the night when the book was borrowed in the evening and to be returned early in the morning, lest it should be missed or wanted. And after some time an ingenious tradesman, Mr. Matthew Adams, who had a pretty collection of books and who frequented our printing house, took notice of me, invited me to his library, and very kindly lent me such books as I chose to read." End quote. Another advantage which the apprenticeship brought the lad was some money to spend. As already told, Franklin, when he became a vegetarian, agreed with his brother, that if he would give me weekly half the money he paid for my board, I would board myself. He instantly agreed to it, and I presently found that I could save half what he paid me. This was an additional fund for buying books." In this way, the boy amassed a considerable library. Though he sold some of his books to raise a little money as a preliminary to becoming a runaway apprentice, those that were left were in sufficient number to secure him notice from an important personage. "The then governor of New York, Burnet, son of Bishop Burnet, hearing from the captain that a young man, one of his passengers, had a great many books, desired that he would bring me to see him. The governor treated me with great civility, showed me his library, which was a very large one, and we had a good deal of conversation about books and authors. This was the second governor who had done me the honor to take notice of me, which to a poor boy like me was very pleasing." This bookishness brought a broadening and cultivation that made the boy sensitive to his previous failure in arithmetic, and "now it was that, being on some occasion made ashamed of my ignorance in figures, which I had failed in learning when at school, I took Cocker's book of arithmetic and went through the whole by myself with great ease. I also read Sellers and Shermy's books of navigation, and became acquainted with the little geometry they contained, but never proceeded far in that science." Henceforth, Franklin seems to have been a good accountant, and to have taken especial enjoyment in the problems offered by mathematics. Although he acknowledged that they were merely difficiles nugget, incapable of any useful application, he confessed to the late learned Mr. Logan that, "in my younger days, having once some leisure, which I still think I might have employed more usefully, I had amused myself in making magic squares, and at length had acquired such a knack at it that I could fill the cells of any magic square of reasonable size with a series of numbers as fast as I could write them, disposed in such a manner as that the sums of every row, horizontal, perpendicular, or diagonal, should be equal. But not being satisfied with these, which I looked on as common and easy things, I had imposed on myself more difficult tasks, and succeeded in making other magic squares with a variety of properties and much more curious." What is more, when Logan called his attention to a square of even greater complexity, "not being willing to be outdone, even in the size of my square, I went home and made that evening a magical square of 16, which Franklin deemed to be the most magically magical of any magic square ever made by any magician. In this the properties were, and here in the text are shown the two magic squares described. 1. That every straight row, horizontal or vertical, of 8 numbers added together makes 260, and half each row, half 260. 2. That the bent row of 8 numbers ascending and descending diagonally, viz., from 16 ascending to 10, and from 23 descending to 17, and every one of its parallel bent rows of 8 numbers makes 260. Also, the bent row from 52 descending to 54, and from 43 ascending to 45, and every one of its parallel bent rows of 8 numbers makes 260. Also, the bent row from 45 to 43 descending to the left, and from 23 to 17 descending to the right, and every one of its parallel bent rows of 8 numbers makes 260. Also, the bent row from 52 to 54 descending to the right, and from 10 to 16 descending to the left, and every one of its parallel bent rows of 8 numbers makes 260. Also, the parallel bent rows next to the above mentioned, which are shortened to 3 numbers ascending and 3 descending, etc., as from 53 to 4 ascending and from 29 to 44 descending, make, with the 2 corner numbers, 260. Also, the 2 numbers 14, 61 ascending and 36, 19 descending, with the lower 4 numbers situated like them, viz., 50, 1 descending and 32, 47 ascending, makes 260. And lastly, the 4 corner numbers with the 4 middle numbers make 260. Not contented with this, he composed also a magic circle consisting of 8 concentric circles and 8 radial rows, filled with a series of numbers from 12 to 75 inclusive, so disposed as that the number of each circle or each radial row being added to the central number 12, they make exactly 360. The brief time spent by Franklin in London as a journeyman printer was very important to him in an intellectual sense because of an opportunity it afforded him. Quote, "While I lodged in Little Britain, I made an acquaintance with one Wilcox, a bookseller, whose shop was at the next door. He had an immense collection of second-hand books. Circulating libraries were not then in use, but we agreed that, on certain reasonable terms, which I have now forgotten, I might take, read, and return any of his books. This I esteemed a great advantage, and I made as much use of it as I could." End quote. In this arrangement probably lay the germ of one of Franklin's worthiest undertakings. Upon his return to Philadelphia after his London sojourn, he, quote, "formed most of my ingenious acquaintance into a club of mutual improvement called the Junto, of a half-debating and half-social character, which was the best school of philosophy, morality, and politics that then existed in the province, for our queries, which were read the week preceding their discussion, put us upon reading with attention upon the several subjects, that we might speak more to the purpose, and here, too, we acquired better habits of conversation, everything being studied in our rules which might prevent our disgusting each other. About 1730, a proposition was made by me that, since our books were often referred to in our disquisitions upon the queries, it might be convenient to us to have them all together where we met, that upon occasion they might be consulted, and by thus clubbing our books to a common library, we should, while we liked to keep them together, have each of us the advantage of using the books of all the other members, which would be nearly as beneficial as if each owned the whole. It was liked and agreed to, and we filled one end of the room with such books as we could best spare. The number was not so great as we expected, and though they had been of great use, yet some inconveniences occurred for want of due care of them. The collection, after about a year, was separated, and each took his books home again. And now I set on foot my first project of a public nature, that for a subscription library. I drew up the proposals, got them put into form by our great scrivener, Brockton, and, by the help of my friends in the Junto, procured 50 subscribers of 40 shillings each to begin with, and 10 shillings a year for 50 years, the term our company was to continue. We afterwards obtained a charter, the company being increased to 100. This was the mother of all the North American subscription libraries, now so numerous. It has become a great thing itself, and continually increasing. These libraries have improved the general conversation of the Americans, made the common tradesmen and farmers as intelligent as most gentlemen from other countries, and perhaps have contributed in some degree to the stand so generally made throughout the colonies in defense of their privileges." End quote. After the library was well started, Franklin continued to work for it in many ways. He aided it to obtain books from Europe, served as secretary for several years, and was for long a director. But the institution amply repaid his trouble, for in his own words, quote, "This library afforded me the means of improvement by constant study, for which I set apart an hour or two each day, and thus repaired in some degree the loss of the learned education my father once intended for me. Reading was the only amusement I allowed myself." End quote. In the last year of his life, the library company outgrew its quarters, and he was asked by the then Board of Trustees, in recognition of the fact that the people of Philadelphia were, quote, "indebted to Dr. Franklin for the first idea, as well as execution of the plan of a public library," end quote, to write an inscription to be placed in the new building, which should, quote, "perpetuate a grateful remembrance of it," end quote. Franklin accordingly prepared a draft, but carefully omitted any mention of himself in the proposed inscription, and he even wrote it at first without the words "cheerfully," and at the instance of one of them. However, in compliance with the urging of the members, he added them, though, quote, he still thinks it would be better without them, end quote. The committee accepted his essay, but inserted a line properly commemorating his share. As Franklin was instrumental in founding a circulating library, that those not possessing books might obtain the use of them, so he made his own collection of books serve a similar purpose. But he seems to have been as heedless a lender of books as the proverbial borrower is, and recurrent advertisements in his paper show his lapses of memory and his attempts to jog the equally forgetful minds of those he had obliged. Quote, "The person that borrowed B. Franklin's law book of this province is hereby desired to return it, he having forgot to whom he lent it." Quote, "Lent some time since a book entitled Campbell's Vitruvius Britannicos, the person who has it is desired to return it to the printer hereof, also the first volume of Clarendon's History." Quote, "Lent above a 12-month ago the second volume of Select Trials for murders, robberies, rapes, sodomy, coining, frauds, and other offenses at the Sessions House in the Old Bailey, which not being returned to the owner, he desires the person who has the book in possession to send it to the printer of this paper." Quote, "Lent to Captain Lowry, and left by him in the hands of some of his acquaintance in Philadelphia, the second volume of State Trials, wrote on the title page, William Shaw. The person who has it is requested to bring it to the printer hereof." Quote, "Lent and forgot to whom Wood's Institutes of the Laws of England, folio. The person that has it is desired to return it to the printer hereof." Quote, "Lent but forgot to whom the second volume of Pamela, also the first volume of the Turkish Spy. The persons that have them are desired to send them to the post office." End quotes. Franklin's counsel to a woman friend probably gives his own system of reading. Quote, "I would advise you," he said, "to read with a pen in your hand, and to enter in a little book short hints of what you find that is curious or that may be useful, for this will be the best method of imprinting such particulars in your memory, where they will be ready either for practice on some future occasion, if they are matters of utility, or at least to adorn and improve your conversation, if they are rather points of curiosity. And as many of the terms of science are such as you cannot have met with them in your common reading, and may therefore be unacquainted with, I think it would be well for you to have a good dictionary at hand, to consult immediately when you meet with a word you do not comprehend the precise meaning of. This may at first seem troublesome and interrupting, but it is a trouble that will daily diminish, as you will daily find less and less occasion for your dictionary, as you become more acquainted with the terms. And in the meantime you will read with more satisfaction, because with more understanding. When any point occurs in which you would be glad to have farther information than your book affords you, I beg you would not in the least apprehend that I should think it a trouble to receive and answer your questions. It will be a pleasure and no trouble. For though I may not be able, out of my own little stock of knowledge, to afford you what you require, I can easily direct you to the books where it may most readily be found." End quote. His own experience served to teach Franklin that a strong mind needs no schooling to develop it, and that a poor mind is not strengthened by study. Poor Richard made merry over the many witty men whose brains cannot fill their bellies, and over those who would live by their wits, but break for want of stock. "A learned blockhead is a greater blockhead than an ignorant one," he asserted, and claimed that "of learned fools I have seen 10 times 10. Of unlearned wise men I have seen 100. Yet Franklin was far from showing the usual contempt of the self-taught man for an academic education. On his settling in Philadelphia, he found, quote, "2 things which I regretted, and one of these was there being no provision for the complete education of youth. I therefore in 1743 drew up a proposal for establishing an academy." End quote. But the country then being engaged in a war, he let the scheme lie for a time dormant. Peace made, he resumed the project in good earnest. Quote, "The first step was to associate in the design a number of active friends. The next was to write and publish a pamphlet entitled Proposals Relating to the Education of Youth in Pennsylvania." End quote. In this he outlined what presumably was his ideal of an education. There was to be a house in a high and dry situation, not far from a river, having a garden, orchard, meadow, and a field or two, a library, and an equipment of scientific apparatus. The scholars were to live plainly and temperately, and to be, quote, frequently exercised in running, leaping, wrestling, and swimming. As to their studies, it would be well if they could be taught everything that is useful and everything that is ornamental. But art is long and their time is short. It is therefore proposed that they learn those things that are likely to be most useful and most ornamental, regard being had for the several professions for which they are intended. End quote. Franklin's own predilection went no further than to procure the means of a good English education, and he particularly insisted in his pamphlet that the rector of the school should be a correct, pure speaker and writer of English. Quote, a number of my friends to whom I communicated the proposal concurred with me in these ideas, but other persons of wealth and learning, whose subscription and countenance we should need, being of opinion that it ought to include the learned languages, I submitted my judgment to theirs, retaining, however, a strong prepossession in favor of my first plan, and resolving to preserve as much of it as I could, and to nourish the English school by every means in my power. End quote. In aid of this, he published in 1751 a scheme of an English school, and as president of the trustees, did what he could to prevent his purpose from being stifled by an undue regard for classical learning. But though, in the words of a contemporary, Franklin was the soul of the whole project, he could not prevent the waning of one or the waxing of the other. The Reverend William Smith, who became rector by Franklin's choice and influence, gave him no aid in his fight against the dead languages, and allowed the English school to lapse. As if this were not a sufficient miscarriage of Franklin's hopes, the Academy, as it grew into a college, became an organ of politics, and a hotbed from which issued many of the pamphlet and newspaper attacks on its chief founder and the party with which he was associated, the rector himself being the most active in the paper war. With far more bitterness than was usual with Franklin, he wrote of these attacks, quote, before I left Philadelphia, everything to be done in the Academy was privately preconcerted in a cabal, without my knowledge or participation, and accordingly carried into execution. The schemes of public parties made it seem requisite to lessen my influence wherever it could be lessened. The trustees had reaped the full advantage of my head, hands, heart, and purse in getting through the first difficulties of the design, and when they thought they could do without me, they laid me aside. I wish success to the schools, nevertheless, and am sorry to hear that the whole number of scholars does not at present exceed 140. End quote. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 3, Education, Part 2. After the Revolution, when the old local contests were dead and buried, Franklin, upon his return to America, received an address of welcome from the institution he had been so largely instrumental in founding, now become the University of Pennsylvania, and was promptly elected president of the trustees, the same position he had held almost 50 years before. His views on the subject of ancient and modern learning had not changed, however, and almost the last paper ever penned by him was one entitled Observations Relative to the Intentions of the Original Founders of the Academy in Philadelphia, which is a plea for an English rather than a classical education, and which, in his usual happy manner, he brought to an end with an anecdote to point his argument. There is in mankind, he wrote, an unaccountable prejudice in favor of ancient customs and habitudes, which inclines to the continuance of them after the circumstances which formerly made them useful cease to exist. A multitude of instances might be given, but it may suffice to mention one. Hats were once thought a useful part of a dress. They kept the head warm and screened it from the violent impression of the sun's rays, and from the rain, snow, hail, etc. Gradually, however, as the wearing of wigs and hair nicely dressed prevailed, the putting on of hats was disused by genteel people, lest the curious arrangements of the curls and powdering should be disordered, and umbrellas began to supply their place. Yet still, our considering the hat as a part of the dress continues so far to prevail that a man of fashion is not thought dressed without having one, or something like one, about him, which he carries under his arm. So that there are a multitude of the politer people in all the courts and capital cities of Europe who have never, nor their fathers before them, worn a hat otherwise than as a chapeau bras, though the utility of such a mode of wearing it is by no means apparent, and it is attended not only with some expense, but with a degree of constant trouble. The still prevailing custom of having schools for teaching generally our children in these days the Latin and Greek languages I consider therefore in no other light than as the chapeau bras of modern literature. The Philadelphia Academy was only the principal of Franklin's endeavors to foster education, and he gave time and money in aid of several institutions. With others, he labored to make education commoner by establishing an English school at Reading, York, Easton, Lancaster, Hanover, and Skippack. He was a member of the Society for the Education of the Germans in Pennsylvania. In 1760 he became one of what were termed Dr. Bray's associates, having for an object the founding of schools for the education of Negroes and Indians, and he served for a time as chairman of the society. After the Revolution he outlined in a letter to Washington a scheme for the improvement of free Negroes, which included a committee of education that was to superintend the school instruction of the children of free blacks. It is amusing to note that once he was made to contribute to an educational scheme of which he disapproved. Whitefield, the itinerant preacher, was inspired by a sight of the miserable situation of the new colonists in Georgia with the idea of building an orphan house there, in which the helpless children might be supported and educated. Quote, I did not disapprove of the design, but as Georgia was then destitute of materials and workmen, and it was proposed to send them from Philadelphia at a great expense, I thought it would have been better to have built the house here and brought the children to it. This I advised, but he was resolute in his first project, rejected my counsel, and I therefore refused to contribute. I happened soon after to attend one of his sermons, in the course of which I perceived he intended to finish with a collection, and I silently resolved he should get nothing from me. I had in my pocket a handful of copper money, 3 or 4 silver dollars, and 5 pistoles in gold. As he proceeded, I began to soften, and concluded to giving the coppers. Another stroke of his oratory made me ashamed of that, and determined me to give the silver. And he finished so admirably that I emptied my pocket wholly into the collector's dish, gold and all. End quote. An interesting educational view he held was on women's training, and one far in advance not merely of his time, but even of today. Having established a printer in South Carolina on a profit-sharing agreement, his decease threatened a loss to Franklin, but, quote, the business was continued by his widow, who, being born and bred in Holland, where, as I have been informed, the knowledge of accounts makes a part of female education, she not only sent me as clear a state as she could find of the transactions past, but continued to account with the greatest regularity and exactness every quarter afterwards, and managed the business with such success that she not only brought up reputably a family of children, but at the expiration of the term was able to purchase of me the printing house and establish her son in it. I mention this affair chiefly for the sake of recommending that branch of education for our young females, as likely to be of more use to them and their children in case of widowhood than either music or dancing, by preserving them from losses by imposition of crafty men, and enabling them to continue, perhaps, a profitable mercantile house, with established correspondence, till a son is grown up fit to undertake and go on with it, to the lasting advantage and enriching of the family. End quote. Franklin put more stress on this practical training for women than he did on even the elements of education. Though he told his wife that he wished his daughter, Sally, would be a little more careful of her spelling. Of one correspondent he asked, quote, "Why do you never write to me? I used to love to read your letters, and I regret your long silence. They were seasoned with good sense and friendship, and even your spelling pleased me. Polly knows I think the worst spelling the best." End quote. So when Jane Meekum asked him to "pray forgive the very bad spelling and every other defect, and don't let it mortify you that such a scrawl came from your sister," he answered, "You need not be concerned in writing to me about your bad spelling, for in my opinion, as our alphabet now stands, bad spelling, or what is so called, is generally the best, as conforming to the sound of the letters and of the words." Then, as usual, to reinforce his own opinion, he goes on with a story. Quote, "A gentleman received a letter in which were these words: 'Not finding Brown at home, I delivered your message to his Y.F.' The gentleman, finding it bad spelling, and therefore not very intelligible, called his lady to help him read it. Between them they picked out the meaning of all but the Y.F., which they could not understand. The lady proposed calling her chambermaid, because Betty, says she, has the best knack at reading bad spelling of any one I know. Betty came in and was surprised that neither sir nor madam could tell what Y.F. was. Why, she says, Y.F. spells wife. What else can it spell? And indeed it is a much better as well as shorter method of spelling wife than W-I-F-E, which in reality spells W-I-F-E. "I think," his sister replied, "sir and madam were very deficient in sagacity that they could not find out Y.F. as well as Betty, but sometimes the Bettys have the brightest understanding." End quote. As this would suggest, Franklin early became a spelling reformer, and went so far as to prepare a new alphabet, thinking a reformation not only necessary but practicable, though he foresaw that it must come gradually, if at all. And as one step toward making clear the absurdity of English spelling, he drew up his petition of the letter Z, in which he complains, quote, "that he is not only actually placed at the tail of the alphabet, when he had as much right as any other to be at the head, but is by this injustice of his enemies totally excluded from the word wise, and his place injuriously filled by a little hissing, a crooked, serpentine, venomous letter called S, when it must be evident to your worship and to all the world that W-I-S-E does not spell wise, but wice. Your petitioner therefore prays that the alphabet may by your censorial authority be reversed, and that in consideration of his long suffering and patience he may be placed at the head of it, and S may be turned out of the word wise, and the petitioner employed instead of him." End quote. As his attitude toward the classics suggests, Franklin did not set high value on college training. One of Mrs. Dogood's letters, contributed by the printer's apprentice to his brother's newspaper shortly after his father had reached the decision not to send his son to Harvard, discusses that temple of learning, and the New England tendency of every peasant who had the wherewithal to send one of his children at least to this famous place, in which, as most of them consulted their own purses instead of their children's capacities, I observed a great many, yea, the most part of those who were traveling thither were little better than dunces and blockheads, so that after graduation many of them from henceforth for want of patrimony lived as poor as church mice, being unable to dig and ashamed to beg, and to live by their wits it was impossible. End quote. 62 years after this was written, in a little account of the American Indians, Franklin told a story evidently intended to illustrate his averment that, quote, "most of the learning in use is of no great use," and to show the difference between book knowledge and real knowledge. At an Indian treaty in 1744, he relates, quote, "After the principal business was settled, the commissioners from Virginia acquainted the Indians by a speech that there was at Williamsburg a college with a fund for educating Indian youth, and that if the Six Nations would send down half a dozen of their young lads to that college, the government would take care that they should be well provided for and instructed in all the learning of the white people." "We are convinced," the Indians replied, "that you mean to do us good by your proposal, and we thank you heartily. But you, who are wise, must know that different nations have different conceptions of things, and you will therefore not take it amiss if our ideas of this kind of education happen not to be the same as yours. We have had some experience of it. Several of our young people were formerly brought up at the colleges of the northern provinces. They were instructed in all your sciences, but when they came back to us they were bad runners, ignorant of every means of living in the woods, unable to bear cold or hunger, knew neither how to build a cabin, take a deer, nor kill an enemy, spoke our language imperfectly, were therefore neither fit for hunters, warriors, nor counselors. They were totally good for nothing. We are, however, not the less obliged by your kind offer, though we decline accepting it. And to show our grateful sense of it, if the gentlemen of Virginia will send us a dozen of their sons, we will take great care of their education, instruct them in all we know, and make men of them." End quote. In a more concrete form, too, Franklin testified to the slight value he placed upon college training. He saw to it that both his son William and his nephew James were properly taught, but he sent neither to a university. When William Franklin put his son into the Pennsylvania College, the grandfather did not hesitate to withdraw him that he might take him to France, thus ending his further education. So, too, with his other grandson, though having a choice of all the universities of Europe, he gave him only an ordinary education at a school in Geneva. Joke as Franklin would, however, at Mr. Fogg, who explains English by Greek, and at the man who was so learned that he could name a horse in 9 languages, so ignorant that he bought a cow to ride on. One of the compliments which especially pleased him was the recognition of his contributions to science by the colleges. When Yale and Harvard both gave him the degree of Master of Arts, he was proud that, quote, "without studying at any college, I came to partake of their honors." End quote. And when the universities of St. Andrews, Edinburgh, and Oxford in succession conferred on him the degrees of LL.D. or D.C.L., he was heedful to advertise the new honors on the title pages of his books. Franklin's disapproval of the dead languages was not akin to that of the fox for the grapes. Though the boy had only 1 year at the Boston Grammar School, most of the do-good letters were headed by a quotation from Cicero, Seneca, Terence, or some other Latin author of repute. In the years following, however, he seems to have paid more attention to other tongues and allowed his knowledge of Latin to grow rusty. He says in his Autobiography, quote, "I had begun in 1733 to study languages. I soon made myself so much a master of the French as to be able to read the books with ease. I then undertook the Italian. An acquaintance who was also learning it used often to tempt me to play chess with him. Finding this took up too much of the time I had to spare for study, I at length refused to play any more, unless on this condition, that the victor in every game should have the right to impose a task, either in parts of the grammar to be got by heart, or in translations, etc., which tasks the vanquished was to perform on honor before our next meeting. As we played pretty equally, we thus beat one another into that language. I afterwards, with a little painstaking, acquired as much of the Spanish as to read their books also. But when I had attained an acquaintance with the French, Italian, and Spanish, I was surprised to find, on looking over a Latin Testament, that I understood more of that language than I had imagined, which encouraged me to apply myself again to the study of it, and I met with the more success, as those preceding languages had greatly smoothed my way. From these circumstances, I have thought there was some inconsistency in our common mode of teaching languages. We are told that it is proper to begin first with Latin, and having acquired that, it will be more easy to attain those modern languages which are derived from it, and yet we do not begin with the Greek in order more easily to acquire the Latin. It is true that if we can clamber and get to the top of the staircase without using the steps, we shall more easily gain them in descending, But certainly if we begin with the lowest, we shall with more ease ascend to the top, and I would therefore offer it to the consideration of those who superintend the education of our youth, whether, since many of those who begin with the Latin quit the same after spending some years without having made any great proficiency, and what they have learned becomes almost useless, so that their time has been lost, would it not have been better to have begun with the French, proceeding to the Italian, etc.? For, lo, after spending the same time they should quit the study of languages and never arrive at the Latin, they would, however, have acquired another tongue or two that, being in modern use, might be serviceable to them in common life." In thus acquiring languages, Franklin was far from learning to speak or even to write them. During his first trip to France in 1767, he was compelled to rely on an interpreter in his social intercourse, and it was probably on this visit that his lack of facility in French occasioned an amusing incident. Franklin attended one of the meetings of the French Academy, and not being able to understand the speaker, yet not choosing to show it, he adopted a subterfuge of watching a friend, Madame de Boufflers, and applauding whenever she gave evidence of approval. Unfortunately, the lady liked best certain eulogistic remarks on the visitor, and thus Franklin clapped his own praises the loudest. On his being sent to France in 1776 as a commissioner from America, he set himself to learn to speak and write French, but he was now a man of 70, and it did not come easily to him. The British ambassador, who kept close watch on his proceedings, reported to his government anent an interview of Franklin with the Duc de Choiseul, "It is very possible that Madame de Belgioso was desired to act as interpreter, as Franklin does not speak French with any facility." After he had had 18 months of French life, his fellow diplomat, John Adams, said, "Dr. Franklin is reported to speak French very well, but I find, upon attending to him, that he does not speak it grammatically, and indeed, upon inquiring, he confesses that he is wholly inattentive to the grammar. His pronunciation, too, upon which the French gentlemen and ladies compliment him, and which he seems to think is pretty well, I am sure is very far from being exact." So, too, John Baines, who was in Paris in 1783, notes that Franklin could not make out much of a certain Frenchman who was being presented to him, he having rather an obscure mode of expressing himself. Nor was the minister a better Frenchman with pen than with tongue, though he sought the aid of his French friends in an endeavor to improve himself, and wrote out exercises for them to correct, with an apology, because, "I am conscious that I have written here a great deal of very bad French. It may disgust you who write that charming language with so much purity and elegance. But if you can finally decipher my awkward and unfit expressions, you will perhaps have at least the kind of pleasure that one has in solving enigmas or discovering secrets." His chief teacher was Madame Briand, and the character of her task can be judged by one letter in which she told her pupil that he must say, "Plus de not que 40 années, penser à not de une chose, d'avoir permission not d'être permis, peut-être m'adresserai not je m'adresserai." But in pointing out the inaccuracies, she made little of them. "What you call your bad French often gives a spice to your narration by the construction of your sentences, and by the words which you invent," she told him, "and if your French is not very pure, it is at least very clear." Writing of his attempted amendment of a bagatelle, she said, "Your correctings of the French, believe me, have spoiled your work. Leave your works as they are, faults of words that tell something, and laugh at grammarians who for purity weaken all your phrases. If I had a good enough mind, I should write a terrible diatribe against those who dare to touch you up, were it the Abbé de la Roche." Finally, he sent her a draft, and when it was returned, she had nothing but praise. Bravo! Bravissimo! The letter from Monsieur de Reneval contains nothing to correct, and Mr. Franklin only sent it to me for excess of self-love." Yet even such a testimony did not make Franklin trustful of his French, and after his return to America he felt it necessary to excuse it to his correspondents. "I have just been writing a French letter to Mademoiselle Chamont," he informed one, "but it costs me too much time to write in that language, and after all 'tis very bad French, and I therefore write to you in English, which I think you will as easily understand. If not, ma chère amie Sophie can interpret it for you." As instanced by his purchase of his Uncle Benjamin's books, Franklin made the most of his years in London, from 1757 to 1775, to collect books, though he was no bibliomaniac, and indeed satirized the class in the stanza, "Polio, who values nothing that's within, buys books as men hunt beavers for their skin." When the time came for his return to America, he expressed amazement at the number of volumes which had accumulated. In going to France a 12-month later, he left his library in the hands of his daughter, and when, a few weeks after his sailing, the British threatened to capture Philadelphia, "Your library we sent out of town, well packed in boxes." A year after, when the British army gained possession of the city, a similar precaution was not taken, and this resulted in the loss of a number of his books in the following manner. When Major André was with the British Army in Philadelphia during the Revolutionary War, he was quartered at the house of Dr. Franklin, who had left in it much furniture and also his library. When the enemy were about to evacuate the city, Monsieur de Cimetière, a well-known Italian gentleman attached to science and the fine arts, and well acquainted with André, waited upon him to take leave and to solicit his interest in their prevention, if any irregularities should ensue upon their leaving the city. He found the major in the library, busily employed in packing up some books and placing them among his own baggage. Monsieur de Cimetière said he was shocked at the procedure, and told him, in order that he might make the inference of the strictly just and honorable conduct of the Hessian General Knyphausen with respect to General Cadwallader's house and property, which had been in his possession. He, General K., had sent for the agent of General Cadwallader and given him an inventory, which he had caused his steward to make out upon their obtaining possession, desired him to observe that all was left as they had found it, even to some wine in the cellar, every bottle of which was left, and he also paid the agent rent for the time he had been in the house. But the recital of German general's honesty made no impression on the major as he carried off the books." Though separated from his library while in France, Franklin did not lack for books, and one of the indictments Madame Gout brought against him was that, "while the mornings are long and you have leisure to go abroad, what do? Why, instead of gaining an appetite for breakfast by salutary exercise, you amuse yourself with books, pamphlets, or newspapers, which commonly are not worth the reading." Yet his public and social duties robbed him of many hours, and Jefferson records that, "Dr. Franklin used to say that when he was young and had time to read, he had not books, and now when he had become old and had books, he had no time." It was during his stay in France that he gave a public testimony to the value he set upon books. A town in Massachusetts named itself Franklin, and its minister, the Reverend Nathaniel Emmons, a connection of Franklin, wrote to him and asked if he would not, as a sort of sponsorial present, give the town a bell for its church, to be placed in a steeple they purposed to erect. "I have advised the sparing themselves the expense of a steeple," the utilitarian wrote a friend, whom he requested to select books to the value of £25, and these obtained, he sent them in lieu of a bell. Apparently the substitute was satisfactory, for the minister preached a sermon on the gift, and when it was printed, the dedicatory page ran, "To His Excellency Benjamin Franklin, President of the State of Pennsylvania, the ornament of genius, the patron of science, and the boast of man, this discourse is inscribed. with the greatest deference, humility, and gratitude, by his obliged and most humble servant, the author." End quote. Upon his final return to America, he brought with him 18 large boxes of books, and his collection had now become of such a size that, in rebuilding his house, he was forced to enlarge very much his library room. The Reverend Manasseh Cutler has left a description of the old man and his books, which gives a pleasant glimpse of them both. Quote, "After it was dark, we went into the house, and the doctor invited me into his library, which is likewise his study. It is a very large chamber, and high-studded. The walls were covered with bookshelves filled with books. Besides, there are 4 large alcoves, extending 2/3 of the length of the chamber, filled in the same manner. I presume this is the largest, and by far the best, private library in America. He showed us his long artificial arm and hand for taking down and putting books up on high shelves which are out of reach, and his great armed chair with rockers, and the large fan placed over it, with which he fans himself, keeps off the flies, etc., while he sits reading, with only a small motion of his foot, and many other curiosities and inventions, all his own, but of lesser note. Over his mantel-tree he has a prodigious number of medals, busts, and casts in wax or plaster of Paris, which are the effigies of the most noted characters in Europe. But what the doctor wished principally to show to me was a huge volume on botany, and which, indeed, afforded me the greatest pleasure of any one thing in his library. It was a single volume, but so large that it was with great difficulty that the doctor was able to raise it from a low shelf and lift it onto the table, but with that senile ambition common to old people, he insisted on doing it himself, and would permit no person to assist him, merely to show us how much strength he had remaining. It contained the whole Linnaeus Systema Vegetabilia, with large cuts of every plant, and colored from nature. It was a feast to me, and the doctor seemed to enjoy it as well as myself. The doctor seemed extremely fond, through the course of the visit, of dwelling on philosophical subjects, and particularly that of natural history, while the other gentlemen were swallowed up with politics. This was a favorable circumstance to me, for almost the whole of his conversation was addressed to me, and I was highly delighted with the extensive knowledge he appeared to have of every subject, the brightness of his memory, and clearness and vivacity of all his mental faculties." End quote. His library was his chief resource in the last years of his life, when his malady kept him within doors, and for the most part confined to his bed. In the intervals of pain, he amused himself with reading and writing, his grandson states, and another witness chronicles that, quote, "when able to be out of bed, he passed nearly all his time in his office, reading and writing, and in conversation with his friends, and when the boys were playing and very noisy in the lot in front of the office, he would open the window and call to them, 'Boys, boys, can't you play without making so much noise? I am reading, and it disturbs me very much.' I have heard the servants in his family say he never used a hasty or angry word to anyone." End quote. Some men grow mad by studying much to know. But who grows mad by studying good to grow? Asked Poor Richard, and the same epigram maker asserted, "He that lives well is learned enough." End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 4, Religion, Part 1. On January 6, 1706, the very day Franklin was born, he was baptized in the Old South Church in Boston. If trustworthy tradition be given credence, he was carried thither through the deep snow by his mother, and this act, which now would be held little short of murder, was no less perilous then, as is proved by the fearful death rate among the mothers and children of New England. But the Calvinistic faith of the Puritans maintained that the physical danger of either matricide or infanticide was as nothing compared with the spiritual risk of the babe dying unbaptized, and so convention decreed that both parent and offspring should be exposed without loss of time rather than doom the little one to eternal damnation. The strain of religious austerity that such a proceeding implied was a heritage. This obscure family of ours, Franklin writes of his English progenitors, was, quote, early in the Reformation and continued Protestants through the reign of Queen Mary, when they were sometimes in danger of trouble on account of their zeal against popery. They had got an English Bible, and to conceal and secure it, it was fastened open with tapes under and within the cover of a joint stool. When my great-great-grandfather read it to his family, he turned up the joint stool upon his knees, turning over the leaves, then under the tapes. One of the children stood at the door to give notice if he saw the apparitor coming, who was an officer of the spiritual court. In that case, the stool was turned down again upon its feet, when the Bible remained concealed under it, as before." End quote. The family continued Church of England folk, with the exception of Franklin's father and uncle, who were led to change their faith during the reign of King Charles II by the obvious tendency of the court toward Romanism and the severity of the parliamentary laws against the independent sectaries. Quote, when some of the ministers that had been outed for nonconformity holding conventicles in Northamptonshire, Benjamin and Josiah adhered to them, and so continued all their lives. End quote. Just prior to the death of Charles, or immediately after the accession of James, when affairs looked so hopeless for the Puritans, some considerable men of Josiah Franklin's acquaintance planned a removal to New England, and he was prevailed with to accompany them thither, where they expected to enjoy their mode of religion with freedom. End quote. Josiah Franklin, shortly after his arrival in America, became a member of the Old South Church, and his chief distinction appears to have been in the affairs of this church. Sewell states that upon occasion he moved prayer at meeting, or pitched the tune, and the Sun records in his Autobiography that he, quote, was skilled a little in music and had a clear, pleasing voice, so that when he played psalm tunes on his violin and sung withal, as he sometimes did in an evening after the business of the day was over, it was extremely agreeable to hear. End quote. Nor did the 2 services on Sunday and the Thursday lecture satisfy the religious side of his nature, for he held devotional meetings in his own home. The ambition of every self-respecting New England family at that time was to produce at least one clergyman, and Josiah planned to devote Benjamin, quote, as the tithe of his sons to the service of the church, end quote, an intention stimulated by Franklin's early bookishness. Quote, my Uncle Benjamin, too, approved of it, and, having been a great attender of sermons of the best preachers, which he took down, he proposed to give me all his shorthand volumes of sermons, I suppose as a stock to set up with, if I would learn his character. End quote. But as already mentioned, the expense and the probable mean living finally led the parent to change his determination. Yet clearly the mean living was not the absolute deterrent, for at 16 years of age, in his description of Harvard College, the boy, recounting the shifts of the graduates for a livelihood, described how the greater, quote, crowd went along a large beaten path which led to a temple at the further end of the plain, called the Temple of Theology. The business of those who were employed in this temple being laborious and painful, I wondered exceedingly to see how so many go towards it. But while I was pondering this matter in my mind, I spied Pecunia behind a curtain, beckoning to them with her hand, which sight immediately satisfied me for whose sake it was that the greater part of them, I will not say all, traveled that road. End quote. Apparently, too, Franklin later in life did not approve of even the mean living of the New England clergy, for he declared, apropos of the Test Act of Massachusetts, quote, if Christian preachers had continued to teach as Christ and his apostles did, without salaries, and as the Quakers now do, I imagine tests would never have existed, for I think they were invented not so much to secure religion itself as the emoluments of it. When a religion is good, I conceive that it will support itself, and when it cannot support itself, and God does not take care to support it, so that its professors are obliged to call for the help of the civil power, it is a sign, I apprehend, of its being a bad one." End quote. He did not, however, believe in his theory strongly enough to apply it within the family circle, for Franklin wrote to the father of the boy he had selected for his son-in-law, "Tell me whether George is to be a church or Presbyterian parson. I know you are a Presbyterian yourself, but then I think you have more sense than to stick him into a priesthood that admits of no promotion. If he was a dull lad, it might not be amiss, but George has parts, and ought to aim at his mitre." End quote. The story of Franklin's objecting to his father's long prayers and suggesting that he make a wholesome grace over the pork barrel shows how early the lad revolted from the faith of his father. "My parents had early given me religious impressions," he states, "and brought me through my childhood piously in the dissenting way. But I was scarce 15 when, after doubting by turns of several points, as I found them disputing in the different books I read, I began to doubt of revelation itself. Some books against deism fell into my hands. They were said to be the substance of sermons preached at Boyle's lectures. It happened they wrought an effect on me quite contrary to what was intended by them, for the arguments of the deists which were quoted to be refuted appeared to be much stronger than the refutation. In short, I soon became a thorough deist." End quote. No sooner was the boy by his apprenticeship made free from his parents' direct control than he devoted his Sundays to reading, "evading as much as I could the common attendance on public worship which my father used to exact of me when I was under his care." End quote. This and "my indiscreet disputations about religion began to make me pointed at with horror by the good people as an infidel and atheist." End quote. Such a view Franklin always resented, and showed indignation at the lack of public discrimination concerning the words, "because I think they are diametrically opposite, and not near of kin, as Mr. Whitefield seems to suppose, where, in his journal, he tells us, 'M.B. was a deist. I had almost said an atheist. That is chalk. I had almost said charcoal.'" End quote. Suspicion of atheism and failure to attend church were enough to destroy the reputation of anyone in New England in 1720, but Franklin did worse. The Mathers, who then dominated Massachusetts intellectually, though firm believers in witches, had, with curious contradiction, come out in favor of the palliative for the smallpox which Lady Mary Wortley Montagu had brought to England from Turkey. Those opposed to inoculation found in James Franklin's New England Courant a ready mouthpiece for all their views, and as the controversy grew it took on a personal quality. The Mathers were attacked, were ridiculed, and even their ungainly writings were burlesqued. The reverend gentlemen, unused to such irreverent treatment, lost their dignity and replied in kind. The Courant, according to Cotton Mather, was a notorious, scandalous newspaper, full freighted with nonsense, unmannerliness, raillery, profaneness, immorality, arrogance, calumnies, lies, contradictions, and what not, all tending to quarrels and divisions, and to debauch and corrupt the minds and manners of New England." End quote. This was echoed in no minor key by Increase Mather, who declared the paper a "wicked libel, because the printer, in one of his vile courants, insinuates that if the ministers of God approve of a thing, it is a sign it is of the devil, which is a horrid thing to be related, and he doth frequently abuse the ministers of religion and many other worthy persons in a manner which is intolerable. For these and such like reasons, I signified to the printer that I would have no more of their wicked courants. I, who have known what New England was from the beginning, cannot but be troubled to see the degeneracy of this place. I can well remember when the civil government would have taken a severe course to repress such a cursed libel, which, if not taken, I am afraid some awful judgment will come upon this land, and the wrath of God will arise, and there will be no remedy. I cannot but pity poor Franklin, who, though but a young man, it may be speedily he must appear before the judgment seat of God, and what answer will he give for printing things so evil and abominable?" Thus whipped by the clergy, the civil government took action against the Courant, and eventually issued an order that James Franklin should cease to print it. True to the letter of the order, and disobedient to the spirit, the printer continued to issue the paper, but with the name of his brother Benjamin as the publisher in place of his own. The paper, too, continued the attacks on the clergy and religious knaves, though in a mock letter of reproof to itself it was warned not to, quote, "cast injurious reflections on the reverend and faithful ministers of the gospel," end quote. If frowned upon by church and state, the paper prospered, soon came to exceed in circulation and advertising patronage its rivals, and dared even to raise its price. Fortunately for Franklin, his quarrels with his brother presently terminated his connection with the Courant and drove him from Boston, where the bad reputation he had acquired would probably henceforth have prevented his advancement. In tolerant Philadelphia he was free to think and act as he pleased, and one incident during the first day he passed in the city seemed to typify the difference between voluntary and enforced religion. For, having avoided church-going in Boston, on his arrival in the city of brotherly love, he relates that, quote, "I walked again up the street, which by this time had many clean-dressed people in it, who were all walking the same way. I joined them, and thereby was led into a great meeting-house of the Quakers near Market Street. I sat down among them, and after looking round a while and hearing nothing said, being very drowsy through labor and want of rest the preceding night, I fell fast asleep, and continued so till the meeting broke up, when one was kind enough to rouse me. This was, therefore, the first house I was in, or slept in Philadelphia." End quote. During his first brief visit to London, Franklin made friends of a number of deists, such as Lyon and Mandeville, both of whom had written books then thought highly irreligious. Franklin himself followed their example. While working as a journeyman printer, he was employed in composing for the second edition of Wollaston's Religion of Nature. The book was an absolutely inoffensive one, and the 6 editions and 10,000 copies sold of it probably did as little harm as any book ever printed. But to the young doubter, fresh from his controversies with the Boston ministers, it was an irritation to leave unanswered the a priori positions and circular reasonings based thereon concerning good and evil, truth and falsehood, pleasure and pain. So, in spare hours, he wrote and put into type a little tractate, animadverting on some of the clerical author's arguments, and practically denying a future life or rewards, the existence of natural religion, and of the theological distinction between man and beast. This dissertation on, quote, "liberty and necessity, pleasure and pain," end quote, has since been known as his Wicked Tract, and Franklin lived to term it an erratum, and to destroy almost all of the 100 copies he had printed. Upon his return to Philadelphia, Franklin, quote, "regularly paid my subscription for the support of the only Presbyterian minister or meeting," end quote, in that city. Yet, while, quote, "I had still an opinion of its propriety and its utility, I seldom attended any public worship," end quote. For this conduct his clergyman reproved him, and urged Franklin to attend his administrations, and, quote, "I was now and then prevailed on to do so, once for 5 Sundays successively. Had he been, in my opinion, a good preacher, perhaps I might have continued, notwithstanding the occasion I had for the Sunday's leisure in my course of study. But his discourses were chiefly either polemical arguments or explications of the peculiar doctrines of our sect, and were all to me very dry, uninteresting, and unedifying, since not a single moral principle was inculcated or enforced. Their aim seemed to be rather to make us Presbyterians than good citizens." End quote. Finally, a special sermon so disgusted Franklin that he attended his preaching no more. Quote, "I had some years before composed a little liturgy or form of prayer for my own private use, viz. in 1728, entitled Articles of Belief and Acts of Religion. I returned to the use of this, and went no more to the public assemblies." So long as this clergyman was the sole minister of the sect in Philadelphia, Franklin continued to absent himself from church. But, "about the year 1734, there arrived among us from Ireland a young Presbyterian preacher named Hemphill, who delivered with a good voice, apparently extempore, most excellent discourses, which drew together considerable numbers of different persuasions, who joined in admiring him. Among the rest, I became one of his constant hearers, his sermons pleasing me, as they had little of the dogmatical kind, but inculcated strongly the practice of virtue, or what in the religious style are called good works." The Reverend Jedediah Andrews, the old clergyman, did not agree with Franklin. Having first taken Mr. Hemphill for his assistant, as his popularity grew, he came to believe it nothing but a dreadful plot laid by Satan to root Christianity out of the world, and charged that the eloquent preacher drew about him only freethinkers, deists, and nothings. Through his influence, the newcomer was arraigned for heterodoxy before a synod, and, "never was there such a trial known in the American world." Mr. Hemphill had preached that the gospel was a revival of the laws of nature, that the Lord's Supper promoted a good life, but was not a communion with Christ. He prayed for mankind and not for the church, and perhaps worst of all, in the eyes of his accuser, had preached sermons in which he had made no mention of original sin. Franklin, who had become a zealous partisan, "contributed all I could to raise a party in his favor, and we combated for him a while with some hopes of success. There was much scribbling pro and con upon the occasion, and finding that, though an eloquent preacher, he was but a poor writer, I lent him my pen, and wrote for him 2 or 3 pamphlets and one piece in the Gazette." These defended Hemphill because, "in all his discourses he enforced Christian charity and the necessity of a good life." But how little in accord Franklin was with his own church is shown by his assertions that, "good works put men in God's way and reconcile God to them," and that, "original sin was as ridiculous as imputed righteousness." A reply was quickly forthcoming, which dwelt on the pamphleteer's false and abusive criminations, his outrageous Billingsgate language, and horrid profaneness. As was foreordained, the eloquent clergyman was brought in guilty and silenced, but he continued to preach as an independent until he was caught using another man's sermons. "This detection gave many of our party disgust, who accordingly abandoned his cause. I stuck by him, however, as I rather approved his giving us good sermons composed by others than bad ones of his own manufacture, though the latter was the practice of our common preachers. He afterwards acknowledged to me that none of those he preached were his own, and I quitted the congregation, never joining it after, though I continued many years my subscriptions for the support of its minister." His disgust may have been the direct cause of Poor Richard's remark that, "many have quarreled about religion that never practiced it." Franklin's opinion of church disputes is given in no uncertain key. "Each party abuses the other. The profane and the infidel believe both sides and enjoy the fray. The reputation of religion in general suffers, and its enemies are ready to say, not what was said in the primitive times, 'Behold how these Christians love one another,' but 'Mark how these Christians hate one another.' Indeed, when religious people quarrel about religion, or hungry people about their victuals, it looks as if they had not much of either among them." End of chapter 4, part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 4, Religion, Part 2. Thoroughly out of humor with the faith of his father, Franklin now took a pew in the Episcopalian Christ Church, and there his family henceforth worshipped. There a son and daughter were baptized, and there he and his wife, with 2 of their children, were eventually buried. Though Franklin rarely attended the service, he concerned himself in the material interests of the church. In 1737, he subscribed to a fund for finishing the new building. In 1751, to one to build a steeple and purchase a chime of bells. And twice he was appointed by the vestry one of the managers of lotteries for raising a fund for this purpose. Probably the most amusing relic of his relations with this church was an advertisement in his own paper anent his wife's prayer book. Quote, "Taken out of a pew in the church some months since, a common prayer book, bound in red, gilt, and lettered D.F. on each corner. The person who took it is desired to open it and read the 8th commandment, and afterwards return it into the same pew again, upon which no further notice will be taken." End quote. However Franklin, the private citizen of tolerant Pennsylvania, might be left free to think and act as he chose, when he became an office-holder of the colony, his freedom was curtailed, for he was called upon to sign an oath, or a test, before he was allowed to serve the public. By this he was required to, quote, "solemnly promise and declare that our hearts abhor, detest, and renounce as impious and heretical that damnable doctrine and position that princes, excommunicated and deprived by the Pope or any other authority of the See of Rome, may be deposed or murdered by their subjects." End quote. To, quote, "solemnly and sincerely profess and testify that in the sacrament of the Lord's Supper there is no transubstantiation of the elements of bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ," end quote, and, quote, "the invocation or adoration of the Virgin Mary or any other saint, or the sacrifice of the Mass, as they are now used in the Church of Rome, are superstitious and idolatrous," end quote, and that, quote, "each of us for himself do solemnly and sincerely profess faith in God the Father, and in Jesus Christ his eternal Son, the true God, and in the Holy Spirit, one God, blessed forevermore. And we do acknowledge the Holy Scriptures to be by divine inspiration." End quote. Although the office-holder subscribed over and over again to this oath, it was clearly from necessity and not from choice, and time did not lessen his dislike of it. This was shown in 1776, when the colonial charter was abrogated and a convention set about the framing of a new government. Of this body Franklin was president, and he threw all his influence in favor of doing away with every test, and in theory succeeded, for the Declaration of Rights adopted declared, quote, "that all men have a natural and unalienable right to worship Almighty God according to the dictates of their own consciences and understanding, and that no man ought or of right can be compelled to attend any religious worship, or erect or support any place of worship, or maintain any ministry contrary to or against his own free will and consent, nor can any man who acknowledges the being of a God be justly deprived or abridged of any civil right as a citizen on account of his religious sentiments or peculiar mode of religious worship, and that no authority can or ought to be vested in or assumed by any power whatever that shall in any case interfere with or in any manner control the right of conscience in the free exercise of religious worship." End quote. When it came to reducing this theory to practice, however, Franklin could not bring the convention to make its liberality concrete, and it decreed that however free its citizens might be in their belief, before they could serve as lawmakers, they must swear, quote, "I do believe in one God, the Creator and Governor of the universe, the rewarder of the good and punisher of the wicked, and I do acknowledge the Scriptures of the Old and New Testament to be given by divine inspiration." End quote. Concerning this, Franklin wrote to the Reverend Dr. Price, quote, I agreed with you in sentiments concerning the Old Testament, and thought the clause in our Constitution which required the members of Assembly to declare their belief that the whole of it was given by divine inspiration had better have been omitted. That I had opposed the clause, but being overpowered by numbers, and fearing more might in future times be grafted on it, I prevailed to have the additional clause that, quote, no further or more extended profession of faith should ever be exacted. End quote. I observed to you, too, that the evil of it was the less, as no inhabitant, nor any officer of government, except the members of Assembly, was obliged to make that declaration. So much for that letter, to which I may now add that there are several things in the Old Testament impossible to be given by divine inspiration, such as the approbation ascribed to the angel of the Lord of that abominably wicked and detestable action of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite. If the rest of the book were like that, I should rather suppose it given by inspiration from another quarter, and renounce the whole. End quote. In leaving the Presbyterian and allying himself with the Episcopalian Church, it is not to be inferred that Franklin became, in any sense of the word, a sectarian, and this fact was so well recognized by his fellow townsmen that, in a dispute over a vacancy in a board of trustees constituted of one from each sect, the mutual jealousy of the differing religions was finally ended by the nomination of Franklin, quote, with the observation that I was merely an honest man and of no sect at all, which prevailed with them to choose me. End quote. His actual attitude toward churches he described as follows, quote, I had been religiously educated as a Presbyterian, and though some of the dogmas of that persuasion, such as the eternal decrees of God, election, reprobation, etc., appeared to me unintelligible, others doubtful, and I early absented myself from the public assemblies of the sect, Sunday being my studying day, I never was without some religious principles. I never doubted, for instance, the existence of the Deity, that he made the world and governed it by his providence, that the most acceptable service of God was the doing good to man, that our souls are immortal, and that all crime will be punished and virtue rewarded, either here or hereafter. These I esteemed the essentials of every religion, and being to be found in all the religions we had in our country, I respected them all, though with different degrees of respect, as I found them more or less mixed with other articles which, without any tendency to inspire, promote, or confirm morality, served principally to divide us and make us unfriendly to one another. This respect to all, with an opinion that the worst had some good effects, induced me to avoid all discourse that might tend to lessen the good opinion another might have of his own religion, and as our province increased in people, and new places of worship were continually wanted and generally erected by voluntary contribution, my mite for such purpose, whatever might be the sect, was never refused. End quote. So, too, writing of a particular sect, Franklin said, quote, I do not desire it to be diminished, nor would I endeavor to lessen it in any man. But I wish it were more productive of good works than I have generally seen it. I mean real good works, works of kindness, charity, mercy, and public spirit. Not holiday-keeping, sermon-reading or hearing, performing church ceremonies, or making long prayers filled with flatteries and compliments, despised even by wise men, and much less capable of pleasing the Deity. The worship of God is a duty. The hearing and reading of sermons may be useful, but if men rest in hearing and praying, as too many do, it is as if a tree should value itself in being watered and putting forth leaves, though it never produced any fruit. End quote. As already indicated, Franklin was no Sabbatarian, and during his early life set apart that day for study and writing. Later, when in France, he adopted the custom of the country and observed it as a fête day, on which he entertained friends, went to the play or opera, amused himself with chess or cards, and made merry in other ways, to the no small scandalizing of the more puritanical Americans who saw or heard of the conduct of their commissioner and minister. He himself had no sympathy with the New England Sunday, and long before he went to France he had written to a Connecticut friend, quote, "When I traveled in Flanders, I thought of your excessively strict observation of Sunday, and that a man could hardly travel on that day among you, upon his lawful occasions, without hazard of punishment, while where I was, everyone traveled if he pleased, or diverted himself in any other way, and in the afternoon, both high and low, went to the play or the opera, where there was plenty of singing, fiddling, and dancing. I looked around for God's judgments, but saw no signs of them. The cities were well built and full of inhabitants, the markets filled with plenty, the people well favored and well clothed, the fields were tilled, the cattle fat and strong, the fences, houses, and windows all in repair, and no old tenor, i.e., paper money, anywhere in the country, which would almost make one suspect that the deity is not so angry at that offense as a New England justice." End quote. As can readily be conceived, Franklin's non-attendance at church and his general disrespect for doctrinal religion were a sore trial to his Puritan family, and several of them argued and remonstrated with him on the error of his ways. To his father and mother he replied, quote, "You both seem concerned lest I have imbibed some erroneous opinions. Doubtless I have my share, and when the natural weakness and imperfection of human understanding is considered, the unavoidable influence of education, custom, books, and company upon our ways of thinking, I imagine a man must have a good deal of vanity who believes, and a good deal of boldness who affirms, that all the doctrines he holds are true, and all he rejects are false. And perhaps the same may be justly said of every sect, church, and society of men, when they assume to themselves that infallibility which they deny to the Pope and councils. I think opinions should be judged of by their influences and effects, and if a man holds none that tend to make him less virtuous or more vicious, it may be concluded he holds none that are dangerous, which I hope is the case with me. I am sorry you should have any uneasiness on my account, and if it were a thing possible for one to alter his opinions in order to please another, I know none whom I ought more willingly to oblige in that respect than yourselves. But since it is no more in a man's power to think than to look like another, methinks all that should be expected from me is to keep my mind open to conviction, to hear patiently and examine attentively whatever is offered me for that end, and if after all I continue in the same errors, I believe your usual charity will induce you to rather pity and excuse than blame me. In the meantime, your care and concern for me is what I am very thankful for. My mother grieves that one of her sons is an Arian, another an Arminian. What an Arminian or an Arian is, I cannot say that I very well know. The truth is, I make such distinctions very little my study. I think vital religion has always suffered when orthodoxy is more regarded than virtue, and the Scriptures assure me that at the last day we shall not be examined what we thought, but what we did, and our recommendation will not be that we said, Lord, Lord, but that we did good to our fellow creatures. See Matthew 25. End quote. In much the same vein he answered a chiding letter from his favorite sister. Quote, "There are some things in your New England doctrine and worship," he told her, "which I do not agree with, but I do not therefore condemn them or desire to shake your belief or practice of them. We may dislike things that are nevertheless right in themselves. I would only have you make me the same allowance, and have a better opinion both of morality and your brother. When you judge of others, if you can perceive the fruit to be good, don't terrify yourself that the tree may be evil, but be assured it is not so, for you know who has said, 'Men do not gather grapes of thorns and figs of thistles.'" End quote. All through life Franklin preached this religion of works and not of doctrine. In one of his letters he imagines a man at the gates of heaven and applying for entrance on the ground that he was a Presbyterian. "What is that?" demands St. Peter, and when he is told, says, "We don't have any here." So in succession the applicant mentions different religions, but each time is rebuffed with the information that there are none of that persuasion in heaven. Finally the man sees his wife through the gate, and claims that if she is there, so he should be, for they were of the same religion on earth. "Oh," said St. Peter, "why didn't you say you were a Christian to begin with?" Another tale which Franklin wrote for a French abbé, though an apparent contradiction, in truth had the same moral. An officer named Montresor, a worthy man, was very ill. The curate of his parish, thinking him likely to die, advised him to make his peace with God, that he might be received into paradise. "I have not much uneasiness on the subject," said Montresor, "for I had a vision last night which has perfectly tranquilized my mind." "What vision have you had?" said the good priest. "I was," replied Montresor, "at the gate of paradise, with a crowd of people who wished to enter, and St. Peter inquired of every one what religion he was of. One answered, 'I am a Roman Catholic.' 'Well,' said St. Peter, 'enter and take your place there among the Catholics.' Another said he was of the Church of England. 'Well,' said the saint, 'enter and place yourself there among the Anglicans.' A third said he was a Quaker. 'Enter,' said St. Peter, 'and take your place among the Quakers.' At length, my turn being come, he asked of what religion I was. 'Alas,' said I, 'poor Jacques Montresor has none.' ''Tis a pity,' said the saint, 'I know not where to place you, but enter nevertheless, and place yourself where you can.'" As this would indicate, Franklin had that rarest kind of tolerance which tolerates the opinions of others, and though he laughingly asserted that orthodoxy is my doxy and heterodoxy is your doxy, his whole life was one contradiction of the epigram, for the faith or lack of faith in his circle of friends ranged from that of the most doctrinal of ministers to the most radical of freethinkers. For such rigid Puritans as the Reverend Doctors Cooper and Mather of Boston, for the enthusiast Whitefield, for the Anglican Bishop of St. Asaph, and for the Abbés de la Roche and Morlaix, he showed as much affection and respect as he did for Hume, Lord Le Despencer, Thomas Paine, and others closer in accord with his own views. Nor was it ever a one-sided regard. No man in Pennsylvania exercised such influence over the Quakers. Massachusetts made him her agent in Great Britain, and he served her faithfully even to the defending of her religious intolerance against English criticism. In France, the papal nuncio consulted him frequently and followed his advice in the changes the Revolutionary War made possible or necessary in the Catholic Church of America. Absolutely unsectarian as he was, Franklin apparently was trusted by all sects, and he seemed never to have refused a service that he could render any one of them. Some few special incidents are worth noting as throwing light on the attitude of the man. In 1739, the Reverend George Whitefield, the itinerant, came to America, and, "was at first permitted to preach in some of the churches, but the clergy, taking a dislike to him, soon refused him in their pulpits, and he was obliged to preach in the fields. It being found inconvenient to assemble in the open air, subject to its inclemencies, the building of a house to meet in was no sooner proposed and persons appointed to receive contributions, but sufficient sums were soon received to procure the ground and erect the building, which was 100 feet long and 70 broad, about the size of Westminster Hall." Of this building Franklin was made a trustee, and undoubtedly he was largely responsible for the liberality which dedicated it to "the use of any preacher of any religious persuasion who might desire to say something to the people of Philadelphia, the design not being to accommodate any particular sect, but the inhabitants in general, so that even if the Mufti of Constantinople were to send a missionary to preach Mohammedanism to us, he would find a pulpit at his service." Franklin relates that Whitefield, "used indeed sometimes to pray for my conversion, but he never had the satisfaction of believing that his prayers were heard. Ours was a mere civil friendship, sincere on both sides, and lasting to his death." He adds an incident which, "will show something of the terms on which we stood." Having asked Whitefield to make his home with him while in Philadelphia, he replied that if I made that kind offer for Christ's sake, I should not miss of the reward. And I returned, "Don't let me be mistaken, it was not for Christ's sake, but for your own sake." One of our common acquaintance jocosely remarked that, knowing it to be the custom of the saints, when they received any favor, to shift the burden of the obligation from off their own shoulders and place it in heaven, I had contrived to fix it on earth. A would-be service on behalf of episcopacy had, if anything, even less religious feeling in it. In 1770, Lord Le Despencer, one of King George's privy councillors, was made joint Postmaster General of Great Britain. Despite these public offices, he was best known to his own generation as the abbot of the famous Monks of Medmenham, a club the purposes and meetings of which, modelled upon those of the ancients, were at once the most libertine and the most impious known to modern times, no immorality or blasphemy being too gross for their orgies. The Baron, apparently thinking his own reformation either impossible or too great a task, undertook the reformation of the Book of Common Prayer. As Postmaster General for America, Franklin was thrown into close relations with his chief, and becoming a friend as well, visited Lord Le Despencer at his country home. His host begged his aid in the revision of the prayer book, asking Franklin to take as his share the Catechism and the reading and singing psalms. These I abridged by retaining of the Catechism only the two questions, what is your duty to God, what is your duty to your neighbor, with answers. The psalms were much contracted by leaving out the repetitions, of which I found more than I could have imagined, and the imprecations, which appeared not to suit well the Christian doctrine of forgiveness of injuries and doing good to enemies. The book was printed for Wilkie in St. Paul's churchyard, but never much noticed. Some were given away, very few sold, and I suppose the bulk became waste paper." The Anglican Church did not take kindly to an improvement from such a source, but in America, where the book was known as Franklin's Prayer Book, it attracted attention, and when, after the separation, the Episcopal Church in this country set to work to frame a ritual, the clergyman who prepared the proposed prayer book studied this abridgment with care and adopted certain ideas from it. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 4, Religion, Part 3. A traveling companion in Franklin's journey to Canada in 1776 was the Reverend John Carroll of Maryland, the Continental Congress having requested him to go with their commissioners in the hope that, as a Roman Catholic priest, he would exercise particular influence with the French Canadians. No such result was attained, but he and Franklin formed a warm friendship, which was made the more lasting by Carroll's attention when the exposure and fatigue of the trip broke down Franklin's health. The service in time was rewarded, for when Franklin was applied to by the papal nuncio at Paris to name the man best fitted to be the first Roman Catholic bishop in America, he named Carroll, who received the appointment. With this same nuncio was partly transacted an affair which well illustrates not merely how little value Franklin placed upon forms and creeds, but how little he appreciated the value set upon them by others. Two young American clergymen wrote to him in 1784 that the Archbishop of Canterbury had refused to ordain them ministers of the Episcopal Church unless they would first take the oath of allegiance to Great Britain, and besought his assistance. In his endeavor to help them, Franklin asked the nuncio if he would not ordain them, but was told, "The thing is impossible unless the gentlemen become Catholics." Franklin therefore advised them first that they become Presbyterians, and next, if that did not suit them, that they ordain themselves. And, as usual, he ends his advice with an argument and a story to illustrate the absurdity of Americans looking to Great Britain for ordination. If the British Islands were sunk in the sea, and the surface of this globe has suffered greater changes, You would probably take some such method as this, and if they persist in denying your ordination, it is the same thing. 100 years hence, when people are more enlightened, it will be wondered at that men in America, qualified by their learning and piety to pray for and instruct their neighbors, should not be permitted to do it till they had made a voyage of 6,000 miles out and home to ask leave of a cross old gentleman at Canterbury, who seems, by your account, to have as little regard for the souls of the people of Maryland as King William's Attorney General Seymour had for those of Virginia. The Reverend Commissary Blair, who projected the college of that province, and was in England to solicit benefactions and a charter, relates that the Queen, in the King's absence, having ordered Seymour to draw up the charter, which was to be given with £2,000 in money, he opposed the grant, saying that the nation was engaged in an expensive war, that the money was wanted for better purposes, and he did not see the least occasion for a college in Virginia. Blair represented to him that its intention was to educate and qualify young men to be ministers of the gospel, much wanted there, and begged Mr. Attorney would consider that the people of Virginia had souls to be saved, as well as the people of England. "Souls," said he, "damn your souls, make tobacco." A friendship begun in London was that with Thomas Paine, and when the yet unknown man emigrated to America, he carried letters of recommendation from Franklin to various Philadelphians. Their relations upon Franklin's return to America in 1775 were intimate enough to have the public believe for a time that Common Sense was really from Franklin's pen and only pretendedly written by Paine, and though the crude style of the pamphlet should have prevented the rumor from gaining currency, Franklin was in a manner concerned, for he had read over the manuscript and had suggested changes to it. 10 years later, Paine also submitted to him the first draft of The Age of Reason, and the advice Franklin gave him is worthy of full quotation. Quote, "I have read your manuscript with some attention. By the argument it contains against a particular providence, though you allow a general providence, you strike at the foundations of all religion. For without the belief of a providence that takes cognizance of, guards and guides, and may favor particular persons, there is no motive to worship a deity, to fear his displeasure, or to pray for his protection. I will not enter into any discussion of your principles, though you may seem to desire it. At present I shall only give you my opinion that, though your reasons are subtle and may prevail with some readers, you will not succeed so as to change the general sentiments of mankind on that subject, and the consequence of printing this piece will be a great deal of odium drawn upon yourself, mischief to you, and no benefit to others. He that spits against the wind spits in his own face. But were you to succeed, do you imagine any good would be done by it? You yourself may find it easy to live a virtuous life without the assistance afforded by religion, you having a clear perception of the advantage of virtue and the disadvantages of vice, and possessing a strength of resolution sufficient to enable you to resist common temptations. But think how great a portion of mankind consists of weak and ignorant men and women, and of inexperienced, inconsiderate youth of both sexes, who have need of the motives of religion to restrain them from vice, to support their virtue, and retain them in the practice of it till it becomes habitual, which is the great point for its security. And perhaps you are indebted to her originally, that is, to your religious education, for the habits of virtue upon which you now justly value yourself. You might easily display your excellent talents of reasoning upon a less hazardous subject, and thereby obtain a rank with our most distinguished authors. For among us it is not necessary, as among the Hottentots, that a youth, to be raised in the company of men, should prove his manhood by beating his mother. I would advise you, therefore, not to attempt unchaining the tiger, but to burn this piece before it is seen by any other person, whereby you will save yourself a great deal of mortification by the enemies it may raise against you, and perhaps a great deal of regret and repentance. If men are so wicked with religion, what would they be if without it?" End quote. Certainly, Paine later had good reasons to appreciate the shrewdness and good sense of this advice, for as Poor Richard had long before declared, Tucking against religion is unchaining the tiger. The beast let loose may worry his deliverer." Franklin, however, drew a great distinction between a man who attacked the religion of others and a man who merely declared his own honest convictions. "Remember me affectionately to good Dr. Price and the honest heretic Dr. Priestley," he once requested of a correspondent, adding, "I do not call him honest by way of distinction, for I think all the heretics I have known have been virtuous men. They have the virtue of fortitude, or they would not venture to own their heresy, and they cannot afford to be deficient in any of the other virtues, as that would give advantage to their enemies, and they have not, like orthodox sinners, such a number of friends to excuse or justify them. Do not, however, mistake me. It is not to my good friend's heresy that I impute his honesty. On the contrary, it is his honesty that has brought upon him the character of heretic." Franklin's belief in the value of religion was illustrated in the Federal Convention of 1787. At a certain stage of the discussion, the differences of opinion which had developed were apparently irreconcilable, and threatened to put an end to the gathering. He thereupon made his famous motion for prayers, and when it was voted down, he endorsed on the manuscript, in either surprise or indignation, "The convention, except 3 or 4 persons, thought prayers unnecessary." As already mentioned, Franklin as early as 1728 had composed his own prayer book, and in his scheme of employment for the 24 hours of a natural day, he began his day, "Rise, wash, and address powerful goodness." Poor Richard, too, told his readers they ought to "work as if you were to live 100 years, pray as if you were to die tomorrow." Less seriously, Franklin wrote, apropos of a New England clergyman's prayer against a French garrison, "Father Moody's prayers look tolerably modest. You have a fast and prayer day for that purpose, in which I compute 500,000 petitions were offered up to the same effect in New England, which, added to the petitions of every family, morning and evening, multiplied by the number of days since January 25th, makes 45 millions of prayers, which, set against the prayers of a few priests in a garrison to the Virgin Mary, give a vast balance in your favor." Franklin was able to joke thus because he himself placed works far above worship, and he made poor Richard remark, "Serving God is doing good to man, but praying is thought an easier serving, and therefore most generally chosen." Yet he did not think that the most altruistic life entitled one to immortality. "For my own part," he wrote, "when I am employed in serving others, I do not look upon myself as conferring favors, but as paying debts. In my travels and since my settlement, I have received much kindness from men, to whom I shall never have any opportunity of making the least direct return, and numberless mercies from God, which is infinitely above being benefited by our services. These kindnesses from men I can therefore only return on their fellow men, and I can only show my gratitude for those mercies from God by a readiness to help his other children and my brethren. For I do not think that thanks and compliments, though repeated weekly, can discharge our real obligations to each other, and much less those to our Creator. You will see in this my motion of good works that I am far from expecting, as you suppose, that I shall ever merit heaven by them. By heaven we understand a state of happiness, infinite in degree and eternal in duration. I can do nothing to deserve such reward. He that for giving a draught of water to a thirsty person should expect to be paid with a good plantation would be modest in his demands compared to those who think they deserve heaven for the little good they do on earth. Even the mixed, imperfect pleasures we enjoy in this world are rather from God's goodness than our merit. How much more such happiness in heaven? For my own part, I have not the vanity to think I deserve it, the folly to expect it, nor the ambition to desire it, but content myself in submitting to the will and disposal of that God who made me, who hitherto preserved and blessed me, and in whose fatherly goodness I may confide, that he will never make me miserable, and that even the afflictions I may at any time suffer shall tend to my benefit." This conviction is constantly reiterated in his writings. When Whitefield expressed a hope for his eternal as well as his temporal happiness, Franklin wrote back, quote, "I have myself no doubt that I shall enjoy as much of both as is proper for me. That being who gave me existence, and through almost 80 years has been continually showering his favors upon me, whose very chastisements have been blessings to me, can I doubt that he loves me? And if he loves me, can I doubt that he will go on to take care of me, not only here, but hereafter? This to some may seem presumption, but to me it appears the best grounded hope of the future built on experience of the past." End quote. He even found in the evil of the world further reason for his faith. Quote, "I find in this life there are many troubles, but it appears to me also that there are many more pleasures. This is why I love to live. One must not blame Providence inconsiderately. Reflect on how many of our duties even she has made to be pleasures naturally, and has had the further kindness to give the name of sin to several, so that we may enjoy them with more relish." End quote. Franklin expressed this same opinion with some bitterness in a letter which touched upon the Revolutionary War, and the power by which a single man, George III., in England, who happened to love blood and to hate Americans, should have been permitted to destroy, quote, "near 100,000 human creatures." I wonder at this, but I cannot therefore part with the comfortable belief of a divine providence, and the more I see the impossibility, from the number and extent of his crimes, of giving equivalent punishment to a wicked man in this life, the more I am convinced of a future state, in which all that here appears to be wrong shall be set right, all that is crooked made straight. In this faith let you and me, my dear friend, comfort ourselves. It is the only comfort in the present dark scene of things that is allowed us." End quote. But he was too much of a scientist to base his belief solely on such abstractions, and his chief argument has a touch of modernity that is very striking. Quote, "You see, I have some reason to wish that in a future state I may not only be as well as I was, but a little better. And I hope it, for I, too, with your poet, trust in God. And when I observe that there is great frugality as well as wisdom in his works, since he has been evidently sparing both of labor and materials, for by the various inventions of propagation he has provided for the continual peopling his world with plants and animals, without being at the trouble of repeated new creations, and by the natural reduction of compound substances to their original elements, capable of being employed in new compositions, he has prevented the necessity of creating new matter, so that the earth, water, air, and perhaps fire, which, being compounded from wood, do, when the wood is dissolved, return and again become air, earth, fire, and water. I say that when I see nothing annihilated, and not even a drop of water wasted, I cannot suspect the annihilation of souls, or believe that he will suffer the daily waste of millions of minds ready-made that now exist, and put himself to the continual trouble of making new ones. Thus finding myself to exist in the world, I believe I shall, in some shape or other, always exist, and with all the inconveniences human life is liable to, I shall not object to a new edition of mine, hoping, however, that the errata of the last may be corrected." End quote. Not quite 6 weeks before his death, at the request of a friend, he wrote out what he had come to believe. Quote, "You desire to know something of my religion. It is the first time I have been questioned upon it, but I cannot take your curiosity amiss, and shall endeavor in a few words to gratify it. Here is my creed. I believe in one God, the Creator of the universe, that he governs it by his providence, that he ought to be worshipped. The most acceptable service we render to him is doing good to his other children. The soul of man is immortal and will be treated with justice in another life, respecting its conduct in this. These I take to be the fundamental points in all sound religion, and I regard them as you do, in whatever sect I meet with them. As to Jesus of Nazareth, my opinion of whom you particularly desire, I think his system of morals and his religion, as he left them to us, the best the world ever saw or is like to see. but I apprehend it has received various corrupting changes, and I have, with most of the present dissenters in England, some doubts as to his divinity, though it is a question I do not dogmatize upon, having never studied it, and think it needless to busy myself with it now, when I expect soon an opportunity of knowing the truth with less trouble. I see no harm, however, in its being believed, if that belief has the good consequence, as probably it has, of making his doctrines more respected and more observed, especially as I do not perceive that the Supreme takes it amiss by distinguishing the unbelievers in his government of the world with any peculiar mark of displeasure. I shall only add, respecting myself, that having experienced the goodness of that being in conducting me prosperously through a long life, I have no doubt of its continuance in the next, though without the smallest conceit of meriting such goodness." This was written while Franklin was suffering almost constant physical torture, which he endured, so an eyewitness tells us, "with that calm fortitude which characterized him through life. No repining, no peevish expression ever escaped him during a confinement of 2 years, in which I believe, if every moment of ease could be added together, it would not amount to 2 whole months. Even when the intervals from pain were so short that his words were frequently interrupted, I have known him to hold a discourse in a sublime strain of piety. It is natural for us to wish that an attention to some ceremonies had accompanied that religion of the heart which I am convinced Dr. Franklin always possessed, but let us who feel the benefit of them continue to practice them without thinking lightly of that piety which could support pain without a murmur and meet death without terror." In a letter of condolence which Franklin wrote to a relative on the death of his brother, he said, "It is the will of God and nature that these mortal bodies be laid aside when the soul is to enter into real life. This is rather an embryo state, a preparation for living. A man is not completely born until he be dead. Why then should we grieve that a new child is born among the immortals, a new member added to their society? We are spirits. That bodies should be lent us while they can afford us pleasure, assist us in acquiring knowledge, or in doing good to our fellow creatures, is a kind and benevolent act of God. When they become unfit for these purposes, and afford us pain instead of pleasure, instead of an aid become an encumbrance, and answer none of the intentions for which they were given, it is equally kind and benevolent that a way is provided by which we may get rid of them. Death is that way. We ourselves, in some cases, prudently choose a partial death. A mangled, painful limb, which cannot be restored, we willingly cut off. He who plucks out a tooth parts with it freely, since the pain goes with it, and he who quits the whole body parts at once with all pains and possibilities of pains and disease which it was liable to or capable of making him suffer. Our friend and we were invited abroad on a party of pleasure, which is to last forever. His chair was ready first, and he is gone before us. We could not all conveniently start together, and why should you and I be grieved at this, since we are soon to follow, and know where to find him? Adieu." End of chapter 4, on religion. Chapter 5, Part 1 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 5, Printer and Publisher, Part 1. "Virtue and a trade are a child's best portion," said Poor Richard, and he not merely claimed, "He that hath a trade hath an estate," but "He that hath a trade has an office of profit and honor." Through all Franklin's life he never missed an opportunity to praise the workman, be his calling what it might, and nowhere did he show more pride than in his own particular handicraft. Printing was not a family mystery, as it was then termed, of the Franklins, they having hitherto been blacksmiths, dyers, or soap-makers. But Josiah, with 10 boys to place in the world, had to seek other crafts, and James Franklin was sent to London, presumptively to his uncle Benjamin, and there apprenticed to a printer. His time out, he purchased a press and types, and returning to Boston in March 1717, established his printing house in Queen Street, near the prison, otherwise described as over against Mr. Mills's school. Thanks to his English training, probably, he was a good workman, and the issues of his press rank among the best of American printing of his time. From the first he seems to have prospered, and within a year needed an apprentice, who was easily found in his brother Benjamin, though not so easily bound, for the lad had a hankering for the sea, and so objected to being apprenticed to the more humdrum life of printer's devil. "I stood out some time," he relates, "but at last was persuaded to sign the indentures when I was but 12 years old. I was to serve as an apprentice till I was 21 years of age, only I was to be allowed journeyman's wages during the last year. In a little time I made great proficiency in the business, and became a very useful hand to my brother." It was certainly good fortune which secured him the instruction of a master printer of London training instead of some slovenly self-taught colonial, for, as Poor Richard remarked, "Learn of the skillful. He that teaches himself hath a fool for his master." It is to be questioned if the first years of the apprenticeship were of any particular value to Benjamin, save on their mechanical side, for the product of James Franklin's press is a dreary lot of gone nothingness. A few of the New England sermons of the day, Stoddard's Treatise on Conversion, Stone's Short Catechism, a prefatory letter about psalmody in defense of church singing, which many Puritans still held to be unholy, an allegory styled The Isle of Man, or Legal Proceedings in Manshire against Sin, Care's English Liberties, sundry pamphlets on the local politics of the moment, such as A Letter from One in the Country to His Friend in Boston, News from the Moon, A Friendly Check from a Kind Relation to the Chief Cannoneer, and A Word of Comfort to a Melancholy Country. 2 or 3 tracts on inoculation, and one aimed half at the Boston clergy and half at the fair sex, entitled Hooped Petticoats Arraigned by the Light of Nature and the Law of God, were the chief output of the new printer during the years his brother served him. In 1719 a more interesting job was undertaken, for the postmaster of Boston employed James Franklin to print for him the Boston Gazette, the 3rd paper issued in America. The contract was a short one, for the appointment of a new official led to other changes, and the printer, having supplied his office with what was needful for a newspaper, and trained his men in the work, found himself left in the lurch. Partly in retaliation, and partly to utilize this experience and material, James Franklin, though dissuaded by some of his friends from the undertaking as not likely to succeed, one newspaper being in their judgment enough for America, on August 7, 1721, issued the first number of the New England Courant, which he promised should be published once a fortnight, and out of mere kindness to my brother writers, I intend now and then to be, like them, very, very dull, for I have a strong fancy that unless I am sometimes flat and low, this paper will not be very grateful to them. The dullness was to be only one feature of the new venture, however, for "the publisher earnestly desires his friends may favor him from time to time with some short pieces, serious, sarcastic, ludicrous, or otherwise amusing, or sometimes professedly dull, to accommodate some of his acquaintance, that this courant may be of the more universal use." This prospectus was taken in bad part by the already established journals, and one irate rival addressed an open letter to "Jack Dullman," taking him to task for his "very, very frothy, fulsome account of himself." A reproof the printer acknowledged in a joking poem, which still more deeply stirred the objector, and led him to reply to what he termed "Franklin's hobbling verse." end quote, which came not, quote, from Parnassus, but as a little before the composure you had been raking in the dunghill, it's more probable the corrupt streams got into your brains, and your dull, cold skull precipitated them into ribaldry, end quote. In his appeal for subscribers, quote, the undertaker of the Courant, end quote, pledged himself that nothing should be inserted reflecting on the clergy as such of whatever denomination, nor relating to the affairs of government, and no trespass against decency or good manners, end quote. As already told, however, the Courant was quickly breaking lances with the most prominent of the Boston clergy, and within a 12-month of its beginning, it printed an article which by implication threw discredit on the civil authorities. For this scandalous libel, James Franklin was, by order of the council, taken into custody, publicly censured, and imprisoned for 4 weeks. Moreover, an attempt was made to pass a resolve that, quote, no such weekly paper be hereafter printed or published without the same being first perused and allowed by the secretary, end quote. But this was rejected as too extreme. The reproof and punishment were ineffectual, and the authorities complained that the Courant continued, quote, boldly reflecting on His Majesty's government and on the administration of it in this province, the ministry, churches, and the college, and it very often contains paragraphs that tend to fill the readers' minds with vanity, to the dishonor of God and disservice of good men, end quote. Finally, a particular issue of the journal had so strong a tendency to, quote, mock religion and bring it into contempt, and so profanely abuse the Bible, and so injuriously reflected on the reverend and faithful ministers of the gospel and His Majesty's government, end quote, that James Franklin was strictly forbidden to print or publish the Courant, or, quote, any pamphlet or paper of like nature, except it be first supervised by the secretary of this province. End quote. This inhibition brought the prentice, whose share at first had been to carry the papers through the streets to the customers, more to the fore. In the trial of James Franklin, Benjamin was, quote, taken up and examined before the council, but though I did not give them any satisfaction, they contented themselves by admonishing me, and dismissed me, considering me perhaps as an apprentice who was bound to keep his master's secrets, end quote. Upon his brother's imprisonment, Franklin, though but 16, assumed the management of the paper, and when the order was issued that James Franklin should no longer print the Courant, quote, there was a consultation held in our printing house among his friends what he should do in this case. Some proposed to evade the order by changing the name of the paper, but my brother, seeing inconveniences in that, it was finally concluded on as a better way to let it be printed for the future under the name of Benjamin Franklin, and to avoid the censure of the assembly that might fall on him as still printing it by his apprentice, the contrivance was that my old indenture should be returned to me, with a full discharge on the back of it, to be shown on occasion, but to secure to him the benefit of my service, I was to sign new indentures for the remainder of the term, which were to be kept private. A very flimsy scheme it was. However, it was immediately executed, and the paper went on accordingly under my name for several months. End quote. United as the brothers might be in their fight with church and state, there was serious disagreement between them, and, quote, at length, a fresh difference arising between my brother and me, I took upon me to assert my freedom, presuming that he would not venture to produce the new indentures. It was not fair in me to take this advantage, and this I therefore reckon one of the first errata of my life. But the unfairness of it weighed little with me, when under the impressions of resentment for the blows his passion too often urged him to bestow upon me, though he was otherwise not an ill-natured man, perhaps I was too saucy and provoking. When he found I would leave him, he took care to prevent my getting employment in any other printing house of the town by going round and speaking to every master, who accordingly refused to give me work. End quote. Failing to secure employment in Boston, Franklin became the runaway prentice so frequently advertised for that time. Sneaking on board a sloop, in 3 days I found myself in New York, near 300 miles from home, a boy of but 17, without the least recommendation to or knowledge of any person in the place, and with very little money in my pocket." However, "at the working man's house hunger looks in, but does not enter," and, "having a trade, and supposing myself a pretty good workman, I offered my services to the printer in the place, old Mr. William Bradford." From him he obtained no direct aid, but he was told of a possible place in Philadelphia, and at once set out for that city. Here he obtained a job from Samuel Keimer, one of the 2 printers of the place, and worked with him till a more ambitious opening offered. By chance, a letter of the lad was shown to the governor of Pennsylvania, Sir William Keith. From it he inferred that Franklin was, "a young man of promising parts, and therefore should be encouraged, for the printers at Philadelphia were wretched ones." He advised, therefore, that the newcomer should start in business on his own account, making no doubt I should succeed, and hinted that he would procure me the public business and do me every other service in his power. Keith came to the printing office to see the young journeyman, which made his master stare like a pig poisoned, and took him off to a tavern where, "over the Madeira he proposed my setting up my business," and was so eager to bring it to pass that he wrote a letter to Josiah Franklin, recommending him to advance his son the necessary money. The father, however, with more prudence, or possibly from lack of the means, disapproved of the scheme. Sir William, despite this damper, still stuck to his suggestion, and offered to loan Franklin the needed funds. "Give me an inventory of the things necessary to be had from England," he told the young fellow, "and I will send for them." When made out, it amounted to about £100 sterling, and at the governor's suggestion it was decided that Franklin should go to London to make the purchase, because of the advantage of "my being on the spot to choose the types and to see that everything was good of the kind." Never dreaming of bad faith, Franklin got him aboard ship, and on Christmas Eve of 1724 reached London. It proved a sorry holiday time to him, for here it was that he first learned that he had been deceived with false promises and hopes, and that the governor's name would not have procured him the necessary credit to purchase the outfit, even had he fulfilled his word. It was a bitter disappointment to the lad, whom poor Richard had not yet taught that, "experience keeps a dear school, but fools will learn at no other." Once again, Franklin had proof of the value of a trade, for "I immediately got into work at Palmer's, then a famous printing house in Bartholomew Close, and here I continued near a year," lodging meantime in Little Britain at 3s. 6d. a week. It was in this establishment that Franklin set up and printed for himself his "wicked tract," and however much he may have later thought it an erratum, the pamphlet is typographically anything but that, and as a piece of bookmaking shows him already a most admirable brother of the type. Leaving Palmer's in the hope of bettering himself, Franklin went to Watts, near Lincoln's Inn Fields, a still greater printing house, and "here I continued all the rest of my stay in London. At first I took to working at press, imagining I felt a want of bodily exercise I had been used to in America, where press work is mixed with composing. Watts, after some weeks, desiring to have me in the composing room, I left the pressman. A new bienvenue, or sum for drink, being 5s, was demanded of me by the compositors. I thought it an imposition, as I had paid below. The master thought so too, and forbade me paying it. I stood out 2 or 3 weeks, was accordingly considered as an excommunicate, and had so many little pieces of private mischief done me by mixing my sorts, transposing my pages, breaking my matter, etc., etc., if I were ever so little out of the room, and all ascribed to the chapel ghost, which they said ever haunted those not regularly admitted, that, notwithstanding the master's protection, I found myself obliged to comply and pay the money, convinced of the folly of being on ill terms with those one is to live with continually. I was now on a fair footing with them, and soon acquired considerable influence. I proposed some reasonable alterations in their chapel laws, and carried them against all opposition. My constant attendance, I never making a Saint Monday, recommended me to the master, and my uncommon quickness at composing occasioned my being put upon all work of dispatch, which was generally better paid. So I went on now very agreeably." At the end of 18 months, a good business offer from a Philadelphia merchant who had come to London to purchase goods tempted Franklin into leaving the printing office and England, and in less than 2 years from the time he had sailed, he once more landed at Philadelphia. Only 3 months later, his employer sickened and died, and for a third time he was without a livelihood. But his London training had taught him much of his trade, and to that extent he was the richer. In throwing up his job at Watt's establishment, Franklin, "took leave of printing, as I supposed forever. Acting on this conclusion, I tried for farther employment as a merchant's clerk." Not succeeding, Keimer's lack of a skilled workman and Franklin's lack of work brought the two together. His old employer, "tempted me with an offer of large wages by the year to come and take his printing house, that he might better attend to his stationer's shop," and Franklin closed again with him. Franklin found in Keimer's employ a number of green hands whom, "he had agreed with at extreme low wages per week, to be raised a shilling every 3 months, as they would deserve by improving in their business, and the expectation of these high wages to come on hereafter was what he had drawn them in with." I soon perceived that the intention of engaging me at wages so much higher than he had been used to give was to have these raw, cheap hands formed through me, and as soon as I had instructed them, then they being all articled to him, he should be able to do without me. I went on, however, very cheerfully, put his printing house in order, which had been in great confusion, and brought his hands by degrees to mind their business and to do it better. Our printing house often wanted sorts, and there was no letter founder in America. I had seen types cast at James in London, but without much attention to the matter. However, I now contrived a mold, made use of the letters we had as puncheons, struck the matrices in lead, and thus supplied in a pretty tolerable way all deficiencies. I also engraved several things on occasion. I made the ink. I was warehouseman and everything, and in short, quite a factotum. But however serviceable I might be, I found that my services became every day of less importance as the other hands improved in the business, and when Keimer paid my second quarter's wages, he let me know that he felt them too heavy, and thought I should make an abatement. He grew by degrees less civil, put on more of the master, frequently found fault, was captious, and seemed ready for an outbreaking. I went on, nevertheless, with a good deal of patience, thinking that his encumbered circumstances were partly the cause. At length a trifle snapped our connections, for a great noise happening near the courthouse, I put my head out of the window to see what was the matter. Keimer, being in the street, looked up and saw me, called out to me in a loud voice and angry tone to mind my business, adding some reproachful words that nettled me the more for their publicity, all the neighbors who were looking out on the same occasion being witnesses how I was treated. He came up immediately into the printing house, continued the quarrel, high words passed on both sides. He gave me the quarter's warning we had stipulated, expressing a wish that he had not been obliged to so long a warning. I told him that his wish was unnecessary, for I would leave him that instant, and so, taking my hat, walked out of the doors." One of Keimer's workmen, Hugh Meredith, came to Franklin in the evening and suggested that when his time was out they should form a partnership, his father to advance the money needed to obtain a press and types. "This proposal was agreeable, and I consented. I gave an inventory to the father," Franklin continues, "who carried it to a merchant. The things were sent for. The secret was to be kept till they should arrive, and in the meantime I was to get work, if I could, at the other printing house. But I found no vacancy there, and so remained idle a few days, when Keimer, on a prospect of being employed to print some paper money in New Jersey, which would require cuts and various types that I only could supply, and apprehending Bradford might engage me and get the job from him, sent me a very civil message that old friends should not part for a few words, the effect of sudden passion, and wishing me to return. Meredith persuaded me to comply, as it would give more opportunity for his improvement under my daily instruction. So I returned, and we went on more smoothly than for some time before. The New Jersey job was obtained. I contrived a copperplate press for it, the first that had been seen in the country. I cut several ornaments and checks for the bills. We went together to Burlington, where I executed the whole to satisfaction, and he received so large a sum for the work as to be enabled thereby to keep his head much longer above water." It was in the summer of 1728 that the firm of B. Franklin and H. Meredith set up their new printing office near the market, and "we had scarce opened our letters and put our press in order before George House, an acquaintance of mine, brought a countryman to us, whom he had met in the street, inquiring for a printer. All our cash was now expended in the variety of particulars we had been obliged to procure, and this countryman's 5 shillings, being our first fruits, and coming so seasonably, gave me more pleasure than any crown I have since earned. And the gratitude I felt toward Howes has made me often more ready than perhaps I should otherwise have been to assist young beginners." Another friend helped them by procuring from the Quakers "the printing 40 sheets of their history, the rest being to be done by Keimer, and upon this we worked exceedingly hard, for the price was low. It was a folio, pro patria size, in pica, with long primer notes. I composed of it a sheet a day, and Meredith worked it off at press. It was often 11 at night, and sometimes later, before I had finished my distribution for the next day's work, for the little jobs sent in by our other friends now and then put us back. But so determined I was to continue doing a sheet a day of the folio, that one night, when having imposed my forms, I thought my day's work over, one of them by accident was broken, and 2 pages reduced to pi. I immediately distributed and composed it over again before I went to bed." Franklin was not the kind of man to depend on his friends for work, or even to sit still and let work come to him. The public printing, always a profitable matter, was in the hands of Andrew Bradford, and in December 1728 he printed the usual speech of the governor at the meeting of the Assembly, "in a coarse, blundering manner. We reprinted it elegantly and correctly, and sent one to every member. They were sensible of the difference. It strengthened the hands of our friends in the House, and they voted us their printers for the year ensuing." A little later, for a timely pamphlet of his own writing on a projected issue of paper money, his friends in the Assembly "thought fit to reward me by employing me in printing the money, a very profitable job and a great help to me." In 1732, influence securing him the printing of an issue of paper money for Delaware, another profitable job, as well as of the "laws and votes of that government, which continued in my hands as long as I followed the business." So, too, he obtained the public printing of New Jersey. The first book published by the young firm was an impression of Watts' Psalms of David, a writer for whom Franklin had the greatest admiration, so much, in fact, that in his last hours he repeated several of Watts' lyric poems and descanted upon their sublimity. Apparently, the people of Pennsylvania did not share this liking, for when Franklin some time after was criticized for printing a particular broadside, in his defense he urged that if printers occasionally "put forth vicious and silly things not worth reading, they did so, not because they liked such things themselves, but because the people were so viciously educated that good things were not encouraged." For instance, "an impression of the Psalms of David had been upon my shelves for above 2 years." Yet he had known a large impression of Robin Hood's songs to go off in a 12-month. Even before Franklin had printed this first volume, an inception of far more importance was in his thoughts, being a project to start a newspaper, a germ, probably, of his experience with the New England Courant. But he had not yet learned from Poor Richard that, quote, 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead, end quote. And so he confided his scheme, before it was well matured, to one of his former fellow workmen, George Webb. By this means Keimer heard of the project, quote, immediately, to be beforehand with me, published proposals for printing one himself, end quote, and late in 1728 issued the first number of the Universal Instructor of All Arts and Sciences, or the Pennsylvania Gazette, end quote. Despite its formidable title, its publisher claimed that it had attained the gigantic circulation of 250 copies by its 13th issue, which meant a profit to him of at least £60 a year. But already Franklin's old master was feeling the competition of the new firm, and when number 27 of the paper was due, there was a week's delay in its publication, which Mr. Keimer presently explained to the public was occasioned by the fact that he had been, quote, awakened when fast asleep in bed about 11 at night, overtired with the labor of the day, and taken away from my dwelling by a writ and summons, it being basely and confidently given out that I was that very night about to run away, though there was not the least color or ground for such a vile report, end quote. Clearly this was not altogether a novel experience, for he styles himself, quote, the shuttlecock of fortune, the very butt for villainy to shoot at, or the continued mark for slander and her imps to spit their venom upon, end quote, and marvels that, quote, a person of strict sincerity, refined justice, and universal love to the whole creation should for a series of near 20 years be the constant butt of slander, as to be 3 times ruined as a master printer, to be 9 times in prison, one of which was 6 years together, and often reduced to the most wretched circumstances, hunted as a partridge upon the mountains, and persecuted with the most abominable lies the devil himself could invent or malice utter, end quote. Released by the forbearance of his creditors, Keimer struggled along with his paper until number 39 was reached, when he sold it to Franklin and Meredith for a small price, having then only 90 subscribers. Under the new management, the absurd title was curtailed to the Pennsylvania Gazette, and the paper otherwise improved. With the 4th issue, Franklin announced that, quote, instead of publishing a whole sheet once a week, as the first undertaker engaged to do in his proposals, we shall continue to publish a half sheet twice a week, which amounts to the same thing, only it is easier to us, and we think it will be more acceptable to our readers, inasmuch as their entertainment will by this means become more frequent, end quote. This made it the first semi-weekly ever issued in America, but the printers were in advance of their public, and after issuing a few numbers, they changed it back to a weekly. This ends Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 5, Printer and Publisher, Part 2. Franklin's editorial share in the paper is described elsewhere, but one phrase is more properly mentioned in considering him as a printer. Everyone who has had to do with publishing in any shape has learned, as Cartagena remarked, that, quote, unto those 3 things which the ancients held impossible, there should be added this 4th, to find a book printed without erratas, end quote. But few have learned to turn them to so good an account as Franklin, and his explanations and apologies are among the most entertaining contributions to the paper. In one case, his papers were wrought off with a bad transposition. But, quote, the judicious reader will easily distinguish accidental errors from the blunders of ignorance, and more readily excuse the former, which sometimes happen unavoidably, end quote. On another occasion, when Franklin had gone to New Jersey to print the paper currency of the colony, he availed himself of the popular liking for more money by the announcement that, quote, "the printer hopes the irregular publication of this paper will be excused a few times by his town readers on consideration of his being at Burlington with the press, laboring for the public good to make money more plentiful." End quote. Again, he addresses a letter to himself under a feigned name, with the motto, Printerum est errare. Quote, "Sir, as your last paper was reading in some company where I was present, these words were taken notice of in the article concerning Governor Belcher, after which His Excellency, with the gentleman trading to New England, died elegantly at Pontax." The word died should doubtless have been dined, Pontax being a noted tavern and eating house in London for gentlemen of condition, but this omission of the letter N in that word gave us as much entertainment as any part of your paper. One took the opportunity of telling us that in a certain edition of the Bible, the printer had, where David says, "I am fearfully and wonderfully made," omitted the letter E in the last word, so that it was, "I am fearfully and wonderfully mad," which occasioned an ignorant preacher, who took that text, to harangue his audience for half an hour on the subject of spiritual madness. Another related to us that when the company of stationers in England had the printing of the Bible in their hands, the word not was left out in the 7th commandment, and the whole edition was printed off with "thou shalt commit adultery" instead of "thou shalt not," etc. This material erratum induced the Crown to take the patent from them, which is now held by the King's printer. The Spectator's remark upon this story is that he doubts many of our modern gentlemen have this faulty edition by 'em, and are not made sensible of the mistake. A third person in the company acquainted us with an unlucky fault that went through the whole impression of common prayer books. In the funeral service, where these words are, "We shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye," etc., the printer had omitted the C in changed, and it read thus, "We shall all be hanged," etc. And lastly, a mistake of your brother newsprinter was mentioned. In the speech of James Prowse, written the night before he was to have been executed, instead of "I die a Protestant," he has put it, "I died a Protestant." Upon the whole, you come off with the more favorable censure, because your paper is most commonly very correct, and yet you were never known to triumph upon it by publicly ridiculing and exposing the continual blunders of your contemporary. Which observation was concluded by a good old gentleman in company with this general just remark, that whoever accustoms himself to pass over in silence the faults of his neighbors shall meet with much better quarter from the world when he happens to fall into a mistake himself, for the satirical and censorious, whose hand is against every man, shall upon such occasions have every man's hand against him. End quote. It was not in his paper only that Franklin the editor blamed Franklin the printer, for in Poor Richard, after mentioning a few faults in a previous year's issue, which he declared were Mr. Printer's faults, he continued, quotes, "These and some others of a like kind let the readers forgive or rebuke him for, as to their wisdom and goodness shall seem meet. For in such cases the loss and damage is chiefly to the reader, who, if he does not take my sense at first reading, 'tis odds he never gets it, for 10 to 1 he does not read my works a second time." End quote. In the hands of its new manager, the Gazette throve. It quickly secured the largest circulation of any paper in America, being distributed from Virginia to New York. It led, too, in advertising patronage, and this resulted in an almost continuous enlargement of its size. Franklin himself was a born advertiser, not merely of what he had to sell, but of anything which could be made the excuse for an advertisement, and some issues of his paper contain as many as 7 of his own. From a couple can be gleaned some of the difficulties under which the publisher labored. Quote, This present paper number 303 finishes the 5th year since the printer hereof undertook the Gazette. No more need be said to my generous subscribers to remind them that every one of those who are above a 12-month in arrear has it in his power to contribute considerably toward the happiness of his most obliged humble servant, B. Franklin. Quote, this Gazette, number 564, begins the 11th year since its first publication, and whereas some persons have taken it from the beginning, and others for 7 or 8 years, without paying me 1 farthing, I do hereby give notice to all who are upwards of 1 year in arrears, that if they do not make speedy payment, I shall discontinue the papers to them, and take some proper method of recovering my money. B. Franklin. To this advertisement was added an N.B. to the effect that, quote, no new subscriber will be taken in for the future without payment for the first half-year advanced, end quote, which, so far as known, is the first instance of the now universal system of prepayments. Yet, despite these delinquencies, the Gazette was for its time a wonderfully profitable paper. When his second partner, David Hall, eventually bought Franklin out, and there was a final settlement, the statement shows the profits from 1748 to 1766 to have been over £12,000 for subscriptions and over £4,000 for advertisements, Pennsylvania currency. And though this account was settled at the time, as late as 1785, Franklin still had, quote, an old account to settle as regards a particular article of some importance about which we are not agreed. It was the value of the copyright in an established newspaper, of each of which from 8 to 10,000 were printed, end quote. And he asks a printer friend to arbitrate the matter because, quote, though I never deferred, and never should if that good honest man had continued in being, to prevent all dispute on the above points with his son, it is that I now request your decision, which I doubt not will be satisfactory to us both, end quote. So far as can be learned, Franklin was never compensated in this matter, though the paper continued to be printed until 1821, making it the longest-lived paper ever issued in this country. The Pennsylvania Gazette was apparently not sufficient outlet for the active and energetic printer, for 3 years after he became its publisher, he began the issue of a paper in German, designed to supply the Palatinates and other Germans who were then emigrating in such numbers to Pennsylvania, and from this time he printed many pamphlets in German. Before this enlargement and success were achieved, Franklin had separated from Meredith. In his Autobiography he remarks, quote, I perceive that I am apt to speak in the singular number, though our partnership still continued. The reason may be that, in fact, the whole management of the business lay upon me. Meredith was no compositor, a poor pressman, and seldom sober. My friends lamented my connection with him, but I was to make the best of it. But now another difficulty came upon me which I had never the least reason to expect. Mr. Meredith's father, who was to have paid for our printing house according to the expectations given me, was able to advance only £100 currency, which had been paid, and 100 more was due to the merchant, who grew impatient and sued us all. We gave bail, but saw that if the money could not be raised in time, the suit must soon come to a judgment and execution, and our hopeful prospects must with us be ruined, as the press and letters must be sold for payment, perhaps at half price. End quote. In this distress, Franklin relates, 2 true friends whose kindness I have never forgotten, nor ever shall forget while I can remember anything, came to me separately, unknown to each other, and without any application from me, offering each of them to advance me all the money that should be necessary to enable me to take the whole business upon myself. End quote. Meredith, who was, quote, often seen drunk in the streets and playing at low games in the alehouses, end quote, had ceased to take an interest in his work, and it was finally agreed that if Franklin would assume the debts, return Meredith's father the £100 he had advanced, and pay Meredith a small sum, he would relinquish the partnership, and on these terms Franklin became sole owner of the printing office. Though the bulk of the issues of Franklin's press are of little moment, there can be no doubt that as a whole they contain more of genuine merit than those of any other printer of the same or previous periods in the colonies, the amount of doctrinal and polemic theology being a minimum, and bearing a less proportion to the whole mass than can be found in the books of contemporary American printers. In the earliest years of the venture, he took the risk of printing 2 little volumes of American poetry, as well as reprinting other verses of European origin. In 1741, he published the earliest American medical treatise, Colden's Essay on the Iliac Passion, and 4 years later, the second Caldwater's Essay on the West India Dry Grapes. From his press came the first 2 pamphlets against slavery. In 1744, he reprinted Richardson's Pamela, the first novel printed in America. Despite his personal disregard of the classics, as early as 1735, he printed James Logan's translation of Cato's Moral Distich, the first Latin work to be both translated and printed in America, which he prefaced by the remark, quote, "In most places that I am acquainted with, so great is the present corruption of manners that a printer shall find much more profit in such things as flatter and encourage vice than in such as tend to promote its contrary. It would be thought a piece of hypocrisy and pharisaical ostentation in me if I should say that I print these distiches more with a view to the good of others than my own private advantage, and indeed I cannot say it, for I confess I have so great confidence in the common virtue and good sense of the people of this and the neighboring provinces that I expect to sell a very good impression." End quote. Apparently in this he was not disappointed, and 9 years later he published a second translation of Logan's, believing it to be, quote, "in itself equal at least, if not far preferable, to any other translation of the same piece extant in our language," end quote, which he printed, quote, "in a large and fair character, that those who begin to think on the subject of old age, which seldom happens till their sight is somewhat impaired by its approaches, may not, in reading, by the pain small letters give the eyes, feel the pleasure of the mind in the least allayed." End quote. This particular book Franklin always considered the finest product of his press, and so proud was he of it that he sent 500 copies to London, where they were put into the hands of Mr. Becket for sale, without much profit, as it would appear, for nearly 40 years later Franklin wrote to ask if he could obtain a copy, and casually mentioned that he never had an account of their being sold. His greatest publishing success, Poor Richard's Almanac, and his greatest publishing failure, The General Magazine, are treated elsewhere. In all these new departures, Franklin was something more than a mere printer, and he offered Colden to print, quote, "your piece on gravitation at my own expense and risk," adding, quote, "if I can be the means of communicating anything valuable to the world, I do not always think of gaining, nor even of saving, by my business. But a piece of that kind, as it must excite the curiosity of all the learned, can hardly fail of bearing its own expense." End quote. A Scotch journeyman, David Hall, whom Franklin took into his employment in 1743, was admitted to a partnership 5 years later. He, quote, "took off my hands all the care of the printing office, paying me punctually my share of the profits." End quote. And Franklin, in congratulating a friend on a "return to your beloved retirement," wrote with evident pleasure that he too was, quote, "taking the proper measures for obtaining leisure to enjoy life and my friends more than hitherto, having put my printing house under the care of my partner, David Hall, absolutely left off bookselling, and removed to a more quiet part of the town, where I am settling my old accounts, and hope soon to be quite master of my own time." This partnership continued 18 years successfully for us both, end quote, at the end of which time Hall became the purchaser of the outfit. This did not mean that Franklin wholly retired from his connection with printing, for long before this he had established a number of printing offices in other towns. For instance, in 1733, quote, "I sent one of my journeymen to Charleston, South Carolina, where a printer was wanting. I furnished him with a press and letters on the agreement of partnership by which I was to receive 1/3 of the profits of the business, paying 1/3 of the expense." End quote. The partnership in Carolina having succeeded, quote, "I was encouraged to engage in others and to promote several of my workmen who had behaved well by establishing them with printing houses in different colonies on the same terms as that in Carolina." End quote. One of these was James Parker, whom he established in New York, and by 1743 he had, quote, 3 printing houses in 3 different colonies, and purposed to set up a 4th if I could meet with the proper person to manage it, having all the materials ready for that purpose." End quote. 5 years later he sent an outfit to Antigua in the West Indies under the charge of a journeyman who had, quote, "worked with me here and in my printing house in New York 3 or 4 years." End quote. He was also interested in a printing office in Kingston, Jamaica, and, as already noted, he took 2 of his nephews as apprentices, and when they were trained, helped them to establish themselves as printers. Quote, "Most of them did well, being enabled at the end of our term, 6 years, to purchase the types of me and go on working for themselves, by which means several families were raised. Partnerships often finish in quarrels, but I was happy in this, that mine were all carried on and ended amicably." End quote. Nor did his retirement from active printing lessen his interest in his trade, and every possible improvement in the art received attention from him. In 1753, for instance, he suggested that his London agent should, quote, "persuade your pressmaker to go out of his road a little," end quote, in making a press, in order to include certain improvements that Franklin had invented, since with these it, quote, "never gravels. The hollow face of the ribs keeps the oil better, and the cramps, bearing on the larger surface, do not wear, as in the common method. Of this I have had many years' experience." End quote. When Cadwallader Colden conceived the idea of stereotyping and wrote to Franklin about it, the new invention received his prompt attention. He conducted a series of experiments designed to test its value, and it is supposed that he communicated the idea to Didot when in France. On a somewhat kindred subject, he wrote to John Walter, who afterward became famous as a founder of the London Times, that he had read his Introduction to Logography, which he thought extremely ingenious, and, quote, "I like much the idea of cementing the letters instead of casting words of syllables, which I formerly attempted and succeeded in, having invented a mold and method by which I could, in a few minutes, form a matrice, adjust it to any word in any font at pleasure, and proceed to cast from it." End quote. Though this scheme of Walter's proved a failure, it was another step toward the modern system of stereotyping. As the printer was interested in shortening the processes of composition, so he was interested in typography, and a friendship that he quickly formed in England was with John Baskerville, the famous type maker. When a critic told Franklin that the founder's letters, quote, "would be the means of blinding all the readers in the nation," end quote, Franklin endeavored without success to, quote, "support your character against the charge," end quote, by argument. Not succeeding in this, when the fault-finder again called upon him, quote, "mischievously bent to try his judgment, I stepped into my closet, tore off the top of Mr. Carlson's specimen, and produced it to him as yours, brought with me from Birmingham, saying I had been examining it since he spoke to me, and could not for my life perceive the disproportion he mentioned, desiring him to point it out to me. He readily undertook it, and went over the several fonts, showing me everywhere what he thought instances of that disproportion, and declared that he could not then read the specimen without feeling very strongly the pain he had mentioned to me. I spared him that time the confusion of being told that these were the types he had been reading all his life with so much ease to his eyes, the types his adored Newton is printed with, on which he has pored not a little, nay, the very types his own book is printed with, for he himself is an author, and yet never discovered this painful disproportion in them till he thought they were yours." End quote. Furthermore, Franklin endeavored to get him orders from America by distributing specimens of his letters among printers. Interest in good type meant interest in good printing, and Franklin followed the improvements in books with closeness. While minister in France, he noted that, quote, "a strong emulation exists at present between Paris and Madrid with regard to beautiful printing. Here a Monsieur Didot Laine has a passion for the art, and besides having procured the best types, he has much improved the press. The utmost care is taken of his press work. His ink is black, and his paper fine and white. He has executed several charming editions. But the Soloist and the Don Quixote of Madrid are thought to excel them. Didot, however, improves every day, and by his zeal and indefatigable application bids fair to carry the art to a high pitch of perfection. I will send you a sample of his work when I have an opportunity." End quote. Franklin was not, however, too much of a printer ever to forget the reader, and in the last years of his life he made some criticisms on his craft which are as true today as when he wrote them. Quote, "By a fancy of printers," he complained, "they have suppressed the capitalizing of all substantives, with the idea of showing the character to greater advantage, those letters prominent above the line disturbing its even regular appearance," end quote, which he very properly remarked was, quote, "a gain in appearance at the expense of the reader," end quote. And anyone who has read 18th century books before, quote, "the invention of that pretended improvement had been made," will agree with him. Furthermore, quote, "from fondness for an even and uniform appearance of characters in the line, the printers have of late banished also the italic types, in which words of importance, to be attended to in the sense of the sentence, and words on which an emphasis should be put in reading, used to be printed. And lately another fancy has induced some printers to use the short, round S instead of the long one, which formerly served well to distinguish a word readily by its varied appearance. Certainly the omitting this prominent letter makes the line appear more even, but renders it less immediately legible, as the paring all men's noses might smooth and level their faces, but would render their physiognomies less distinguishable. Add to all these improvements backwards another modern fancy, that gray printing is more beautiful than black, hence the English new books are printed in so dim a character as to be read with difficulty by old eyes, unless in a very strong light and with good glasses. Whoever compares a volume of the Gentleman's Magazine, printed between the years 1731 and 1740, with one of those printed in the last 10 years, will be convinced of the much greater degree of perspicuity given by black ink than by gray. Lord Chesterfield pleasantly remarked this difference to Falconer, the printer of the Dublin Journal, who was vainly making encomiums on his own paper as the most complete of any in the world. "But, Mr. Falconer," said my lord, "don't you think it might be still farther improved by using paper and ink not quite so near of a color?" For all these reasons I cannot but wish that our American printers would, in their editions, avoid these fancied improvements, and thereby render their works more agreeable to foreigners in Europe, to the great advantage of our book-selling commerce." End quote. He was equally severe on another book-making fault of the time. "One can scarce see a new book," he wrote, quote, "without observing the excessive artifices made use of to puff up the paper of verses into a pamphlet into an octavo, and an octavo into a quarto, with scab boardings, white lines, sparse titles of chapters, and exorbitant margins, to such a degree that the selling of paper seems now the object, and printing on it only the pretense. I enclose the copy of a page in a late comedy. Between every 2 lines there is a white space equal to another line. You have a law, I think, against butchers blowing veal to make it look fatter. Why not one against booksellers blowing books to make them look bigger?" End quote. Franklin always credited his knowledge of good bookmaking to his experience in Watt's printing house, and it is stated that, quote, "at every entertainment which he gave his workmen during the life of Watts, the health of his old friend and master was one of the toasts." End quote. When, too, he went to England in 1757 as agent for his colony, one of the first things he did was to seek out his old employer, and it is related that with him he went to the composing room where he had formerly worked, voluntarily contributed the bienvenue, or sum for drink, he had once so persistently refused, and proposed the toast, "Success to printing." A London printer with whom an even greater friendship existed was William Strahan. The acquaintance started merely as a business connection in 1743, but with Franklin's next visit to London it quickly became a personal one, and ripened to such a degree that the two men agreed upon a marriage between their children. Strahan used his utmost influence to get Franklin to settle in England permanently, not merely proposing, "several advantageous schemes to me," but writing urgently to his wife. In time, Strahan became printer to the king and eventually was elected to Parliament. In this body he was an adherent of the government, voting for most of the measures of which America complained, and this drew from Franklin the letter which was to become so famous, written in a moment of bitterness upon hearing of the Battle of Bunker Hill, but which expressed merely the moment's heat, and so was never sent to his friend. Even through the Revolution, a frank and affectionate correspondence was maintained, differ as they might in opinion, and a satiric description Franklin gave of the condition of England at the end of the war is well worthy of quotation. Alluding to the general scramble there for office or money, he said, "To speak in our old style, brother type, these may be good for the chapel, but they are bad for the master, as they create constant quarrels that hinder the business. For example, here are 2 months that your government has been employed in getting its form to press, which is not yet fit to work on, every page of it being squabbled, and the whole ready to fall into pie. The fonts, too, must be very scanty or strangely out of sorts, since your compositors can't find either upper or lower case letters sufficient to set the word administration, but are forced to be continually turning for them. However, to return to common, though perhaps too saucy, language, do not despair. You have still one resource left, and that is not a bad one, since it may reunite the empire. We have some remains of affection for you, and shall always be ready to receive and take care of you in case of distress. So, if you have not sense and virtue enough to govern yourselves, even dissolve your present old crazy constitution, and send members to Congress." With even greater cleverness of metaphor, Franklin later told him, "I remember your observing once to me, as we sat together in the House of Commons, that no 2 journeyman printers within your knowledge had met with such success in the world as ourselves. You were then at the head of your profession, and soon afterwards became a member of Parliament. I was an agent for a few provinces, and now act for them all. But we have risen by different modes. I, as a Republican printer, always like to form well planed down, being averse to those overbearing letters that hold their heads so high as to hinder their neighbors from appearing. You, as a monarchist, chose to work upon crown paper, and found it profitable, while I worked upon pro patria, often indeed called foolscap, with no less advantage. Both our heaps hold out very well, and we seem likely to make a pretty good day's work of it. With regard to public affairs, to continue in the same style, it seems to me that the compositors in your chapel do not cast off their copy well, nor perfectly understand imposing. Their forms, too, are continually pestered by the outs and doubles that are not easy to be corrected. And I think they are wrong in laying aside some faces, and particularly certain headpieces, that would have been both useful and ornamental." Nothing proved better the printer's attachment for his calling than an amusement during his diplomatic service in France. In his own home he set up a press and types, all of which he and his servants cast, and with them occasionally printed little bagatelles and skits of both his friends' writing and his own, usually in very small editions. These printing materials, consisting of a great variety of fonts, he brought with him on his return to America, and used them to establish his grandson, Benjamin Franklin Bache, quote, in business as a printer, the original occupation of his grandfather, end quote, explaining to a friend, quote, I am too old to follow printing again myself, but loving the business, I have brought up my grandson Benjamin to it, and have built and furnished a printing house for him, which he now manages under my eye, end quote. Despite the many honors that had come to him, to the last he held himself to be first and foremost a printer, and began his will, quote, I, Benjamin Franklin, printer, late Minister Plenipotentiary from the United States of America to the Court of France, and now President of the State of Pennsylvania, end quote. It was at his own request that the printers of the city, with their journeymen and apprentices, were given a prominent position in his funeral procession. This ends Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 1 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 6, Writer and Journalist, Part 1. Franklin's grandfather on the maternal side and his uncle were both confirmed scribblers of rhyme, and therefore it was seemingly preordained by heritage and by example that he should write. At 7 years of age, the boy sent a poem to his Uncle Benjamin, and the recipient wrote back, "'Tis time for me to throw aside my pen, when hanging sleeves read, write, and rhyme like men. This forward spring foretells a plenteous crop, for if the bud bear grain, what will the top? If first year's shoots such noble clusters send, what laden boughs, in Getty-like, may we expect in the end?" He was 13 years of age and a printer's apprentice before any further evidence of his writing is to be found, and his ambition was still to be a rhymester. Quote, I now took a fancy to write poetry, and made some little pieces, he relates in his Autobiography, and his printer brother, quote, thinking it might turn to account, encouraged me and put me on composing occasional ballads. One was called The Lighthouse Tragedy, and contained an account of the drowning of Captain Worthilake with his 2 daughters. The other was a sailor's song on the taking of Teach, or Blackbeard the pirate. They were wretched stuff, in the Grub Street ballad style, and when they were printed he sent me about the town to sell them. End quote. Recently, what is supposed to be an original of his poem on Teach has been unearthed, and a stanza deserves quotation as an example of his earliest writing now extant. Quote, Will you hear of a bloody battle lately fought upon the seas? It will make your ears to rattle and your admiration cease. Have you heard of Teach the rover and his knavery on the main? How of gold he was a lover, how he loved all ill-got gain? End quote. Whatever their merit, Franklin scored a success in his first essay in letters. The ballads sold well, one in fact wonderfully, which, quote, flattered my vanity, but my father discouraged me by ridiculing my performances and telling me verse-makers were generally beggars. So I escaped being a poet, most probably a very bad one. End quote. Laughed out of poetry, the lad turned to prose, and here again his father's criticism influenced him. Having engaged in an argument on the propriety of educating the female sex in learning and their abilities for study, with a friend who was naturally more eloquent and had a ready plenty of words, Franklin was worsted, so he thought, more by his fluency than by the strength of his reasons. Accordingly, quote, I sat down to put my arguments in writing, which I copied fair and sent to him. He answered, and I replied. 3 or 4 letters of aside had passed when my father happened to find my papers and read them. Without entering into the discussion, he took occasion to talk to me about the manner of my writing, observed that though I had the advantage of my antagonist in correct spelling and pointing, which I owed to the printing house, I fell far short in elegance of expression, in method, and in perspicuity, of which he convinced me of several instances. I saw the justice of his remarks, and thence grew more attentive to the manner in writing, and determined to endeavor at improvement. End quote. Quote, "About this time I met with an odd volume of The Spectator. I bought it, read it over and over, and was much delighted with it. I thought the writing excellent, and wished, if possible, to imitate it. With this view, I took some of the papers, and making short hints of the sentiment in each sentence, laid them by a few days, and then, without looking at the book, tried to complete the papers again, by expressing each hinted sentiment at length, and as fully as it had been expressed before, in any suitable words that should come to hand. Then I compared my Spectator with the original, discovered some of my faults, and corrected them. But I found that I wanted a stock of words, or a readiness in recollecting and using them, which I thought I should have acquired before that time if I had gone on making verses, since the continued occasion for words of the same import but of different length to suit the measure, or of different sound for the rhyme, would have laid me under a constant necessity of searching for variety, and also have tended to fix that variety in my mind and make me master of it. Therefore I took some of the tales and turned them into verse, and after a time, when I had pretty well forgotten the prose, turned them back again. I also sometimes jumbled my collection of hints into confusion, and after some weeks endeavored to reduce them into the best order before I began to form the full sentences and complete the paper. This was to teach me method in the arrangement of thoughts. By comparing my work afterwards with the original, I discovered many faults and amended them, but I sometimes had the pleasure of fancying that in certain particulars of small import I had been lucky enough to improve the method or the language, and this encouraged me to think I might possibly in time come to be a tolerable English writer, of which I was extremely ambitious. My time for these exercises and for reading was at night, after work, or before it began in the morning, or on Sundays, when I contrived to be in the printing house alone." End quote. It was undoubtedly this admiration for the Spectator which inspired his next contributions to literature, for it is from that series clearly that the young author took his model. On a March night in the year 1722, or when the lad was 16 years of age, he slipped a paper under the door of what James Franklin advertised as his printing house over against Mr. Sheaf's school near the prison, and then stole away. The next day, as the apprentice stood at his type case, he could hear his brother consulting with the ingenious men among his friends who amused themselves by writing little pieces for the paper, as to who could be the author of the sheets with the humble signature of Silence Dogood. And it is easy to imagine his pride when he heard the essay praised by them, when the piece appeared in all the glory of type in the New England Courant, and when his eye met the notice in the same issue that, quote, "As a favor of Mrs. Dogood's correspondence is acknowledged by the publisher of this paper, lest any of her letters should miscarry, he desires they may be delivered at his printing office, or at the Blue Balls in Union Street, and no question will be asked of the bearer." End quote. In the piece thus printed, Mrs. Dogood introduced herself to readers in due form, and announced that she, quote, "intends once a fortnight to present them, by the help of this paper, with a short epistle, which I presume will add somewhat to their entertainment." End quote. And she was as good as her word, for to the number of 14 letters, the pseudo-widow gossips on female training and vices, pride, college learning, hypocrites, widows, matchmakers, religion, drinking, etc., until, quote, "my small fund of sense for such performances was pretty well exhausted, when, unable longer to contain the secret, I discovered it." End quote. This made the lad, quote, "considered a little more by my brother's acquaintance, which did not quite please him, as he thought, probably with reason, that it tended to make me too vain." End quote. Very quickly, as already recounted, the anonymous contributor was acting as both publisher and editor of the Courant, and in these capacities he seemed to have satisfied James Franklin better, for while the last named was in prison, quote, "I made bold to give our rulers some rubs in it, which my brother took very kindly." End quote. He was at this time barely 17, and thus presumptively the youngest American editor. The wandering life of the runaway apprentice gave slight opportunity for the cultivation of his pen talent, and save for his little wicked tract, the succeeding years were lean ones in production. But once Franklin was established in Philadelphia as a printer, the tendency to write redeveloped and proved of real service to him. In the first year of the new firm, he wrote a little pamphlet on the local question entitled The Nature and Necessity of a Paper Currency, and the opposition happening to have no writers among them that were able to answer it, the party in favor of an issue of paper money carried their point in the assembly. Quote, "My friends there, who conceived that I had been of some service, thought fit to reward me by employing me in printing the money, a very profitable job and a great help to me. This was another advantage gained by my being able to write." End quote. Once again, within this first year, Franklin's ability to use his pen was to profit him. When Keimer stole his project of a newspaper and forestalled him, in resentment, the would-be editor wrote several pieces of entertainment for Bradford's paper. This latter, according to Franklin, had hitherto been a paltry thing, wretchedly managed, no way entertaining, and yet was profitable. But now, thanks to the letters of the busybody, which were much the same style as those of Mrs. Dogood, the attention of the public was fixed on that paper, and Keimer's proposals, which were burlesqued and ridiculed, were disregarded. The new paper languished, and within a year, as already told, was purchased by Mr. Franklin. Mr. Keimer, by way of filling his columns rather than of entertaining his readers, had begun reprinting Chambers' great Cyclopedia and Defoe's Religious Courtship. But Franklin was too instinctively a journalist to continue such padding. The first, he told his subscribers in his inaugural, contained too many things abstruse and insignificant, and moreover would take perhaps 10 years to finish. As for the second, it would shortly be printed in book form and at the service of those who approve it. His paper thus cleared of uncurrent and stale matter, the new editor set about filling it with news that should be both interesting and timely. Quote, "Our country correspondents," the Gazette requested, "are desired to acquaint us, as soon as they can conveniently, with every remarkable accident, occurrence, etc., fit for public notice, that may happen within their knowledge, in order to make this paper more universally intelligent." End quote. Having made his appeal for local events, Franklin spread a broader dragnet, and the paper assured its patrons that, quote, "The publishers of this paper, meeting with considerable encouragement, are determined to continue it, and to that end have taken measures to settle a general correspondence, to procure the best and earliest intelligence from all parts. We shall from time to time have all the noted public prints from Great Britain, New England, New York, Maryland, and Jamaica, besides what news may be collected from private letters and informations, and we doubt not of continuing to give our customers all the satisfaction they expect from a performance of this nature." End quote. Try as Franklin might to make his paper a good news sheet, it was not always easy, and occasionally the Gazette gives voice to the editorial difficulties. One issue, for instance, informed its readers, quote, "After a long dearth of news, we have, by the late ships, received English papers to the 12th of November. The war, though it creates a more general appetite for news, does, we find in this distant part of the world, very much disconcert us news writers. During the peace, ships were constantly dropping in at some port or other of this continent, and we had fresh advices almost every week from Europe. But now, by their waiting for convoy and other hindrances and delays, we are sometimes months without having a syllable. The consequence is that a series of newspapers come to hand in a lump together, and being each of us ambitious to give our readers the freshest intelligence, we crowd all the latest events into our first paper, and are obliged to fill up succeeding ones with articles of prior date, or else omit them entirely as being anticipated and stale, and entertain you with matters of another nature. Hence the chain of occurrences is broken or inverted, and much of the news rendered thereby unintelligible. Hence you have tedious accounts of the raising of armies, the motion of fleets, or the siege of cities, after you have been some weeks acquainted with the taking of those cities and the beating of those fleets and armies, or perhaps you were never told at all by what steps those great events were brought about. Such a confused method must make any writing of an historical nature less entertaining and instructive to the intelligent reader. We propose, therefore, to avoid it for the future in this paper as much as may be, and doubt not but that for the sake of a clear and regular account of the affairs in Europe, our readers will excuse us if we happen now and then to be a week or two later than others with some particular articles." End quote. Measured by its contemporaries, there is no doubt that Franklin succeeded in making the Gazette a newspaper. Thefts, murders, rapes, etc., were described with a detail that might be termed modern, but for this very example that the new journalism is not new. Real pains were taken to chronicle local events, and though the results seem meager, it was far better done than by its rivals, and nothing proved this more than the fact that they stole from its columns. Quote, "When Mr. Bradford publishes after us," the Gazette told one plagiary, "and has occasion to take an article or two out of the Gazette, which he is always welcome to do, he is desired not to date his paper a day before ours, as last week in the case of the letter containing Kelsey's speech, etc., lest distant readers should imagine we take from him, which we always carefully avoid." End quote. Nor was this the only amusement Franklin made out of his rival's columns, and one of his jokes was peculiarly typical. Quote, "As you sometimes take upon you to correct the public," he made a pretended correspondent, Memory, write to his paper, "you ought in your turn patiently to receive public correction. My quarrel against you is your practice of publishing under the notion of news old transactions which I suppose you hope we have forgot. For instance, in your number 669, you tell us from London of July 20th that the losses of our merchants are laid before the Congress of Soissons by Mr. Stanhope, etc., and that Admiral Hobson died the 8th of May last. Whereas, 'tis certain, there has been no Congress at Soissons nor anywhere else these 3 years at least, nor could Admiral Hobson possibly die in May last, unless he made a resurrection since his death in 1728. And in your number 670, among other articles of equal antiquity, you tell us a long story of a murder and robbery perpetrated on the person of Mr. Nathan Bostock, which I have read word for word not less than 4 years since in your own paper. Are these your freshest advices, foreign and domestic? I insist that you insert this in your next, and let us see how you justify yourself." End quote. Still affecting to treat the matter seriously, Franklin replied, quote, "I need not say more in vindication of myself against this charge than that the letter is evidently wrong directed, and should have been to the publisher of the Mercury, inasmuch as the number of my paper is not yet amounted to 669, nor are those old articles anywhere to be found in the Gazette, but in the Mercury of the last 2 weeks." End quote. These girds bespoke strained relations with his fellow editor, and there was little love lost between them. The Bradfords charged upon one occasion that Franklin had been awarded the printing of the New Jersey colony money for a higher sum than was asked by another printer, and added, quote, "It's no matter, it's the country's money, and if the public can't afford to pay well, who can? It's proper to serve a friend when there is an opportunity." End quote. There were other charges, too, of one sort and another, and counter-charges in the Gazette, with the advantage generally in Franklin's favor, but which did little credit to either of the disputants. Later in life, Franklin came to realize this fact, for from Paris he wrote of American journalism to a friend. Quote, "You do well to avoid being concerned in the pieces of personal abuse, so scandalously common in our newspapers, that I am afraid to lend any of them here until I have examined and laid aside such as would disgrace us, and subject us among strangers to a reflection like that used by a gentleman in a coffee-house to 2 quarrellers, who, after a mutually free use of the words rogue, villain, rascal, scoundrel, etc., seemed as if they would refer their dispute to him. I know nothing of you or your affairs, said he. I only perceive that you know one another. The conductor of a newspaper should, methinks, consider himself as in some degree the guardian of his country's reputation, and refuse to insert such writing as may hurt it. If people will print their abuses of one another, let them do it in little pamphlets and distribute them where they think proper. It is absurd to trouble all the world with them, and unjust to subscribers in distant places to stuff their paper with matters so unprofitable and so disagreeable." End quote. Even more severe was his ironical account of the supremest court of judicature in Pennsylvania, viz., the Court of the Press. This court, he wrote, may receive and promulgate accusations of all kinds against all persons and characters, with or without inquiry or hearing at the court's discretion. It is established for the benefit of about 1 citizen in 500 who can procure pen, ink, and paper, with a press, a few types, and a huge pair of blacking balls, and who, if you make the least complaint of his conduct, daubs his blacking balls in your face wherever he meets you, and besides tearing your private character to flitters, marks you out for the odium of the public as an enemy to the liberty of the press. End quote. This 500th part of the citizens have the privilege of accusing and abusing the other 499 parts at their pleasure. In practice, this court, quote, is not governed by any of the rules of common courts of law. The accused is allowed no grand jury, nor is the name of the accuser made known to him, nor has he an opportunity of confronting the witnesses against him, nor is there any petty jury of his peers. Its privileges flow from what is termed the liberty of the press, end quote, which Franklin deemed to be akin to, quote, the liberty of the press that felons have by the common law of England, before conviction, that is, to be pressed to death or hanged, end quote. And he argues that if this so-called liberty consists in the power of, quote, affronting, calumniating, and defaming one another, I, for my part, own myself willing to part with my share of it whenever our legislators shall please so to alter the law, and shall cheerfully consent to exchange my liberty of abusing others for the privilege of not being abused myself. Failing this, my proposal then is to leave the liberty of the press untouched, to be exercised in its full extent, force, and vigor, but to permit the liberty of the cudgel to go with it, pari passu. Thus, my fellow citizens, if the impudent writer attacks your reputation, dearer to you perhaps than your life, and puts his name to the charge, you may go to him as openly and break his head. If he conceals himself behind the printer, and you can nevertheless discover who he is, you may in like manner waylay him in the night, attack him behind, and give him a good drubbing. Thus far goes my project as to private resentment and retribution. But if the public should ever happen to be affronted, as it ought to be, with the conduct of such writers, I would not advise proceeding immediately to these extremities, but that we should in moderation content ourselves with tarring and feathering and tossing them in a blanket. If, however, it should be thought that this proposal of mine may disturb the public peace, I would then humbly recommend to our legislators to take up the consideration of both liberties, that of the press and that of the cudgel, and by an explicit law mark their extent and limits, and at the same time that they secure the person of a citizen from assaults, they would likewise provide for the security of his reputation. End quote. Long after Franklin had severed his interest in his own paper, he took pride that, quote, I lately heard a remark that on examination of the Pennsylvania Gazette for 50 years from its commencement, it appeared that during that long period scarce one libelous piece had ever appeared in it. This generally chaste conduct is much to its reputation, for it has long been the opinion of sober, judicious people that nothing is more likely to endanger the liberty of the press than the abuse of that liberty by employing it in personal accusation, detraction, and calumny. The excesses some of our papers have been guilty of in this particular have set this state in a bad light abroad, for I have seen a European newspaper in which the editor, who had been charged with frequently calumniating the Americans, justifies himself by saying that he had published nothing disgraceful to us which he had not taken from our own printed papers. Franklin's share in the Gazette was far more than gathering news. The editorial was a yet unknown feature of journalism, but he often added to his items little comments or explanations. When there was an empty column, he wrote an essay, letter, poem, or anything else to fill it. Forestalling modern journalism, he asked a question and then proceeded to answer it at length. So, too, he propounded questions in casuistry and riddles to his readers, and for one of the latter he offered that, quote, "Who in good verse explains me clear shall have this Gazette free 1 year." End quote. Finally, he composed the annual Carrier's Address that ushered in each new year. End of Chapter 6, Part 1 of 3. Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 6, Writer and Journalist, Part 2. Having made a success of his newspaper, the editor's ambition expanded, and he conceived the scheme of establishing a magazine. Imprudently, he confided the idea to a friend before he was quite ready to begin, and as with his project of a newspaper, another publisher heard of the plan and hastened to issue a prospectus of just such a periodical. Instead of letting this interfere, Franklin, while charging a breach of confidence, continued his preparations, and after a war of words in the press between the two editors, the controversy settled into a race as to which magazine should first appear. On February 13, 1741, the American magazine was issued, and on the 16th the General magazine was for sale, Franklin thus losing, by 3 days, the honor of having edited and published the first monthly in America. Neither publication succeeded, the earliest in the field dying with its third number, with its publisher not far from bankruptcy, and the second, after a 6-month struggle, ceased to appear, leaving nothing but a long account on the wrong side of the printer's ledger. These years of editorship were busy ones for Franklin, and kept his quill too well employed to let it produce much besides what was required for his periodicals. From 1729 to 1757, the few pieces he wrote which did not appear in one of these publications were, with one exception noted elsewhere, wholly pamphlets of occasion, such as his Proposals for Education and his Account of the Pennsylvania Hospital. But if he produced nothing that can be ranked as literature, while his paper, magazine, and almanac made such drafts on his time, his work in them was teaching him all there was to be learned of pencraft. An inch of space, or a column, or a page needed to be filled, the printer left his type-case and wrote something of exactly the right length. It is to be questioned if any man of letters ever served so long and so difficult an apprenticeship as did Franklin in his almost 40 years of editorial work, and there is small wonder that every year marked a gain to him in style and facility. When he took farewell of journalism, words had become to him a plastic medium which he could model to any shape his fancy chose. In a generation which considered Johnson's Latinized English as the acme of fine writing, he wrote a style which has scarcely been equaled for its combination of simplicity and clearness. A query, which he wrote, gives his own standard. Quote, "How shall we judge the goodness of a writing? Or what qualities should a writing have to be good and perfect in its kind?" Answer: to be good, it ought to have a tendency to benefit the reader by improving his virtue or his knowledge. But, not regarding the intention of the author, the method should be just, that is, should proceed regularly from things known to things unknown, distinctly and clearly without confusion. The words used should be the most expressive that the language affords, provided that they are the most generally understood. Nothing should be expressed in 2 words that can be as well expressed in 1. That is, no synonyms should be used, or very rarely, but the whole should be as short as possible, consistent with clearness. The words should be so placed as to be agreeable to the ear in reading. Summarily, it should be smooth, clear, and short, for the contrary qualities are displeasing. But taking the query otherwise, an ill man may write an ill thing well. That is, having an ill design, he may use the properest style and arguments, considering who are to be readers, to attain his ends. In this sense, that is best wrote which is best adapted for obtaining the end of the writer." Far more than a good style went to make up Franklin's success as a writer. Poor Richard had distinct literary ease. He was never at a loss for an aphorism, simile, or a story to illustrate or strengthen an argument, could take another man's idea and improve upon it, could refute a whole argument by a dozen words scribbled in the margin, and imitate other and bygone styles of writing at will. On this facility he drew heavily as he stepped into public life, and some examples of his work will show at once his methods and his versatility. In 1760, the columnists had reason to dread a termination of the French and Indian War before the British success had made certain the retention of Canada. Instead of keeping to traditional lines and repeating in a pamphlet or squib the argument that had become by repetition both hackneyed and partisan, Franklin made his appeal in such a way as to avoid both. Quote, "I met lately with an old quarto book on a stall," he wrote to an editor of the London Chronicle, translated, so he goes on to tell, from the Spanish, and a certain chapter of this book is so apropos to our present situation, only changing Spain for France, that I think it well worth general attention and observation, as it discovers the arts of our enemies, and may therefore help in some degree to put us on our guard against them." End quote. Having thus convinced the reader that whatever follows is untinctured by contemporary bias, he pretendedly transcribes from the book a chapter on the means of disposing the enemy to peace. And by putting every reason for ending the war into the mouth of an enemy of England, he successfully makes each of them seem inimical to that country. But this masterpiece of turning an opponent's own guns on him could only succeed if the hoax were well enough done to carry conviction of its genuineness to each reader. An excerpt will illustrate how far the writer was able to accomplish this. Quote, "Wars, with whatever prudence undertaken and conducted, do not always succeed. Many things out of man's power to govern, such as dearth of provision, tempests, pestilence, and the like, oftentimes interfering and totally overthrowing the best designs, so that those enemies, England and Holland, of our monarchy, though apparently at first the weaker, may, by disastrous events of war on our part, become the stronger, and though not in such degree as to endanger the body of this great kingdom, yet by their greater power of shipping and aptness in sea affairs, to be able to cut off, if I may so speak, some of its smaller limbs and members that are remote therefrom and not easily defended, to wit, our islands and colonies in the Indies, thereby, however, depriving the body of its wonted nourishment, so that it must thenceforth languish and grow weak, if those parts are not recovered, which possibly may, by continuance of war, be found unlikely to be done. And the enemy, puffed up with their successes, and hoping still for more, may not be disposed to peace on such terms as would be suitable to the honor of your majesty and to the welfare of your state and subjects. In such a case, the following means may have good effect." End quote. A still cleverer imposition was something he wrote in 1773. The stock argument of the English writers who maintained that Parliament possessed supreme authority over America was that the colonists, had they remained in Great Britain, would have been absolutely subject to its laws, and that emigration had not changed this condition. To show the utter absurdity of the claim, Franklin drafted what purported to be an edict of the Prussian king, which began in due form, "Frederick, by the grace of God, King of Prussia," etc., 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 and then continued, quote, "Whereas it is well known to all the world that the first German settlements made in the island of Britain were by colonies of people subject to our renowned ducal ancestors, and drawn from their dominions under the conduct of Hengist, Horsa, Hela, Uffa, Serticus, Ida, and others, and that the said colonies have flourished under the protection of our august house for ages past, have never been emancipated therefrom, and yet have hitherto yielded little profit to the same, and whereas we ourselves have in the last war fought for and defended the said colonies against the power of France, and thereby enabled them to make conquests from the said power in America, for which we have not yet received adequate compensation, and whereas it is just and expedient that a revenue should be raised from the said colonies in Britain towards our indemnification, and that those who are descendants of our ancient subjects and thence still owe us due obedience should contribute to the replenishing of our royal coffers, as they must have done had their ancestors remained in the territories now to us appertaining, we do, therefore, hereby ordain and command that from and after the date of these presents there shall be levied and paid to our officers of the customs on all goods, wares, and merchandises, and on all grain and other produce of the earth exported from the said island of Britain, and on all goods of whatever kind imported into the same, a duty of 4.5 per cent ad valorem for the use of us and our successors." The edict, its author affirmed, was written in out-of-the-way form as most likely to take the general attention, and in this it was an entire success. It was printed in the Public Advertiser, and Franklin wrote a friend that he could not send him one because, "though my clerk went the next morning to the printers, and wherever they were sold, the edition of the paper had been exhausted." In consequence, the piece was reprinted by request in a subsequent issue, and was generally reprinted in other papers and in the magazines. "I am not suspected as the author," the Cozener told a correspondent, "except by one or two friends, and we have heard the latter spoken of in the highest terms as the keenest and severest piece that has appeared here for a long time. Lord Mansfield, I hear, said of it that it was very able and very artful indeed, and would do mischief by giving here a bad impression of the measures of government and in the colonies by encouraging them in their contumacy. What made it the more noticed here was that people in reading it were, as the phrase is, taken in, till they had got half through it, and imagined it a real edict, to which mistake I suppose the King of Prussia's character must have contributed." Of this he relates an incident which must have delighted him. "I was down at Lord Le Despensier's when the post brought that day's papers. Mr. Whitehead was there too, Paul Whitehead, the author of Manners, who runs early through all the papers and tells the company what he finds remarkable. He had them in another room, and we were chatting in the breakfast parlor when he came running in to us out of breath with the paper in his hand. 'Here,' says he, 'here's news for you. Here's the King of Prussia claiming a right to this kingdom.' All stared, and I as much as anybody, and he went on to read it. When he had read 2 or 3 paragraphs, a gentleman present said, 'Damn his impudence! I dare say we shall hear by next post that he is upon his march with 100,000 men to back this.' Whitehead, who was very shrewd, soon after began to smoke it, and looking into my face said, 'I'll be hanged if this is not some of your American jokes upon us.' The reading went on and ended with abundance of laughing, and the general verdict was that it was a fair hit, and the piece was cut out of the paper and preserved in my lord's collection." Another incident which occurred at Lord Le Despensier's serves to show still another quality of his skill, as well as his facility with his pen. Dr. Franklin told me, John Adams relates, that before his return to America from England in 1775, he was in company with a number of English noblemen when the conversation turned upon fables, those of Aesop, La Fontaine, Gay, Moore, and etc. Some one of the company observed that he thought the subject was exhausted. He did not believe that any man could now find an animal, beast, bird, or fish that he could work into a new fable with any success, and the whole company appeared to applaud the idea, except Franklin, who was silent. The gentleman insisted on his opinion. He said, with submission to their lordships, he believed the subject was inexhaustible, and that many new and instructive fables might be made out of such materials. Can you think of any one at present? If your lordship will furnish me a pen, ink, and a paper, I believe I can furnish your lordship with one in a few minutes." The paper was brought, and he sat down and wrote, quote, "Once upon a time an eagle, scaling round a farmer's barn, and espying a hare, darted down upon him like a sunbeam, seized him in his claws, and remounted with him in the air. He soon found that he had a creature of more courage and strength than a hare, for which, notwithstanding the keenness of his eyesight, he had mistaken a cat. The snarling and scrambling of the prey was very inconvenient, and what was worse, she had disengaged herself from his talons, grasped his body with her 4 limbs, so as to stop his breath, and seized fast hold of his throat with her teeth. 'Pray,' said the eagle, 'let go your hold, and I will release you.' 'Very fine,' said the cat. 'I have no fancy to fall from this height and be crushed to death. You have taken me up, and you shall stoop and let me down.' The eagle thought it necessary to stoop accordingly." End quote. The moral was so applicable to England and America that the fable was allowed to be original and highly applauded. Perhaps the ablest of all his quips was a letter designed to increase the odium of the small German princes who sold their troops to Great Britain during the Revolution. This purported to be written by one of the potentates to his officer in command in America. Quote, "You cannot imagine my joy," the ruler declared, "that of the 1,950 Hessians engaged in the fight at Trenton, but 345 escaped. There were just 1,605 men killed, and I cannot sufficiently commend your prudence in sending an exact list of the dead to my minister in London. This precaution was the more necessary, as the report sent to the English ministry does not give but 1,455 dead. This would make 483,450 florins instead of 643,500 florins, which I am entitled to demand under our convention. You will comprehend the prejudice which such an error would make in my finances, and I do not doubt that you will take the necessary pains to prove that Lord North's list is false and yours correct. The Court of London objects that there were 100 wounded who ought not to be included in the list, nor paid for as dead, but I trust you will not overlook my instructions to you on quitting Cassel, and that you will not have tried by human succor to recall to life the unfortunates whose days could not be lengthened but by the loss of a leg or an arm. I do not mean by this that you should assassinate them. We should be humane, my dear Baron, but you may insinuate to the surgeons with either propriety that a crippled man is a reproach to their profession." End quote. Then Franklin makes the writer continue, quote, "I'm about to send you some new recruits. Don't economize them. You did right to send back to Europe that Dr. Kremerus who was so successful in curing dysentery. Don't bother with a man who is subject to looseness of the bowels. That disease makes bad soldiers. One coward will do more mischief in an engagement than 10 brave men will do good. Better that they burst in their barracks than fly in a battle and tarnish the glory of our arms. Besides, you know that they pay me as killed for all who die from disease, and I don't get a farthing for runaways. My trip to Italy, which has cost me enormously, makes it desirable that there should be a great mortality among them. You will, therefore, promise promotion to all who expose themselves. You will exhort to seek glory in the midst of dangers. You will say to Major Mondorf that I am not at all content with his saving the 345 men who escaped the massacre at Trenton. Through the whole campaign he has not had 10 men killed in consequence of his orders. Finally, let it be your principal object to prolong the war and avoid a decisive engagement on either side, for I have made arrangements for a grand Italian opera, and I do not wish to be obliged to give it up." End quote. A greater imposition still was something he did in 1782 in an endeavor to make Europe appreciate the horrors of another British mode of warfare. On his private press at Passy, he struck off a fictitious newspaper, purporting to be a supplement of the Boston Chronicle, filled with certain evidence which he wished to get before the public. Chief of these was an account of the capture of a large quantity of scalps from the Indians in English pay, which had been made up in 8 packs. cured, dried, hooped, and painted, preparatory to sending them as a gift to George III. With them was an invoice of each package, of which the following are examples. Quote, Number 4, containing 102 of farmers, mixed of the several marks above, only 18 marked with a little yellow flame to denote their being of prisoners burnt alive after being scalped, their nails pulled out by the roots and other torments. One of these latter supposed to be a rebel clergyman, his band being fixed to the hoop of his scalp. Most of the farmers appear by the hair to have been young or middle-aged men, there being but 67 very gray heads among them all, which makes the service more essential. Number 5, containing 88 scalps of women, hair long, braided in the Indian fashion, to show they were mothers, hoops blue, skins yellow ground, with little red tadpoles, to represent, by way of triumph, the tears of grief occasioned to their relations, a black scalping knife or a hatchet at the bottom, to mark their being killed with these instruments. 17 others, hair very gray, black hoops, plain brown color, no mark but the short club or castet, to show they were knocked down dead or had their brains beat out. End quote. After this gruesome description in the paper, almost as if to show the literary versatility of the man, comes a pretended letter from John Paul Jones to the British minister at The Hague. In a moment of temper, the diplomat had termed the naval officer a pirate, and it was too good a chance for Franklin not to seize upon. Quote, A pirate, the Englishman was told, is defined to be hostis humani generis, an enemy to all mankind. It happens, sir, that I am an enemy to no part of mankind except your nation, the English, which nation, at the same time, comes much more within the definition, being actually an enemy to, and at war with, one whole quarter of the world. A pirate makes war for the sake of rapine. This is not the kind of war I am engaged in against England. Ours is a war in defense of liberty, the most just of all wars, and of our properties, which your nation would have taken from us without our consent, in violation of our rights, and by an armed force. Yours, therefore, is a war of rapine, of course a piratical war, and those who approve of it and are engaged in it more justly deserve the name of pirates which you bestow on me. End quote. Following this letter came a number of minor paragraphs and even advertisements, all intended to give verisimilitude. Quote, Enclosed I send you a few copies of a paper, Franklin wrote to a friend, that places in a striking light the English barbarities in America, particularly those committed by the savages at their instigation. The form may perhaps not be genuine, but the substance is truth, the number of our people of all kinds and ages murdered and scalped by them being known to exceed that of the invoices. Make any use of them you may think proper to shame your Anglo-manes, but do not let it be known through what hand they come. End quote. For once the fraud was too well done, and Franklin overreached himself by the very ability of his philippic against the ambassador. Have you seen in the papers an excellent letter by Paul Jones to Sir Joseph Yorke? Asked Horace Walpole of a correspondent. Elle nous dit bien des vérités. I doubt poor Joseph cannot answer them. Dr. Franklin himself, I should think, was the author. It is certainly from a first-rate pen, and not a common man of war. End quote. This was the judgment, however, of a skilled critic, and the supplement was generally accepted as genuine. It was not his contemporaries alone whom Franklin deceived by the cleverness of his art. While acting as agent in London for a number of the colonies, he was compelled, if he wished their interests to receive the slightest attention, to dance attendance at the levees, but he put his disgust at a system of business based on personal influence and corruption into one of the severest pieces of irony he ever penned. Quote, It is now more than 170 years since the translation of our common English Bible. He began a paper which he entitled Proposed New Version of the Bible. The language in that time is much changed, he continues, and the style, being obsolete and thence less agreeable, is perhaps one reason why the reading of that excellent book is of late so much neglected. I have, therefore, thought it would be well to procure a new version, in which, preserving the sense, the turn of phrase and manner of expression should be modern. I do not pretend to have the necessary abilities for such a work myself. I throw out the hint for the consideration of the learned, and only venture to send you a few verses of the first chapter of Job, which may serve as a sample of the kind of version I would recommend." Then followed 7 paraphrased verses, which, without the least change of substance, were, by a mere change of words, made to become a savage satire on the monarchical system of government. Yet such was the skill with which it was written that the editor to whom it was sent printed it in good faith as a genuine proposal, and it has since been frequently cited as a serious endeavor of its author. Thus, one of his recent biographers devotes 3 pages to abuse of the travesty, writing, quote, "When age and experience should have taught him better, he made a paraphrase of a chapter of Job. In no book, it is safe to say, is the force and beauty of the English tongue so finely shown as in King James' Bible. But on Franklin that force and beauty were wholly lost. The language he pronounced obsolete, the style he thought not agreeable, and he was for a new rendering in which the turn of phrase and manner of expression should be modern. The plan is beneath criticism. Were such a piece of folly ever begun, there would remain but one other depth of folly to which it would be possible to go down. Franklin proposed to fit out the kingdom of heaven with lords, nobles, a ministry, and levee days. It would, on the same principle, be proper to make another version suitable for republics, nor would he have hesitated to make such a version. The Bible was to him in no sense a book for spiritual guidance. Hence it was that the first chapter of Job taught him nothing but a lesson in politics." End quote. Something Matthew Arnold wrote is still more amusing. Quote, "I remember the relief with which, after long feeling the sway of Franklin's imperturbable common sense, I came upon a project of his for a new version of the Book of Job, to replace the old version, the style of which, says Franklin, has become obsolete and thence less agreeable. I give," he continues, "a few verses which may serve as a sample of the kind of version I would recommend. We all recollect the famous verse in our translation, 'Then Satan answered the Lord, and said, Doth Job fear God for naught?' Franklin makes this, 'Does your Majesty imagine that Job's good conduct is the effect of mere personal attachment and affection?' I well remember how when first I read that, I drew a deep breath of relief, and said to myself, after all, there is a stretch of humanity beyond Franklin's victorious good sense. The lover of literary curiosities may be almost sorry that Franklin's proposal never got any further." End quote. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 6, Writer and Journalist, Part 3. It is a pity that Franklin could not read both these judgments, for no one would have enjoyed such literary curiosities more, and that he should have successfully deceived biographers and critics is only a further monument to his cleverness in letters. Franklin attempted a far more difficult piece of biblical revision, however, than a paraphrase of Job, by rewriting the Lord's Prayer. His draft, which has been strangely overlooked by his editors and biographers, though imperfect, gives reasons for each suggested change, too long to be included here, though most interesting. The text of the prayer, as far as extant, was, quote, "Heavenly Father, may all revere thee, and become thy dutiful children and faithful subjects. May the laws be obeyed on earth as perfectly as they are in heaven. Provide for us this day as thou hast hitherto daily done. Forgive us our trespasses, and enable us likewise to forgive those that offend us. Keep us out of temptation." End quote. How far Franklin deemed the style of the Bible obsolete and unagreeable is shown by another literary joke. He found in a book of Jeremy Taylor's a parable teaching the toleration he was so constantly advocating, and was so charmed with the moral, quote, well worth being made known to all mankind, end quote, that he rewrote it in scripture language, and printing off a few copies, kept one laid in his Bible. In time he came to know what he called Genesis 51 so well as to need no text, and one of his pleasures was, quote, reading it by heart out of my Bible, and obtaining the remarks of the scripturarians upon it, which were sometimes very diverting, end quote. This amusement was finally ended by one of his friends, Lord Kames, who had persuaded Franklin to give him a copy, printing it, without my consent, in his History of Man, and so giving it general circulation. It must not be supposed from this accenting of his sleight of pen that Franklin spent his time in literary legerdemain. From the time he retired from active printing and journalism, he was a prolific scribbler, both of newspaper articles and of pamphlets on all subjects he was interested in, which owed their influence to force of argument rather than to their form or turn of phrase. Poor Richard said, A, they say, has wit. For what? For writing? No, for writing not. But his creator was a living denial of the lines, for, judged by the product, his pen seems never to have been idle. He not merely wrote himself, but utilized the writings of others. During his long and bitter contests in Pennsylvania politics, he wrote many squibs and pamphlets of a strongly partisan nature, and he was charged by an opponent with having encumbered the minutes of the assembly with, quote, a load of scurrilous messages of your own drawing, and long reports put together from law books, old histories, and journals, end quote. In his service as agent in England from 1764 to 1775, he caused every important American pamphlet to be republished in London, usually adding a preface of his own. In Paris, he was instrumental in starting a periodical that should disseminate news of the Revolution untinctured by British prejudice. He saw to it that certain periodicals employed writers friendly to the American cause and encouraged other men to write. His long experience had taught him the value of the press, and in every contest in which he took a share, he used it to its fullest extent. The ancient Romans and Greek orators, he remarked, could only speak to a number of citizens capable of being assembled within the reach of their voice. Their writings had little effect because the bulk of the people could not read. Now, by the press, we can speak to nations, and good books and well-written pamphlets have great and general influence. The facility with which the same truths may be repeatedly enforced by placing them daily in different lights in newspapers, which are everywhere read, gives a great chance of establishing them. And we now find that it is not only right to strike while the iron is hot, but that it may be very practical to heat it by continually striking, end quote. Unquestionably his best work, in a literary sense, were what he himself termed bagatelles, being little essays written during his years in France, and never destined for publication, but solely for the amusement of the little circle of intimates he drew about him, and in some cases composed for the entertainment of a single invalid of whom he was particularly fond. In this way were produced The Whistle, The Ephemera, The Morals of Chess, The Dialogue with the Gout, and The Handsome and Deformed Leg, each of which in its own way has rarely been excelled in its combination of the two elements which go to make the best literature, wisdom of thought and charm of form. One peculiarity of this pen activity was his endeavor to avoid being the draftsman of public papers. In his long political service he could not help but prepare one occasionally, yet whenever possible he left it for others to do, and though he was unquestionably the foremost writer of his country during his lifetime, not one really famous document was framed by him. His reasons for this policy were given to Thomas Jefferson under circumstances that made them peculiarly interesting. Quote, when the Declaration of Independence was under the consideration of Congress, there were 2 or 3 unlucky expressions in it which gave offense to some members. The words Scotch and other foreign auxiliaries excited the ire of a gentleman or two of that country. severe strictures on the conduct of the British king in negativing our repeated repeals of the law which permitted the importation of slaves, was disapproved by some Southern gentlemen whose reflections were not yet matured to the full abhorrence of that traffic. Although the offensive expressions were immediately yielded, these gentlemen continued their depredations on other parts of the instrument. I was sitting by Dr. Franklin, who perceived that I was not insensible to these mutilations. "I have made it a rule," said he, "whenever in my power, to avoid becoming the draftsman of papers to be reviewed by a public body. I took my lesson from an incident which I will relate to you. When I was a journeyman printer, one of my companions, an apprentice hatter, having served out his time, was about to open shop for himself. His first concern was to have a handsome signboard with a proper inscription. He composed it in these words: "John Thompson, hatter, makes and sells hats for ready money," with the figure of a hat subjoined. But he thought he would submit it to his friends for their amendments. The first he showed it to thought the word hatter tautologous, because followed by the words makes hats would show he was a hatter. It was struck out. The next observed that the word makes might as well be omitted, because his customers would not care who made the hats. If good and to their mind, they would buy by whomsoever made. He struck it out. A third said he thought words for ready money were useless, as it was not the custom of the place to sell on credit. Everyone who purchased expected to pay. They were ported with, and the inscription now stood, "John Thompson sells hats." "Sells hats," says his next friend. "Why, nobody will expect you to give them away. What then is the use of that word?" It was stricken out, and hats followed it, the rather as there was one painted on the board. So the inscription was reduced ultimately to "John Thompson," with the figure of a hat subjoined. In objecting to submit his writings to criticism of this kind, Franklin's sense of humor was too strong not to get amusement out of the author's undue valuation of his own work. "I have of late fancied myself to write better than I ever did," he told a friend who jocosely asserted that his judgment was on the decline, and farther, that when anything of mine is abridged in the papers or magazines, I conceit that the abridger has left out the very best and brightest parts. These, my friend, are much stronger proofs, and put me in mind of Gil Blas's patron, the homily maker." More seriously, he complained of a London editor, who, for party reasons, made corrections and omissions in one of his pieces. "He hath drawn the teeth and pared the nails of my paper, so that it can neither scratch nor bite," Franklin grumbled. "It seems only to paw and mumble." Yet he welcomed true criticism, and in reply to such a one from David Hume, he wrote, "I thank you for your friendly admonition relating to some unusual words in the pamphlet. It will be of service to me. The pejorate and the colonize, since they are not in common use here, I give up as bad, for certainly in writings intended for persuasion and for general information one cannot be too clear, and every expression in the least obscure is a fault. The unshakable, too, though clear, I give up as rather low. The introducing new words where we are already possessed of old ones sufficiently expressive, I confess must be generally wrong, as it tends to change the language. Yet, at the same time, I cannot but wish the usage of our tongue permitted making new words when we want them, by composition of old ones whose meanings are already well understood. The German allows of it. It is a common practice with their writers. Many of our present English words were originally so made, and many of the Latin words. In point of clearness, such compound words would have the advantage of any we can borrow from the ancient or from foreign languages. For instance, the word inaccessible, though long in use among us, is not yet, I dare say, so universally understood by our people as the word uncommutable would be, which we are not allowed to write. But I hope with you that we shall always in America make the best English of this island our standard, and I believe it will be so. I assure you it often gives me pleasure to reflect how greatly the audience, if I may so term it, of a good English writer will, in another century or two, be increased by the increase of English people in our colonies." End quote. This shrewd estimate of the future value of an American public to British writers he discussed more at length in a letter to his friend Strahan, the publisher. Quote, "By the way," he informed him, "the rapid growth and extension of the English language in America must become greatly advantageous to the booksellers and holders of copyrights in England. A vast audience is assembling there for English authors, ancient, present, and future, our people doubling every 20 years. And this will demand large and, of course, profitable impressions of your most valuable books. I would, therefore, if I possessed such rights, entail them, if such a thing be practicable, upon my posterity, for their worth will be continually augmenting. This may look a little like advice, and yet I have drunk no Madeira these 6 months." End quote. What Franklin did not conceive was that the American authors and publishers would in time reverse the process and profit by the English reader. Yet had it been possible for him to entail the copyright of Poor Richard and his autobiography on his own descendants, they would have been made rich by the wide sale of these 2 books in Anglo-Saxon countries. The Autobiography, the most famous of all his writings, is of peculiar interest, not merely as a story of his life, but because it is his only real endeavor to write a book. It was begun in 1771 during a visit with his friend Bishop Shipley at Twyford, and, as originally planned, was merely a letter to his son William Franklin that he might, quote, "learn the circumstances of my life." Other occupations compelled him to lay it aside when it had been brought down only to 1731. Left in Philadelphia with his papers when Franklin sailed for France, the manuscript, in the turmoil of the Revolution, was actually thrown into the street, where by good chance it was found by an old friend who was so charmed by a reading that he begged Franklin to complete it. In compliance with the wish, a few pages were added in 1784, which mark a complete change of plan, for the alienation from his son had meantime come, and so the work was no longer a personal communication meant for one eye only, but was now written with publication in mind. Accordingly, its author sought to engraft a second book on the story of his life. From the year 1732, Franklin, quote, "had had in mind a little work for the benefit of youth, to be called The Art of Virtue, which he described to Lord Kames as follows, quote, "From the title, I think you will hardly conjecture what the nature of such a book may be. I must therefore explain it a little. Many people lead bad lives that would gladly lead good ones, but do not know how to make the change. They have frequently resolved and endeavored it, but in vain, because their endeavors have not been properly conducted. To expect people to be good, to be just, to be temperate, etc., without showing them how they should become so, seems like the ineffectual charity mentioned by the Apostle, which consists in saying to the hungry, the cold, and the naked, 'Be ye fed, be ye warmed, be ye clothed,' without showing them how they should get food, fire, and clothing." End quote. In resuming the autobiography, therefore, quote, "to shorten the work, as well as for other reasons, I omit all facts that might not have a tendency to benefit the young reader by showing him from my example and my success in emerging from poverty and acquiring some degree of wealth, power, and reputation, the advantages of certain modes of conduct which I observed, and avoiding the errors which were prejudicial to me." End quote. It was this motive which induced Franklin to write with extraordinary frankness of the mistakes of his youth, and every erratum which he told in the autobiography was described, not because he took any pleasure in cataloguing his own failings, but in the hope that it might be of benefit in saving others from similar slips. In the next few years, Franklin, urged by his friends, worked at the book, but his time was heavily mortgaged to the public, and when at last leisure came, he found that the gout and stone were faster workers than the man, and they wrote finis to the real life when that on paper had passed over only a little more than half its story. To judge Franklin from the literary standpoint is neither easy nor quite fair. It is not to be denied that as a philosopher, as a statesman, and as a friend, he owed much of his success to his ability as a writer. His letters charmed all and made his correspondence eagerly sought. His political arguments were the joy of his party and the dread of his opponents. His scientific discoveries were explained in language at once so simple and so clear that ploughboy and exquisite could follow his thought or his experiment to its conclusion. Yet he was never a literary man in the true and common meaning of the term. Omitting his uncompleted autobiography and his scientific writings, there is hardly a line of his pen which was not privately or anonymously written to exert a transient influence, fill an empty column, or please a friend. The larger part of his work was not only done in haste, but never revised or even proofread. Yet this self-educated boy and busy practical man gave to American literature the most popular autobiography ever written, a series of political and social satires that can bear comparison with those of the greatest satirists, a private correspondence as readable as Walpole's or Chesterfield's, and the collection of Poor Richard's epigrams has been oftener printed and translated than any other production of an American pen. If you would not be forgotten as soon as you are dead and rotten, either write things worth reading or do things worth the writing, advised the almanac maker, and his original did both. Yet Franklin himself asserted, quote, "He that can compose himself is wiser than he that composes books." End quote. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 7, Relations with the Fair Sex, Part 1. At 14 years of age, so Franklin relates, he engaged in a controversy with another boy on, quote, "the propriety of educating the female sex in learning and their ability for study," end quote. His opponent maintaining that it was improper and that they were naturally unequal to it, while Benjamin took the contrary side, perhaps a little for dispute's sake. 2 years later, when composing the letters of Mrs. Dogood, he wrote one in defense of women, in reply to a request of Ephraim Censorius that the author of those essays should, quote, "let the first volley of your resentment be directed against female vice, let female idleness, ignorance, and folly be the subject of your satires, but more especially female pride, which I think is intolerable." End quote. "I find it a very difficult matter," the embryo philosopher replied, "to reprove women separate from the men, for what vice is there in which the men have not as great a share as women? Moreover," he argued, "such faults as the sex have are chiefly due to men. Idleness, quote, if a man will be so fond and so foolish as to labor hard himself for a livelihood, and suffer his wife in the meantime to sit in ease and idleness, let him not blame her if she does so, for it is in a great measure his own fault." End quote. Ignorance and folly. The fault is wholly on the men for not allowing women the advantages of education. Pride. Truly, if women are proud, it is certainly owing to the men still, for if they will be such simpletons as to humble themselves at their feet, and fill their credulous ears with extravagant praises of their wit, beauty, and other accomplishments, what wonder is it if they carry themselves haughtily and live extravagantly? End quote. As befitted her pen name, Mrs. Dogood devoted much space to the consideration of feminine affairs. One of her letters treats of the lamentable condition of widows, and suggests for their benefit a mutual insurance that shall give to every married woman £500 on the death of her husband. Another discusses the sad lot of the maid who, being puffed up in her younger years with a numerous train of humble servants, had the vanity to think that her extraordinary wit and beauty could continually recommend her to the esteem of the gallants. but has seen her rejected swains, to all appearances in a dying condition, recover their health and marry, and who, disappointed in and neglected by her former adorers, and with no new offers appearing, begs the writer to form a project for the relief of all those penitent mortals of the fair sex that are like to be punished with their virginity until old age, for the pride and insolence of their youth. Showing no favor to her own condition, the widow suggests a friendly society that shall pay to each member, when the age of 30 is attained, £500, which sum she deems sufficient to fit each with a husband, but she adds that this premium shall be subject to the condition that, quote, no woman who, after claiming and receiving, has had the good fortune to marry, shall entertain any company with encomiums on her husband above the space of 1 hour at a time. End quote. A third article, picturing Boston at night, describes still another class of feminine unfortunates, of whom the 16-year-old lad might better have been ignorant. One has but to read Fielding or Smollett to know that the 18th century was a poor school for the learning of moral purity, and the runaway prentice, separated from home and parents, had fewer influences than most to save him from adopting the view of the times that human appetites were given to man for his enjoyment, and that their gratification was a venial fault at most. In the years of wandering which followed his leaving Boston, he himself frankly confesses that his hard-to-be-governed passion of youth hurried him frequently into intrigues with low women that fell in his way, and he probably had his own transgressions in mind when, a few years later, in a newspaper essay, he bespoke a charitable judgment of such weakness, arguing in behalf of the abstract offender that, quote, your youth, your inexperience, the weakness of your reason, and the violence of your passions all plead strongly for you. End quote. As he grew in years and wisdom, Franklin set himself to conquer his own nature in this failing as in others, but struggle as he would, his physique was stronger than his will. Through all his life he never succeeded in bringing himself to his own standard, and Poor Richard could speak wittingly when he asserted that, quote, the proof of gold is fire, the proof of woman gold, the proof of man a woman. End quote. Yet, though this incontinence was a matter of common knowledge, and was recurrently used as a subject of attack in political campaigns, his own generation, both men and women, deemed him a moral man, whose friendship was an honor, and it is unfair to judge him by standards that did not exist at the time he lived, or to hold his other virtues in disrespect because he lacked this one. The roving period of his journeyman life over, no sooner was he settled in Philadelphia than he looked about in search of a helpmeet. For, according to Poor Richard, quote, a man without a wife is but half a man. End quote. A view enlarged upon by Franklin when he wrote a young friend, quote, it is the man and woman united that make the complete human being. Separate, she wants his force of body and strength of reason, he her softness, sensibility, and acute discernment. Together they are more likely to succeed in the world. A single man has not nearly the value he would have in the state of union. He is an incomplete animal. He resembles the odd half of a pair of scissors. If you get a prudent, healthy wife, your industry in your profession, with her good economy, will be a fortune sufficient. End quote. In the same vein, and almost in the same words, even to his somewhat questionable comparison of matrimony to a pair of scissors, he told another, quote, the married state is, after all our jokes, the happiest, because comfortable to our natures. Man and woman have each of them qualities and tempers which in the other is deficient, and which in union contribute to the common felicity. Single and separate, they are not the complete human being. They are like the odd halves of scissors. They cannot answer the end of their formation. End quote. Favorably as the young printer thought of the institution of wedlock, he allowed little sentiment to enter into his own suits. He had leased the upper part of his printing office to a family of the name of Godfrey, in turn boarding with them, and in womanly fashion, Mrs. Godfrey projected a match for me with a relation's daughter, took opportunities of bringing us often together till a serious courtship on my part ensued, the girl being in herself very deserving. The old folks encouraged me by continual invitations to supper, and by leaving us together, till at length it was time to explain. Mrs. Godfrey managed our little treaty. I let her know that I expected as much money with their daughter as would pay off my remaining debt for the printing house, which I believe was then above £100. She brought me word that they had no such sum to spare. I said they might mortgage their house in the loan office. The answer to this, after some days, was that they did not approve the match. Whether this was a real change of sentiment or only artifice on a supposition of our being too far engaged in affection to retract, and therefore that we should steal a marriage, which would leave them at liberty to give or withhold what they pleased, I know not. But I suspected the latter, resented it, and went no more. Mrs. Godfrey brought me afterwards some more favorable accounts of their disposition, and would have drawn me on again, but I declared absolutely my resolution to have nothing more to do with that family. This was resented by the Godfreys. We differed, and they removed, leaving me the whole house, and I resolved to take no more inmates." This affair, Franklin continues calmly, having turned my thoughts to marriage, I looked round me and made overtures of acquaintance in other places, but soon found that the business of a printer being generally thought a poor one, I was not to expect money with a wife, unless with such a one as I should not otherwise think agreeable." His empty rooms, too, no doubt were a persuasive, for though poor Richard advised that one never take a wife till you have a house and a fire to put her in, he also maintained that a house without a woman and firelight is like a body without soul and spirit. Disappointed in his several courtships, he turned to one whom he had already wooed and won. Over 4 years before these abortive attempts, on the day of his first arrival in Philadelphia, the runaway apprentice, unkempt and unwashed from the journey, and with 3 great puffy rolls, one under each arm and eating a third, had walked up Market Street as far as 4th Street, passing by the door of Mr. Reed, my future wife's father, when she, standing at the door, saw me, and thought I made, as I certainly did, a most awkward, ridiculous appearance." Presently, after he had secured work with Keimer, he took lodgings at Mr. Reed's, and propinquity thus favoring, he made some courtship during this time to Miss Reed. "I had," he states, "a great respect and affection for her, and had some reason to believe she had the same for me. But as I was about to take a long voyage, and we were both very young, only a little above 18, it was thought most prudent by her mother to prevent our going too far at present, as a marriage, if it was to take place, would be more convenient after my return, when I should be, as I expected, set up in my business. Perhaps, too, she thought my expectations not so well founded as I imagined them to be." Once in London, Franklin says, "I forgot by degrees my engagements with Miss Reed, to whom I never wrote more than 1 letter, and that was to let her know I was not likely soon to return." This was, as he candidly owned when older, "another of the great errata of my life, which I would wish to correct if I were to live it over again." He acknowledged, too, that when, 18 months later, he returned and established himself in Philadelphia, "I should have been ashamed at seeing Miss Reed, had not her friends, despairing with reason of my return after the receipt of my letter, persuaded her to marry another, one Rogers, a potter, which was done in my absence. With him, however, she was never happy, and soon parted from him, refusing to cohabit with him or bear his name, and it being now said that he had another wife. He was a worthless fellow, though an excellent workman, which was the temptation to her friends. He got into debt, ran away in 1727 or 1728, went to the West Indies, and died there." End quote. Despite Franklin's ill treatment of them, there was no rupture, and, quote, "a friendly correspondence as neighbors and old acquaintances had continued between me and Mr. Reed's family, who all had a regard for me from the time of my first lodging in their house. I was often invited there and consulted in their affairs, wherein I sometimes was of service." End quote. Thus drawn into the family circle, quote, "I pitied poor Miss Reed's unfortunate situation, who was generally dejected, seldom cheerful, and avoided company. I considered my giddiness and inconstancy when in London as in a great degree the cause of her unhappiness, though the mother was good enough to think the fault more her own than mine, as she had prevented our marrying before I went thither, and persuaded the other match in my absence. Our mutual affection was revived, but there were now great objections to our union. The match was indeed looked upon as invalid, a preceding wife being said to be living in England, but this could not easily be proved because of the distance, and though there was a report of his death, it was not certain. Then, though it should be true, he had left many debts, which his successor might be called upon to pay." End quote. An escape from these difficulties was found in the common law marriage, and Franklin took her to wife September 1st, 1730. Quote, "None of the inconveniences happened that we apprehended. She proved a good and faithful helpmate, assisted me much by attending shop. We throve together, and have ever mutually endeavored to make each other happy. Thus I corrected that great erratum as well as I could." End quote. Long years after Mrs. Franklin's death, her husband bore testimony to the aid she had been to him, telling a young girl, quote, "Frugality is an enriching virtue, a virtue I never could acquire myself, but I was once lucky enough to find it in a wife, who thereby became a fortune to me. Do you possess it? If you do, and I were 20 years younger, I would give your father 1,000 guineas for you. I know you would be worth more to me as a ménagère, but I am covetous and love good bargains." End quote. "Win a prudent wife," the printer said, "and if she does not bring a fortune, she will help to make one. Industry, frugality, and prudent economy in a wife are to the tradesman in their effect a fortune." End quote. When his daughter married a shopkeeper, the father advised her that she could be as serviceable to her husband in keeping shop, quote, "as your mother was to me, for you are not deficient in capacity, and I hope are not too proud." End quote. Elsewhere he wrote, quote, "We have an English proverb that says, 'He that would thrive must ask his wife.' It was lucky for me that I had one as much disposed to industry and frugality as myself. She assisted me cheerfully in my business, folding and stitching pamphlets, tending shop, purchasing old linen rags for the paper makers, etc., etc. We kept no idle servants. Our table was plain and simple, our furniture of the cheapest. For instance, my breakfast was a long time bread and milk, no tea, and I ate it out of a 2-penny earthen porringer with a pewter spoon. But mark how luxury will enter families and make a progress, in spite of principle. Being called one morning to breakfast, I found it in a china bowl with a spoon of silver. They had been bought for me without my knowledge by my wife, and had cost her the enormous sum of 23 shillings, for which she had no other excuse or apology to make but that she thought her husband deserved a silver spoon and china bowl as well as any of his neighbors. This was the first appearance of plate and china in our house, which afterward, in a course of years, as our wealth increased, augmented gradually to several £100 in value." In Stamp Act times, the husband took comfort in the recollection, quote, "that I had once been clothed from head to foot in woolen and linen of my wife's manufacture, that I never was prouder of my dress in my life, and that she and her daughter might do it again if it was necessary." End quote. There can be no question that Deborah Franklin was far more to her husband than a good helpmeet, for a very great affection developed between the two. In an absence, Franklin declared that, quote, "I began to think of and wish for home, and as I drew nearer, I found the attraction stronger and stronger. My diligence and speed increased with my inclination. I drove on violently and made such long stretches that a very few days brought me to my own house and to the arms of my good old wife." When in England, he told her, "You may think, perhaps, that I can find many amusements here to pass the time agreeably. It is true, the regard and friendship I meet with from persons of worth, and the conversation of ingenious men, give me no small pleasure. But at this time of life, domestic comforts afford the most solid satisfaction, and my uneasiness at being absent from my family, and longing desire to be with them, make me often sigh in the midst of cheerful company." Again he wrote, "My dear love, I hoped to have been on the sea in my return by this time, but find I must stay a few weeks longer, perhaps for the summer ships. Thanks to God, I continue well and hearty, and I hope to find you so when I have the happiness once more of seeing you." One form in which this love expressed itself was in the gifts they made each other during the years they were separated. How Mrs. Franklin sent her husband apples, buckwheat, and other American goodies has already been recorded, and he made ample return for them. Busy as the colony agent was in his sojourns in London, he found time to select and ship remembrances of many kinds to his wife. Thus he notified her that "I sent my dear a newest fashioned white hat and cloak, and sundry little things, which I hope will get safe to hand. I now send her a pair of buckles made of French paste stones, which are next in luster to diamonds." Again he informed her, "I have ordered 2 large print common prayer books to be bound on purpose for you and Goody Smith, and that the largeness of the print may not make them too bulky, the christenings, matrimonies, and everything else that you and she have not immediate and constant occasion for, are to be omitted. So you will both of you be reprieved from the use of spectacles in church a little longer." Of another gift he wrote, "My poor cousin Walker in Buckinghamshire is a lace maker. She was ambitious of presenting you and Sally with some netting of her work, but as I knew she could not afford it, I chose to pay for it at her usual price, 3s. per yard. It goes also in the box." He even noted the fashions, and to help her to be in style, "sent a striped cotton and silk gown for you, of a manufacture now much the mode here. There is another for Sally. People line them with some old silk gown, and they look very handsome." Of one present he said, "I also forgot, among the china, to mention a large fine jug for beer to stand in the cooler. I fell in love with it at first sight, for I thought it looked like a fat, jolly dame, clean and tidy, with a neat blue and white calico gown on, good-natured and lovely, and put me in mind of somebody." As they sent each other numerous gifts, so too they wrote each other frequently, and Franklin boasted that, "I think nobody ever had more faithful correspondence than I have in Mr. Hughes and you. It is impossible to get or keep out of your debts." Nor was he himself neglectful, for he once told her, "I know you love to have a line from me by every packet, so I write, though I have little to say." Despite this care, the irregularities of the mails produced chidings that bespoke her eagerness for news of him. "April 7, this day is complete 5 months since you left your own house. I did receive a letter from the Capes, since that not one line. I do suppose that you did write by the packet, but that is not arrived yet." And again she complained, "I have been very much distressed about you, as I did not get any letter nor one word from you, nor did I hear one word from anybody that you wrote to, so I must submit, and endeavor to submit, to what I am to bear." Their correspondence, too, never failed to express strong affection. Franklin usually began his, "My dear child," or "My dear love," and concluded, "I am ever, my dear Debbie, your affectionate husband," varied at times with, "I am, dear girl, your loving husband," a formula which was so customary that he ended thus one letter which had taken her to task for not writing. In a postscript he added, "I have scratched out the loving words, being writ in haste by mistake when I forgot I was angry." In return, her letters opened "My dear child," and even "My dearest dear child," and were signed "I am, my dear child, your affectionate wife," which was occasionally modified in orthography to "I am your affectionate wife." "I sat down to confab a little with my dear child," she began one missive, and she ended another, "Adieu, my dear child, and take care of yourself for mammy's sake, as well as your one." Yet a third begged he would, "tell me how your poor arms was, and how you was on your voyage, and how you are, and everything is with you, which I want very much to know." And she told him that she joined with him, "in sincere thanks to God for your preservation and safe arrival, and what reason have you and I to be thankful for many mercies we have received." End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 7, Relations with the Fair Sex, Part 2. One element of discord there was, for which Mrs. Franklin can hardly be blamed. Although she allowed her husband to bring his illegitimate son into their home and helped to rear him, she conceived so strong a dislike for him that on one occasion she termed him the greatest villain on earth, and expressed her feeling, so an eyewitness reports, with invectives in the foulest terms I ever heard from a gentlewoman. This led presently, when the son was old enough, to his father arranging for him to live elsewhere. In time the relations became more friendly. Mrs. Franklin went to visit William, and the father was able to write to his wife, "I am very glad you go sometimes to Burlington. The harmony in our family and among our children gives me great pleasure." So, too, his son told him that he and his wife were on a visit to my mother, and his letters to her were subscribed, "Your ever dutiful son." When she died, he followed the body as chief mourner, and that this was not a mere form was shown by his letter to his father, in which he speaks of her tenderly as "my poor old mother." Franklin has been criticized for leaving his wife in America during his 2 long agencies in Great Britain. But if blame there is, Mrs. Franklin should bear it, her dread of the passage being the real bar. In his first visit to London, his friend William Strahan, "was very urgent with me to stay in England, and prevail with you to remove hither with Sally. He proposed several advantageous schemes to me, which appeared reasonably founded. I gave him, however, 2 reasons why I could not think of removing hither: one, my affection to Pennsylvania and long-established friendships and other connections there; the other, your invincible aversion to crossing the seas." Strahan was not discouraged, but wrote to Mrs. Franklin himself, urging that the removal would open up a far greater career to her husband. "For my own part," he went on, "I never saw a man who was in every respect so perfectly agreeable to me. Some are amiable in one view, some in another, he in all. Now, madam, as I know the ladies here consider him in exactly the same light I do, upon my word I think you should come over with all convenient speed to look after your interest. Not but that I think him as faithful to his Joan as any man breathing, but who knows what repeated and strong temptation may in time, and while he is at so great a distance from you, accomplish? I know you will object to the length of the voyage and the danger of the seas, but truly this is more terrible in apprehension than in reality. Of all the ways of traveling, it is the easiest and most expeditious, and as for the danger, there has not a soul been lost between Philadelphia and this in my memory, and I believe not one ship taken by the enemy." But Mrs. Franklin was not to be induced, and her spouse understood this so well that he told her that Strahan, "offered to lay me a considerable wager that a letter he has wrote to you will bring you immediately over hither, but I tell him I will not pick his pocket, for I am sure there is no inducement strong enough to prevail with you to cross the seas." After his second visit to England, he assured his friend that nothing would prevent his return, quote, "if I can, as I hope I can, prevail with Mrs. F. to accompany me." End quote. It is perhaps fortunate that this dread on his wife's part existed, not merely because it anchored Franklin to American soil, but also because Mrs. Franklin would have been more of a drag on her husband's public and social life in Great Britain than she was in Philadelphia, and would have but furnished one more example of the American diplomat united to a helpmeet wholly unfit for the duties of the station. Her pet name for her husband, Pappy, was so universally known that it was a favorite political joke of his antagonists. As her spelling bespoke, she was a woman wholly lacking in cultivation, and, still worse, an eyewitness speaks of her turbulent temper. Even in Philadelphia she was not received socially, and this seems to have made her jealous of Franklin's public career, one instance of which is related by a Mr. Fisher, who had appealed to Franklin for aid. Quote, "As I was coming down from my chamber this afternoon, a gentlewoman was sitting on one of the lowest stairs, which were but narrow, and there not being room enough to pass, she arose up and threw herself upon the floor and sat there. Mr. Shumeen and his wife greatly entreated her to arise and take a chair, but in vain. She would keep her seat, and kept it, I think, the longer for their entreaty. This gentlewoman, whom, though I had seen before, I did not know, appeared to be Mrs. Franklin. She assumed the airs of extraordinary freedom and great humility, lamented heavily the misfortunes of those who are unhappily infected with a too tender or benevolent disposition, said she believed all the world claimed a privilege of troubling her Pappy, so she usually calls Mr. Franklin, with their calamities and distress, giving us a general history of many such wretches and their impertinent applications to him. Mr. Franklin's moral character is good, and he and Mrs. Franklin live irreproachably as man and wife." End quote. Yet none of these defects seems really to have troubled Franklin. "You can bear with your own faults, and why not a fault in your wife?" he asked on one occasion, and he seems himself to have taken his own advice. 2. Keep your eyes wide open before marriage, half shut afterwards. Some years after his marriage, he wrote a song which gives a pleasant glimpse of his feelings for his wife. Quote, "My plain country Joan, a song. Of their Chloes and Phyllises poets may prate, I sing my plain country Joan. These 12 years my wife, still the joy of my life, blessed day that I made her my own. Not a word of her face, of her shape, of her air, or of flames or of darts you shall hear. I beauty admire, but virtue I prize, that fades not in 70 year. Some faults have we all, and so has my Joan, but then they're exceedingly small. And now I'm grown used to them, so like my own, I scarcely can see them at all. Were the finest young princess, with millions in purse, to be had in exchange for my Joan, I could not get better wife, might get a worse, so I'll stick to my dearest old Joan." To a girl he wrote in the same vein, quote, "Mrs. Franklin was very proud that a young lady should have so much regard for her old husband as to send him such a present. We talk of you every time it comes to table. She is sure you are a sensible girl and notable housewife, and talks of bequeathing me to you as a legacy. But I ought to wish you a better, and hope she will live these 100 years, for we are grown old together, and if she has any faults, I am so used to them that I don't perceive them." End quote. After Franklin's departure from Philadelphia on his second agency to England, his wife had a paralytic stroke which greatly affected her memory and understanding, so that William Franklin advised that she have some clever body to take care of her, for she becomes every day more and more unfit to be left alone. And as already noted, Franklin arranged that his daughter and her husband should live with her. In the letter announcing her death, his son gives a pathetic glimpse of her last months. "She told me when I took leave of her on my removal to Amboy that she never expected to see you unless you returned this winter, for that she was sure she should not live till next summer. I heartily wish you had happened to have come over in the fall, as I think her disappointment in that respect preyed a good deal on her spirits." End quote. There are 3 faithful friends, an old wife, an old dog, and ready money, said Poor Richard, and he declared that a good wife lost is God's gift lost. The young girl to whom Deborah Franklin bequeathed her husband was Catherine Ray, whose acquaintance he made in one of his visits to New England, and with whom a regular correspondence was henceforth maintained. Nor was this merely a compliment paid by the philosopher, for it gave him genuine pleasure. "Begone, business, for an hour at least, and let me chat a little with my Katie," he began one of his letters, and then continued, "Now it is near 4 months since I have been favored with a single line from you, but I will not be angry with you, because it is my fault. I ran in debt to you 3 or 4 letters, and as I did not pay, you would not trust me any more, and you had some reason. But believe me, I am honest, and though I should never make equal returns, you shall see I will keep fair accounts. Equal returns I can never make, though I should write to you by every post, for the pleasure I receive from one of yours is more than you can have from 2 of mine. The small news, the domestic occurrences among our friends, the natural pictures you draw of persons, the sensible observations and reflections you make, and the easy, chatty manner in which you express everything, all contribute to heighten the pleasure, and the more as they remind me of those hours and miles that we talked away so agreeably, even in a winter journey, a wrong road, and a soaking shower." End quote. In time, Miss Ray married William Greene of Rhode Island, who later was governor of the state, and in Franklin's journey to New England in 1763, he visited the couple at their home in Warwick. "You have spun a long thread, 5,022 yards, he once told her. It will reach almost from Rhode Island hither. I wish I had hold of one end of it to pull you to me, but you would break it rather than come." End quote. Even in the years in Paris, so full of work and diversion, he found time to think of her, writing on one occasion, "My dear old friend." Don't be offended at the word old. I don't mean to call you an old woman. It relates only to the age of our friendship, which on my part has always been a sincerely affectionate one, and I flatter myself the same on yours. End quote. Friendships of the same type were those of the daughters of Jonathan Shipley, the Bishop of St. Asaph, Georgiana being the favorite. On the outbreak of the Revolution, the intercourse was for a time suspended, but as soon as Franklin was settled in Paris, he found means to steal a letter to her, which met with the most eager of responses. Quote, "After near 2 years had passed without my hearing anything from you," she replied, "and while I looked upon the renewal of our correspondence as a very unlikely event, it is easier to conceive than express the joy I felt at receiving your last kind letter. How good you were to send me your direction! But I fear I must not make use of it as often as I could wish, since my father says that it will be prudent not to write in the present situation of affairs. I am not of an age to be so very prudent, and the only thought that occurred to me was your suspecting that my silence proceeded from other motives. I could not support the idea of you believing that I love and esteem you less than I did some few years ago. I therefore write this once without my father's knowledge. You are the first man that ever received a private letter from me, and in this instance I feel that my intentions justify my conduct. But I must entreat that you will take no notice of my writing when next I have the happiness of hearing from you. I must once more repeat nobody knows of this scroll, a word to the wise, as Poor Richard says." End quote. Franklin grieved that the war should prevent their seeing each other, and begged that since he was denied the enjoyment of that felicity, to, quote, "let me have at least that of hearing from you a little oftener," end quote. And he complained that "it is long, very long, my dear friend, since I had the great pleasure of hearing from you, and receiving any of your pleasing letters," end quote. This was due, Georgiana informed him, to the great difficulty in conveying my letters safe. End quote. Yet, despite parents and British frigates, she succeeded in sending him an occasional missive, in one of which the girl asserted, Did my family know of my writing, my letter would scarce contain the very many things they would desire me to say for them. They continue to admire and love you as much as they did formerly, nor can any time or event in the least change their sentiments. Strange, she exclaimed, that I should be under the necessity of concealing from the world a correspondence which it is the pride and glory of my heart to maintain. Still another young girl friendship was that with Mary Stevenson, with whose mother Franklin lodged during his many years in London. As already recorded, he endeavored to bring about a match between her and his son, and though the attempt failed, he styled her "my dearest child," asking, "Why should I not call you so, since I love you with all the tenderness of a father?" Merely to afford her a few hours of pleasure, he wrote his charming Craven Street Gazette, a jocose court circular intended to inform the girl, who was styled Her Majesty, of the doings of the household while she was away on a visit, and from this one excerpt is worth making, as it concerns a woman. Quote, Dr. Fatsides made 469 turns in his dining room as the exact distance of a visit to the lovely Lady Barwell, whom he did not find at home. So there was no struggle for and against a kiss, and he sat down to dream in the easy-chair that he had it without any trouble. In graver vein, he wrote Miss Stevenson long letters, in which she was treated with absolute intellectual equality. Yet, write as he would of scientific subjects, as was inevitable, the little sense of sex was present, for he ended one, quote, "After writing 6 folio pages of philosophy to a young girl, is it necessary to finish such a letter with a compliment? Is not such a letter of itself a compliment?" End quote. Miss Stevenson in time married Dr. Hewson, but this brought no change in the friendship, and in 1782 Franklin noted that, quote, "In looking forward, 25 years seem a long period, but in looking back, how short! Could you imagine that it is now full a quarter of a century since we were first acquainted? It was in 1757. During the greatest part of the time, I lived in the same house with my dear deceased friend, your mother. Of course, you and I conversed with each other much and often. It is to all our honors that in all that time we never had among us the smallest misunderstanding. Our friendship has been all clear sunshine, without the least cloud in its hemisphere. Let me conclude by saying to you what I have had too frequent occasions to say to my other remaining old friends. The fewer we become, the more let us love one another." End quote. After the peace was concluded with England, Miss Hewson and her children, at Franklin's urging, came to France and stayed several months with him at Passy as his guests, and after their departure he complained, quote, "I have found it very triste breakfasting alone, and sitting alone, and without any tea in the evening." End quote. Again, at his urging, they removed to Philadelphia, and Mrs. Hewson was much with him in the last years of his life, and even in his final sickness and death, which she described in a long letter to an English friend, speaking of him as that venerable, kind friend whose knowledge enlightened our minds and whose philanthropy warmed our hearts. End quote. In France, social custom prevented the same intimacy with young girls, and so his feminine friendships in that country were of a very different type. "I now and then hear of your life and glorious achievements in the political way," his sister informed him, "as well as in the favor of the ladies, since you have rubbed off the mechanic rust and commenced complete courtier. Who, Jonathan Williams writes me, claim from you the tribute of an embrace, and it seems you do not complain of the tax as a very great penance." End quote. "The account you have had of the vogue I am in here has some truth in it," Franklin answered. "Perhaps few strangers in France have had the good fortune to be so universally popular. But the story you allude to, mentioning mechanic rust, is totally without foundation. But one is not to expect being always in fashion. I hope, however, to preserve, while I stay, the regard you mention of the French ladies, for their society and conversation, when I have time to enjoy them, are extremely agreeable." End quote. And he gives us another glimpse of this favor by jokingly writing to an Englishwoman, "You are too early, hussy, as well as too saucy in calling me rebel. You should wait for the event which will determine whether it is rebellion or only a revolution. Here the ladies are more civil. They call us les insurgents, a character that usually pleases them, and methinks all other women who smart, or have smarted, under the tyranny of a bad husband, ought to be fixed in revolution principles, and act accordingly." One of the most admiring of these French ladies was the Countess de Houdetot, better known to history through the Confessions of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Her salon was one of the most famous of Paris, and when his health permitted, Franklin was a fairly regular attendant. In addition, he visited her at least twice in her country home at Saint-Ouen, the first visit being made the occasion of a fête of which a description has been preserved. Upon his arrival, he was handed from his carriage by the Countess and welcomed with a verse of her own composition, beginning, "Homme du héros et du sage." At dinner, with each glass of wine, other verses in his honor were recited or sung by each of the guests, and the meal being over, the company went to the garden, where Franklin, at the request of his hostess, planted a Virginia locust tree, and the Countess repeated another verse of her own writing, which was afterward cut in a marble pillar that was placed near the tree. When the hour of departure came, Franklin was reconducted by the whole company to his carriage, and before the door was shut, the Countess pronounced the following complimentary verse composed by herself: "Législature du monde et bienfaiture des dieux, l'homme dans tous les temps te devra ses hommages, et je m'acquitte dans ces lieux de la dette de tous les âges." After his return to America, she begged, "My dear doctor, to think of me sometimes, of Saint-Ouen, the revered tree planted by your hands, and which grows on the spot of soil which belongs to me, where it is so sweet to me to think of you, and to render homage to your virtues and enlightenment, and whatsoever makes you respected by and dear to humanity. This is, as you know, my kind of religion, and you are one of my saints." For herself, she declared that, "I preserve the memory of those moments you have so kindly passed there, and with a tender interest I cultivate the memorial you have left there of your transit." End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of The Many-Sided Franklin by Paul Lester Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 7, Relations with the Fair Sex, Part 3. Another well-known salon of which Franklin was a frequenter was that of Madame Helvetius, by her friends styled Our Lady of Atuel. She was the widow of the well-known French scientist, who had left her a large property, which enabled her to give a comfortable home to a French priest and to several cats. Madame H. appears to have been a very beautiful woman when young, Miss Adams records, but at the time Franklin knew her, a French lady compared her to the ruins of Palmyra. This may have been the eyesight of her own sex, for she does not seem to have found favor with them, if we may judge from a description written by Mrs. John Adams. She entered the room with a careless, jaunty air. Upon seeing ladies who were strangers to her, she bawled out, "Ah, mon Dieu, where is Franklin? Why did you not tell me there were ladies here?" You must suppose her speaking all this in French. "How do I look?" said she, taking hold of a chemise made of Tiffany, which she had on over a blue lute-string, and which looked as much upon the decay as her beauty, for she was once a handsome woman. Her hair was frizzled, over it she had a small straw hat, with a dirty gauze half-handkerchief round it, and a bit of dirtier gauze than ever my maids wore was bowed on behind. She had a black gauze scarf thrown over her shoulders. She ran out of the room. When she returned, the doctor entered at one door, she at the other, upon which she ran forward to him, caught him by the hand, "Hélas, Franklin!" then gave him a double kiss, one upon each cheek, and another upon his forehead. When we went into the room to dine, she was placed between the doctor and Mr. Adams. She carried on the chief of the conversation at dinner, frequently locking her hands into the doctor's, and sometimes spreading her arms upon the backs of both the gentlemen's chairs, then throwing her arm carelessly upon the doctor's neck. I should have been greatly astonished at this conduct, if the good doctor had not told me that in this lady I should see a genuine French woman, wholly free from affectation or stiffness of behavior, and one of the best women in the world. For this I must take the doctor's word, but I would have set her down for a very bad one, although 60 years of age and a widow. I own I was highly disgusted, and never wish for an acquaintance with any lady of this cast. After dinner she threw herself upon a settee, where she showed more than her feet. She had a little lap dog, who was, next to the doctor, her favorite. This she kissed, and when he wet the floor, she wiped it up with her chemise. This is one of the doctor's most intimate friends, with whom he dines once every week, and she with him. She is rich, and is my near neighbor, but I have not yet visited her. Thus you see, my dear, that manners differ exceedingly in different countries. I hope, however, to find amongst the French ladies manners more consistent with my ideas of decency, or I shall be a mere recluse." Of this description we get an amusing echo from little Miss Adams, for she confided in her journal, "Dined at Mr. Franklin's by invitation, a number of gentlemen, and Madame Helvetius, a French lady 60 years of age. Odious indeed do our sex appear when divested of those ornaments with which modesty and delicacy adorn us." In however much disfavor Madame Helvetius may have been with women, Franklin was undoubtedly sincere in his admiration, for he speaks of her as his fair friend at Auteuil, who still possesses health and personal charms, and he complimented her by asserting that "statesmen, philosophers, historians, poets, and men of learning of all sorts are drawn round you, and seem as willing to attach themselves to you as straws about a fine piece of amber." As for himself, he declared, "Mr. Franklin never forgets any party at which Madame Helvetius is expected. He even believes that if he were engaged to go to paradise this morning, he would pray for permission to remain on earth until 1:30 to receive the embrace promised him at the Turgots." "I have often remarked," he wrote her spiritual confessor, "in reading the works of Madame Helvetius, that although we were born and educated in two countries so remote from each other, we have often been inspired with the same thoughts. And it is a reflection very flattering to me that we have not only loved the same studies, but as far as we have mutually known them, the same friends and the same woman." To Cabanas, too, who at one time was her guest, he wrote letters, to be shown to Madame Helvetius, couched in terms that today would be deemed insultingly suggestive, but which then seemed to be thought the height of gallantry. Although the fact that the widow kept in her bedroom, upon a table, under a glass, a monument erected to the memory of her husband, over which hung his picture, which was very handsome, should have warned the philosopher, he none the less sought to win her love, and his letter pleading a reversal of her negative is one of the most amusing he ever penned. "Mortified at the barbarous resolution pronounced by you so positively yesterday evening that you would remain single the rest of your life as a compliment due to the memory of your husband, I retired to my chamber. Throwing myself upon my bed, I dreamt that I was dead, and was transported to the Elysian fields. I was asked whether I wished to see any persons in particular, to which I replied that I wished to see the philosophers. There are 2 who live here at hand in this garden, they said. They are good neighbors, and very friendly towards one another. Who are they? Socrates and Helvetius. I esteem them both highly, but let me see Helvetius first, because I understand a little French, but not a word of Greek. I was conducted to him. He received me with much courtesy, having known me, he said, by character some time past. He asked me 1,000 questions relative to the war, the present state of religion, of liberty, of the government in France. "You do not inquire, then," said I, "after your dear friend Madame Helvetius? Yet she loves you so exceedingly. I was in her company not more than an hour ago." "Ah," said he, "you make me recur to my past happiness, which ought to be forgotten in order to be happy here. For many years I could think of nothing but her, though at length I am consoled. I have taken another wife, the most like her that I could find. She is not indeed altogether so handsome, but she has a great fund of wit and good sense, and her whole study is to please me. She is at this moment gone to fetch the best nectar and ambrosia to regale me. Stay here a while, and you will see her." "I perceive," said I, "that your former friend is more faithful to you than you are to her. She has had several good offers, but has refused them all. I will confess to you that I loved her extremely, but she was cruel to me, and rejected me peremptorily for your sake." "I pity you sincerely," said he, "for she is an excellent woman, handsome and amiable." As he finished these words, the new Madame Helvetius entered with the nectar, and I recognized her immediately as my former American friend, Mrs. Franklin. I reclaimed her, but she answered me coldly. "I was a good wife to you for 49 years and 4 months, nearly half a century. Let that content you. I have formed a new connection here, which will last to eternity." Indignant at this refusal of my Eurydice, I immediately resolved to quit those ungrateful shades, and return to this good world again, and behold the sun and you. Here I am. Let us avenge ourselves." The lady was, however, unpersuadable. Yet the friendship suffered no diminution, and after Franklin returned to America, she welcomed increase of years, because, "we shall meet the sooner, and the sooner shall we find one another, with all we have loved, I a husband and you a wife, but I believe that you, who have been a rogue coquin, will find more than one." Another French woman to whom Franklin offered more than his friendship was a Madame Brelon, and it is easy to believe him as genuinely attracted, for she was not merely young, but Miss Adams reports her as one of the handsomest women in France. Moreover, Madame Brelon was married to a man far older than herself, who yet was not faithful to her, and she was perfectly open to Franklin about her marital unhappiness. "My father," she confided to him, "marriage in this country is made by weight of gold. On one end of the scale is placed the fortune of a boy, on the other that of a girl. When equality is found, the affair is ended to the satisfaction of the relatives. One does not dream of consulting taste, age, congeniality of character. One marries a young girl whose heart is full of youth's fire and its cravings, to a man who has used them up. Then one exacts that this woman be virtuous. My friend, this story is mine, and of how many others. I shall do my best that it may not be that of my daughters, but alas, shall I be mistress of their fate?" Indeed, had not her adopted parent been a man of over 70, the conditions were all in favor of one of the so-called romances so common in France, and there is no doubt that, despite his years, he would have been willing to have had it so. But though Madame Brelon gave Franklin, "my word of honor that I will be your wife in paradise, on condition that you do not ogle the maidens too much while waiting for me," she assured him that in this world I shall always be a gentle and virtuous woman. And continuing, she begged him not to tempt her further, but to try to make me a strong one. Perhaps this miracle is reserved for you. I had a father, she told him, the kindest of men. He was my first and my best friend. I lost him untimely. You have often said to me, could I not take the place of those whom you regret? And you told me the custom of certain savages who adopt the prisoners that they capture in war, and make them take the place of the relatives whom they lose. You took in my heart the place of the father whom I so loved and respected. The cruel grief I felt in his loss is changed to a gentle melancholy, which is dear to me and which I owe to you. In me you have gained another child, another friend. I commenced by having for you the worship that all the world owes to a great man, and I had a curiosity to see you. My pride was flattered to receive you in my own house. Next I only saw in you your sole responsiveness to affection, your goodness, your simplicity. And I said, this man is so good he will love me, and I began to love you much that you might do the same to me." End quote. In good faith, Franklin accepted the friendship she was willing to give, and the two saw much of each other, it becoming his regular custom to spend 2 evenings in the week with her, when she entertained him with little concerts, a cup of tea, and a game of chess. Very frequently her ill health compelled a suspension of these, and then they corresponded, Franklin writing a number of his most charming bagatelles solely for the invalid's amusement. One amusing glimpse of the manners of the times is to be found in an apology he made her. Having received news that she was confined by her ailment, though he himself was suffering from the gout, he sent her word that, "I shall betake myself to your house, my dear girl, tomorrow morning with great pleasure, and if you cannot come down without difficulty, perhaps I shall be strong enough to climb your stairway. The wish to see you will give me more strength." End quote. Interest in chess, however, made him forget that he was calling upon a weak woman, and so, quote, "On reaching home I was surprised to find that it was almost 11 o'clock. I fear that by forgetting all else in our too great absorption in the game of chess, we have greatly incommoded you by detaining you so long in the bath. Tell me, my dear friend, how you are this morning. Never hereafter shall I consent to begin a game in your bathroom. Can you forgive me this indiscretion?" End quote. In reply, Mrs. Breland assured him, "My good papa, your visits never caused me any inconvenience. All those around me respect you, love you, and think themselves honored in the friendship you have granted us. I told you that the world criticized the sort of familiarity which existed among us, because I was warned of it. I despise slanderers, and am at peace with myself, but that is not enough. One must submit to what is called propriety. That word varies in each century, in each country, to sit less often on your knees. I shall certainly love you none the less, nor will our hearts be more or less pure, but we shall close the mouth of the malicious, and it is no slight thing, even for the sage, to make them silent." End quote. Then, as if feeling that she must hold out a pleasanter prospect, she further wrote, "I think about our arrangements in paradise. Perhaps you will be allowed a little more freedom towards me. If by good luck the angels are not corrupted by the spinsters, as I fear greatly. Everywhere morals are so bad. Do you know, my dear papa, that people have criticized my pleasant habit of sitting on your lap, and yours of asking me for what I always refuse. One sees harm in everything in this miserable country." End quote. It is pleasant to record that among these malicious people Monsieur Breland was not included, for he maintained an intimate friendship with Franklin, and on one occasion wrote him, quote, "You have surely just kissed my wife, my dear doctor. Permit me to return it to you." End quote. However platonic the relation might be in the eyes of Madame Breland, Franklin was now and then called upon to apologize for or extenuate what she styled, quote, "that gaiety, that gallantry, which makes all women love you." End quote. "What a difference, my dear friend, between you and me," he said. "You find in me innumerable faults, while in you I only see one. But this perhaps is the fault of my spectacles. I mean that kind of avarice which makes you monopolize all my affection, and not to permit me any towards the charming ladies of your country. You imagine that my affection cannot be divided without being diminished. You are mistaken, and you forget the playful way with which you check me. You disclaim and totally exclude all that our love might have of fleshly in permitting me only some courteous and virtuous salutes, such as you might give to some little cousins. How much do I benefit from it, then, that I may not do as much to others without lessening what belongs to you?" End quote. "You have taught me to know and to practice a wicked sin which we call jealousy," she replied. But that this was a playful assertion is shown by her telling him on one occasion to give this evening to my amiable rival, Madame Helvetius, kiss her for yourself and for me, and upon another by granting him a power of attorney to kiss for me until my return, whenever you see them, my two neighbors, La Villiard, and my pretty neighbor, Carriolot. Furthermore, when Madame Helvetius, after Franklin's departure for America, exclaimed to her, "Ah, that great man, that poor dear man, we shall see him no more," Madame Brulon retorted, "It is entirely your fault, madame." Yet, if thus willing to share his society with other women, Madame Brulon eagerly craved his companionship. "Come tomorrow to take tea. Come every Wednesday and Saturday. Come as often as you wish. My heart calls you, expects you, is attached to you for life," she besought him, and again she took him to task because, "You pass a Wednesday then without me actually? And you will say after that, I love you furiously in excess? And I, my good papa, who do not love you furiously, but very tenderly, not in excess, I love you enough to be sorry not to see you every time it is possible to me or to you. Which loves the more, and the better of us twain?" Yet a third time she wrote, "Tomorrow I expect my good papa. The pleasure of seeing him increases my well-being, and makes me forget my ills when I am sick. If papa sometimes sees me melancholy, he knows that that is the habit, the tendency of tender hearts. He may say she amuses me less than another woman, but I flatter myself that my papa will add, she loves me better, she alone, than all the other women put together. Farewell to you whom my heart loved from the first instant of our acquaintance. Until tomorrow, and any day that your friendship will spare to your daughter." When at last the time came for Franklin to return to America, she made a really touching farewell. "I had so full a heart yesterday in leaving you that I feared for you and myself a grief-stricken moment which could only add to the pain which our separation causes me, without proving to you further the tender and unalterable affection that I have vowed to you for always. Every day of my life I shall recall that a great man, a sage, was willing to be my friend. My wishes will follow him everywhere. My heart will regret him incessantly. Incessantly I shall say, I passed 8 years with Dr. Franklin. They have flown, and I shall see him no more. Nothing in the world could console me for this loss, except the thought of the peace and happiness that you are about to find in the bosom of your family." Another attachment and another disappointment are told of by John Adams, who, writing of a daughter of Monsieur de Boulainvilliers, who was styled Mademoiselle de Passy, and was certainly one of the most beautiful young ladies I ever saw in France, said, "Mr. Franklin, who at the age of 70 odd had neither lost his love of beauty nor his taste for it, called Mademoiselle de Passy his favorite, and his flame, and his love, which flattered the family, and did not displease the young lady. After the Marquis de Tonnerre had demanded Mademoiselle for a wife, and obtained her, Madame de Chaumont, who was a wit, the first time she saw Franklin, cried out, 'Hélas! Tous les conducteurs de Monsieur Franklin n'ont pas empêché les tonnerres de tomber sur Mademoiselle de Passy.'" As Franklin had tried to arrange matches for both his son and daughter, so he endeavored in these years in France to make a match between his grandson William Temple and a daughter of Madame Brulon. But the parents, "though it would be dear to my heart and very agreeable to Monsieur Brulon to have been able to form a union which would make us but one family, and though we love your son and believe he has everything required to make a distinguished man and to make a woman happy," refused their consent because, "we must have a son-in-law who can be in a condition to fill my husband's place, and a man of our religion. Let us love one another," she advised, "and try to forget a plan which to remember would only cause regrets, or never to recall it, save to be still more sure, if it be possible, of the esteem and friendship we all have for each other." Apparently, Franklin the philosopher was doomed to failure as a matchmaker, though his advocacy of marriage was so well known that his own daughter wrote him, quote, "As I know my dear papa likes to hear of weddings, I will give him a list of my acquaintance that have entered the matrimonial state since his departure." End quote. Turning from these half-romances, it is pleasant to find him doing what he could for women for whom there could be neither sentiment nor friendship. To Sarah Randolph, widow of the Loyalist, who wrote to him from the Deptford poorhouse, he sent money to relieve her from the worst of her distress. A more striking service still was for the widow of an old personal enemy. In his political career in Pennsylvania, he had no bitterer antagonists than Thomas and Richard Penn, the proprietors of Pennsylvania, who had fought him with every known weapon. But after the Revolution, when Lady Juliana Penn appealed to him, quote, begging his assistance and protection in the recovery of the rights and possessions of an unfortunate family who have so heavily felt the misfortunes of this war, and who are likely still to be dreadful sufferers, and in confidence of your well-known wisdom and generosity, I adopt you for the guardian of William Penn's grandchild. End quote. He did not fail her, but did what he could to obtain a restoration of the Penn lands to that family. A glance in closing at Franklin's views on women in general is worth taking. How he advised that they be taught accounts has already been noted, and he had his own daughter instructed in French and music, though he grieved that she should not be a little more careful in her spelling. To an Englishman he boasted that American women could converse upon most subjects, even while he told his wife that you are very prudent not to engage in party disputes. Women should never meddle with them, except in endeavors to reconcile their husbands, brothers, and friends who happen to be of contrary sides. If your sex keep cool, you may be a means of cooling ours the sooner, and restoring more speedily that social harmony among fellow citizens that is so desirable after long and bitter dissensions. End quote. Miss Adams states that he told me he preferred an English lady who had acquired the graces of French manners, which, he added, were to be gained nowhere but at Paris. That was the center, and there they were all collected and resided. I believe he was here right. There is something not to be defined that the French women possess, which, when it ornaments and adorns an English lady, forms something irresistibly charming. End quote. Perhaps these views account for poor Richard's groan. Is it not enough plagues, wars, and famines rise to lash our crimes? But must our wives be wise? End of chapter 7.